Bella Swan's point of view. Charlie had taken seriously Carlisle's suggestion to spend Sundays with me, and we had spent the last 4 hours in the car, driving to Seattle. He was taking me to see the Space Needle, just as I had requested. He and I weren't the world's best conversationalists, though, so much of the drive had been silent. Usually we weren't uncomfortable with silence. But this one was heavy and stilted, pregnant with unspoken thoughts. The pressure lifted a little once we were out of the car and heading into the monument. There was the comfort of background noise around us, and we could distract ourselves by admiring the architectural masterpiece as we drew near. Charlie reached out, as though to put an arm around my shoulders, then stopped. Pet himself and patted my back awkwardly before dropping his arm and shoving his hands in his pockets. I hooked my arm through his, linking us together, and from the corner of my eye I saw him shoot me a grateful look. Things were a little easier once we got inside. We joined a tour group and followed a plump, cheerful woman as she showed us around the observation decks, pointing out features of T. He building and sharing historical anecdotes. The tour ended with a plug for the Sky City restaurant, which slowly rotated around the central spoke of the needle, and Charlie led me there. We got a table next to the window and sat down. But as soon as the hostess left us, silence descended on us again. This place used to be called the Eye of the Needle, Charlie grunted, staring out the window at the city below. Ah, I answered, and scrambled for something else to say. That's a better name than Sky City. He nodded. Have you eaten here before? I asked, trying to keep the conversation going. He just shook his head and opened his menu. So much for keeping the conversation going. I stared out the tall, angled window next to me, chewing at my lip. I knew Charlie was gearing up for something. And I was worried about whatever it was he was having a hard time telling me. He took his time getting to it, stalling by reading the brunch menu carefully. The king salmon looks good, he grunted. Yeah, really good. After a moment, I added, so does the prawn omelet. He nodded. The waiter showed up before long and we ordered. Without a menu to keep him busy, Charlie fidgeted. Finally, he cleared his throat and leaned forward. He opened his mouth, then closed it and cleared his throat again. I waited nervously. Bella, he began, and then he stopped. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach. My mind automatically started conjuring up ideas of what he was trying to tell me. He wanted me to move out, oh God, or that he had updated his will. Did people usually tell their families when they were planning to commit suicide? Could that be what this was about? Yet again, he cleared his throat. Cullen said you were. He shook his head. He said you could decide if you wanted to, be like him. Oh, yeah, I guess I hadn't told Charlie about my decision. Yeah, he said he'd change me if I wanted it. He sniffed, staring at the table. So, what all is involved in that? I leaned forward a little, resting on my elbows, mimicking his posture. He would bite me, basically. He has venom that would get into my blood and change me. I watched as Arlie mouthed the word venom as he studied the table in front of him. He said it would hurt. That's what they tell me. The worst pain imaginable for about 3 days, and then when it's over I'm a vampire. He flinched at the word. And if you're that, people can't hurt you anymore. I shrugged. I guess other vampires could if they wanted to. And Jacob and the wolves. But most people couldn't, no. Charlie crossed his arms and stared out the window. Silence fell between us again, and I looked out the window as well, pretending the miniature city below held my attention. We didn't speak again until after our food arrived, but having the distraction of a meal in front of us seemed to give Charlie courage. He poked at his food with his fork and cleared his throat again. I think you should do it. I stopped, a bite of my omelet halfway to my mouth. You do. He nodded, his eyes flicking to my gloved hands for a moment, then focusing on his plate again. Too many people have hurt you. We can't do that if you're different. I couldn't quite believe what I was hearing. He really wanted me to change. It means I can't see you for like a year or 2, I cautioned. Why not? He asked, though he didn't look surprised. The smell of blood. I guess it's too much for somebody who's new. I'd have to stay out of public places for a while. What about school? The Cullens think I should be able to finish through home study this summer. We sort of thought about doing it then. Charlie tugged at the collar of his shirt. A year or 2. I nodded. But I can email you and stuff. You'll let me know you're okay. The worry on his face touched me, and I nodded. Yeah, all right all the time, I promise. Reluctantly I added, and sometimes I can call, too. I hoped he wouldn't want me to do that too often. We weren't very good at talking. He just nodded. I took a deep breath. I think I'm going to do it. He swallowed hard. Good, he choked out. Good. I knew I should probably tell him I was planning to get married too, but the look on his face stopped me. He was already overwhelmed. The thought of me being a vampire had shaken high. And I didn't think he was ready for another blow. I'm glad you understand, I said softly. Charlie changed the subject, asking me about school. I wouldn't return from Christmas break until the following day. But I made something up anyway. He was clearly uncomfortable and I was feeling very grateful to him just then. His recommendation that I become a vampire had been startlingly selfless, and I felt warmth creep into my chest as I told him about the classes I would be taking the following semester. After finishing our meal, we took an elevator back down to the ground and Charlie led me into one of the shops. We browsed the Space Needle memorabilia for a while, and Charlie bought me a photo frame with a silhouette of the Space Needle etched into one corner. I need a picture of us to put in it, I told him as we exited the shop. I tugged my camera from my purse and convinced him to stand for a picture with me, asking an aging couple visiting the monument if they would mind taking it. I wouldn't have said it out loud. But I was feeling the pressure to compile good memories. I had 6 months with Charlie to gather as many mementos of pleasant, nonviolent moments as I could before everything would change. This was the start of our new weekly tradition to spend time together and I wanted it to be commemorated. That evening when I went up to bed, Carlisle was waiting for me. He rested against the headboard of my bed, dressed casually in a pair of jeans and a black polo shirt that contrasted dramatically with his pale skin. He had a book in his hands, but when I walked in he set it aside. I climbed into his lap and wrapped my legs around him, running a hand through the hair on the back of his head and pulling him close for a kiss. He returned my affection, drawing my body closer and exploring my mouth with his tongue. His hands held my back, pinning me against him, and the casual display of his strength set wetness seeping between my thighs. I broke from his lips, kissing along his sculpted jaw. I missed you, I breathed against his skin. I pulled at the hem of his shirt and started to drag it upward, but his chilled hands closed over mine, stopping me. Bella, sweetheart, perhaps we shouldn't tonight, he murmured. He leaned down, brushing his nose over mine and placing a soft kiss on my lips. Rejection stabbed at my chest, and though I tried to remind myself that we were supposed to be allowed to tell each other no, it left a desperate ache inside of me. Please, I begged him, pulling my hands away and running them over his chest. I need you. He moved his lips to my ear, kissing gently. Darling, I love you, he whispered. But the last couple of days have been a little bit rough with you. I think it would be best if you took some time to rest. I'm fine, I insisted. But I knew he would sense the lie. The fact was, sex with Carlisle, as transcendent an experience as it was somewhat unforgiving. Having him inside of me was like shoving a solid length of stone into my body. And when he thrust into me, there was no give in his granite frame. It was my body that had to yield beneath his, and though it was a pleasure like I had never known before, the frequent, ardent sex of the last few days had left me a little raw. Carlisle caught my wandering hands and laced his fingers through mine, sliding his arms around my waist so my own arms were drawn behind my back. He kissed me gently beneath my ear, holding me close. Believe me, Angel, I appreciate your enthusiasm, he smiled. But if I made love to you now, I'm afraid I would be distracted the whole time, worrying that I was hurting you. I had to swallow back a sudden rush of tears. I needed him. I didn't know how else to redirect the love for him that threatened to swallow me whole. From the moment I first laid eyes on him, I had loved him too much. The intensity of my feelings had threatened to break me then, and they had only grown stronger since. I felt like the only way to cope with the overwhelming passion was to vent it through physical expression, and when he tried to stop me, it left me shuddering under the weight of a wave of emotions too strong for my body to withstand. Please, I begged, kissing up the side of his neck. Don't say no, not this time. Please. He pulled back a little and looked at me, concern in his eyes. His hands released mine and moved to cup my cheeks. Is something wrong? I shook my head quickly. I just need you. He looked at me for a long moment, his expression clearly worried, but finally he relented. All right, he breathed softly. If it's that important to you, love, I won't leave you wanting. I threw my arms around his neck and kissed him urgently, and after a moment's hesitation, he responded in kind. He slid us both down onto the mattress. Stretching out beside me and wrapping me in his cold embraces, he began touching me with a fervent abandon that was rare for him. His hands and mouth were everywhere, over my clothes at first. Then under them, then tugging impatiently at them, stripping them off of me. After much fumbling, I managed to get his off as well, and I hooked one leg over his hip. The being ache between my legs demanded satisfaction, and I rocked against him, rubbing my sensitive mound against his solid cock. He groaned in pleasure, and I waited for him to move with me, or to take my hips in his hands and grind me against him the way he often did. I loved the way he moved my body, the way he took control of me and found that perfect rhythm that left me writhing in pleasure. But this time he was still. His hips not drawing away from me, but not thrusting against me. I pressed my body to his again, moaning at the intimate contact, and his wandering hands slid to my waist, but they only rested there, not taking control of my movements. My body was begging for more, for stimulation and release, and I wriggled against him, moaning longingly as I tried to feed the desire. The position wasn't working, wasn't giving me enough leverage, so I nudged him onto his back and slid on top of him. His eyes roamed over me as I straddled him, letting the length of his erection slide between my wet folds. I rubbed my throbbing clit against his hard member and he growled in appreciation, his teeth clenched together in what I could only imagine was restraint. I didn't want restraint from him. I didn't want him to hold back. But I knew he was worried for me, that he was only reining himself in so he wouldn't hurt me. The love that was too much for me crashed over me again, threatening to crush me. I moved against him, harder and faster, more desperate than ever for release. I shifted back and took his cock in my hand, intending to slide down on top of him, but he gently pushed me off of him and guided me down onto my back, hovering over me and giving me a searing kiss. Yes, this is what I need. His lips moved over my chin and down my neck, chilling my skin on the surface, but igniting a flame beneath it that raced straight to my core. His mouth followed, kissing and licking down my body, between my breasts and lower, caressing the flat of my stomach, his tongue dipping once into my navel. And still he moved lower. He settled himself between my thighs, lifting one knee over his shoulder to open me to him, and then his cold tongue was lapping between my lips. I bit back a cry of ecstasy, not wanting my dad to hear, and arched against Carlisle. His tongue teased my clit, toying with the sensitive bundle of nerves, and I plunged my fingers into his hair, demanding more with my hands and with whispered words. He buried his face between my legs, licking and sucking at my juices, playing with my clit until I would almost come, then backing off and lapping at the slick wetness of my arousal. Again and again, he drove me to the brink, leaving me breathless and begging, only to deny me satisfaction while he drank in my juices. Carlisle, please, I whimpered. Please let me come. I can't stand it anymore, I have to have it. At my words his mouth attacked me more vigorously than before, his insistent tongue driving at my clit until my needs spiraled once again to the peak. And then he pushed me over the edge. The orgasm ripped through me, sending one shuddering wave after another coursing through my body. I clenched my teeth against a loud cry that threatened to break free, forcing it back to a ragged gasp as I rocked repeatedly against Carlisle's massaging lips. He hummed with his own pleasure, licking me clean as I came back down from the heights of euphoria he had driven me to. When my body stilled, he crawled up beside me and nudged me onto my side. He pulled me back against him, wrapping me once more in his chilled embrace as I tried to catch my breath. He whispered words of love in my ear as his hands gently caressed my body. I didn't miss the solid erection pressing against my back, but when I slid a hand behind me to touch him, he GHT it and pulled it in front of me again. Not tonight, he breathed. His denial frustrated me. I don't want to leave you like that. Hush now, darling, he said soothingly. It's enough for me to hold you and look forward to the thousands of nights we have ahead of us when I can touch you without fear of hurting you. Carlisle, I'm fine. Indulge me, please, he murmured, pressing cool kisses to my shoulder. Perhaps I love you with a fool's heart, but prudence must occasionally guide my hand. I chewed at my lip, feeling selfish. It wasn't fair for me to make demands of him the way I had, and then leave him unsatisfied. He quickly changed the subject. "Tell me about your day," he said, his fingers playing idly over my stomach. Was Charlie all right? He was great. It was really awkward, but I smiled to myself. He told me he thought I should become a vampire. Carlisle's fingers stilled. "Really?" he asked, sounding intrigued. He shifted back slightly, guiding me onto my back so he could look at me. "Did he say why?" "He doesn't want people to hurt me." I frowned to myself, confused by the battling emotions inside of me. "I don't understand him." "What is it you don't understand?" he asked, his fingers moving to play with the locks of hair that fell over my shoulder. "I don't get how he can be so concerned about other people doing exactly what he did." He leaned down to kiss my forehead. "I can see how that can be confusing, but I don't think your father ever set out to hurt you. According to Edward, when he becomes angry he seems to slip out of his conscious mind and begins acting instinctively. Unfortunately, with the life your father has lived, his instincts are somewhat violent." I ran my fingers over his side, feeling the cold contours of his muscles beneath my blistered fingertips. "So then, how can he be expected to change?" I asked, unable to meet his eyes. "He has to learn to control his temper and keep it from taking over." "It's possible, and so far he has done quite well." "That's it. Self-control. It's not always as easy as it sounds," Carlisle said. "In a way, what Charlie is doing now is not unlike what you'll be doing when you first change. Your instincts will push you to drink the blood of humans and you'll have to struggle for the self-mastery it takes to choose animal blood instead." His words gave me an odd kind of peace. I was glad I would be sharing some of Charlie's struggle. It made me feel connected to him, and these days that connection was difficult to find. "You haven't changed your mind, have you?" Carlisle asked gently. I shook my head. "No, not at all. You can, Bella," he said softly. "No one would fault you for it. If any of the decisions that have been made don't suit you, you have but to say the word." I looked up into his troubled eyes. Insecurity churning my stomach until I felt ill. "Do you want me to reconsider?" I asked, my voice shaking a little. "I want you to be happy with your choices. I don't want you to feel pressured into becoming like me, or into marrying me." I looked away, biting my lip. "Are you reconsidering?" He pressed a hand to my cheek, guiding my gaze back to his. "Isabella Swan," he murmured. "There is nothing in the world I want more than to have you by my side forever." He leaned down and kissed me gently. "But I know you have a tendency to give people what they ask. Regardless of your own feelings, and I want you to understand that I could never be happy with you as my wife unless you want me just as badly as I want you." "I do." I clung to him, as though gripping him tightly could keep him from leaving me. "I don't care if we're married or not, but I need to be with you." Carlisle was silent for a moment, his expression pained. "I want you to care. I want you to understand what it means to me, to stand before our families, and before God, to solemnize my vow to forever love and protect you. It's not merely a token gesture to me. It's a declaration to the heavens that I belong to you and that I claim you as my own." I frowned. That seemed to me like an awfully romanticized version of marriage. What did Charlie's promise before God mean to Renee? What did Phil's? But then Jasper's admonition broke through, reminding me that this wouldn't be my mother's marriage. I would be married to Carlisle. That mattered. A promise Carlisle made before God would be a promise he kept. "You're right," I said softly. "It matters because it's you. Do you want it?" he asked, fear and hope in his voice. I nodded. "I want it. You're not just trying to appease me." I shook my head, looking into his eyes. "I love you so much," I whispered. "I wish I knew how to say it." He leaned close to my ear, and whispered the words of a poem he had recited for me months ago. Before I knew any of the secrets he kept, before I could have hoped that Carlisle Cullen really cared so deeply for me. "For excessive love," he breathed, "my love is dumb." I wrapped my arms around him, warmed by his words. Relieved that he seemed to understand Carlisle Cullen's point of view. Dawn was approaching when I crept into my girl's bedroom window. I moved immediately to her side, looking over her sleeping form to reassure myself that she was all right, that no harm had come to her in the few minutes that I had been away from her. Sam and his wolves were beginning to trust me. And when most of the boys had started school again after the Christmas break, Sam had decreased Bella's protection, allowing my family and me to look after her while she was at school and in the evenings when I was with her. He had doubled her protection in the afternoons though, sending 2 wolves to watch her when she got home from school until I arrived. Over the last couple of weeks, Alice had been taking that time to go over wedding plans with Bella, and they were often joined by Edward or Jasper, or both. It gave us all a certain peace of mind to know that she would be taken care of if my boy's control slipped. But in those brief minutes each night when I left her so I could change clothes and prepare for the next day, I worried. I always made sure Charlie was still in a deep sleep before I left. But one never knew what would rouse the man, and it only took seconds to inflict irreversible damage on Bella's fragile human body. I had briefly considered taking her with me when I left. I could wrap her in blankets and slip out the window with her, keeping her close while I did what I must to keep up appearances. Edward had laughed out loud when he'd picked that thought of my head and had declared that I was being ridiculous. Perhaps I was. Still, I worried for my girl when she was alone with her father. I placed this morning's flower on her bedside table next to the vase that held the blossoms I brought her each day. I smiled to myself as I looked over the items that crowded the table's surface. Bella still kept 2 small, framed pictures of me on the table. Andy had recently added a picture of her and Charlie at the Space Needle to the grouping. During the night her swan necklace and her cell phone joined the collection. Were I to pull open the drawer beneath, I would find more of her treasures. Inside was the letter Charlie had written her before he had left for daybreak, 2 of my neckties, a linen handkerchief, and my copy of the Scarlet Pimpernel. And tucked inside the book was a fragment of dry erase contact paper that had once adhered to her closet door, on which I had written a promise to love her forever. Bella collected tokens, little evidences that she was loved, and it warmed me to know that she kept so many from me. I picked up the frame that held the photograph Alice had taken of us before Edward had taken my girl to the school dance. I remembered all too well how enchanting she had been that evening, and how for one weak moment I had indulged myself and pressed a hand to her flushed cheek, brushing her soft, delicate skin with my thumb. I had loved her then. There was no doubt about that. But since then my feelings for her had grown and deepened, and I wondered how I ever could have imagined I would be able to live without being allowed to press her sweet lips to mine, to feel the loving caress of her hand on my face, to take her precious body in my arms and enter her, bringing her exquisite pleasure with that most intimate expression of love. I replaced the photograph on the table and slipped into bed behind her. Today I would present her with a new token of my love, but one I hoped would not often be found on her bedside table. I reached into the pocket of my coat and fingered the little velvet box. Esme and Alice had designed the ring inside of it months ago, and since I'd had no plans to propose to Bella at the time, they did not have the benefit of Alice's sight to see if she would like it. They had done their best to guess what she would prefer based on what they knew about her, and the ring they presented me with was modest and classic with an understated elegance that suited my Bella perfectly. I lightly caressed the back of Bella's fingers where they lay on the pillow next to her. It was, perhaps, a bit ridiculous for me to have waited until now to give my girl her ring. I had wanted her to have it immediately, but I couldn't stomach the idea of her taking it off or covering it up. For the last 2 weeks, she had worn gloves while she was at school, hiding the damage that the frostbite had done to her fingers. But the blackened blisters had slowly faded, leaving only light calluses in their place. And the previous day Bella had left her gloves at home. It was time she had her ring. There was just one more thing I had to do before I gave it to her, and it was a task I wasn't looking forward to. Charlie had been all but forced into accepting my relationship with Bella, and when I approached him to formally ask for his blessing, it was very possible that he would say no. I didn't know what I would do if he denied my request. There was nothing in heaven or earth that could keep me from my girl, but she loved her father and I wanted to show him the respect he was due. I ruminated on the subject as Bella slept, making plans, phrasing my request, while the sun rose behind a curtain of iron-gray clouds. When my girl started to stir, I took the stem of orchids I had brought her and began my favorite morning ritual. Coaxing her awake with the delicacy of the petals, I brushed them gently over her cheek, letting her feel the velvety texture, and a smile graced her lovely lips. "Your florist must like you a lot," she said without opening her eyes. "As a matter of fact, she does. I drew the blossoms from her forehead down the curve of her nose. I would miss this little game once she no longer had need of sleep. She tells me every day how jealous she is of Esme. Her smile broadened, her eyes still closed. It's very convenient for me, how I get the flowers but Esme gets stuck dealing with the jealousy. I laughed and leaned down to kiss her. Wake up, darling, I murmured. Quill is coming again today, so I want to be home before it gets too late. I'm awake. I'm getting up right now. I laughed again when she made no move to rise, or even open her eyes. Whatever you're doing, I don't think it's working. She giggled. Maybe I need motivation. Do you want to sneak into the shower with me? I lowered my head to trail kisses down her carotid artery. That's an appealing offer, but I'm afraid I can't today. Why not? She sulked. I need to speak with your father for a few minutes. Her eyes fluttered open. What? Why? I brushed the orchids over her lips. Because when a man makes up his mind to marry a woman, it's proper to seek the blessing of her family. She raised an eyebrow. Proper. And what about our relationship so far has been proper? I chuckled. She had a very good point. That's one more reason to go about this the right way. I can think of a very good reason not to ask him. She said, sitting up. I placed the orchid stem in the vase by her bed. What's that? He'll say no. I stole a kiss. Then I'll just have to convince him to change his mind. Bella huffed, realizing I wouldn't be deterred. Just remember that I warned you, she grumbled. I won't forget. I claimed one more kiss before I stood. I'll be downstairs when you're finished getting ready. Fine, she muttered. She slipped out of bed, and I took a moment to admire the way her satin slip draped over her curves as she moved toward the door. She stopped with her hand on the knob and turned back to me. Carlisle. Yes, darling, I asked, dragging my eyes away from the sensuous movement of her body to give her my attention. Thank you for the orchids. She smiled. I smiled back, warmed by her appreciation. My girl was getting better at accepting my gifts. You're very welcome. She stepped out the door, leaving me feeling like the luckiest man ever to walk the earth. I crawled out the window and closed it behind me, my fingers finding tiny crevices in the wood siding to grip as I made my way down the side of the house. I took a moment to check my clothes. Making sure the jeans and ribbed sweater that Alice had laid out for me were straight, then zipped the jacket around me and moved to the porch. I knocked lightly and listened as Charlie's step moved him from the kitchen to the front door. He pulled it open and frowned at me. Bella's not up yet, he scowled. That's all right. I wanted to speak with you, actually, if you have a moment. He grunted and stepped back to let me in. He closed the door behind me and led me to the den, gesturing for me to take a seat on the love seat Bella favored while he settled into his recliner. He didn't speak, but he gave me his attention and I began, somewhat amused with myself for being nervous. I've been quite clear about my feelings for Bella. I care very deeply for her, and I always will. Charlie wasn't one to appreciate a flowery introduction, so I got right to the point. I would like to ask for your sanction on our marriage. He glared at me for a long time before finally leaning forward on his knees. And what exactly does that mean? Marriage to you? He asked, his voice thick with hostility. I beg your pardon. This whole damn town thinks you're married to Esme, he growled. If you marry my daughter, what are people going to say? Are they going to accuse her of being a home wrecker? I expect few people will know, I told him evenly. Many of Bella's peers think she is in a relationship with Edward. I don't believe she intends to disabuse them of that notion. So you're going to hide her, he snapped. Treat her like she's something to be ashamed of. I frowned. I assure you, I feel no shame in my relationship with Bella. If she wishes to be acknowledged as my wife, she will be. However, the peculiarities of my existence often necessitate a certain degree of secrecy. I'm sure you understand the difficulties involved. He ground his teeth, but his glare softened slightly. Have you asked her? I have. And if I say no? I smiled sadly. Then I'll ask again tomorrow. I met his gaze. I love her, Charlie. And she loves you. Your blessing would mean a great deal to her. He was quiet for a long time, staring at his folded hands as wheels turned in his mind. She deserves better than you. You know, he grunted after a while. I know. Silence fell again, and he continued to contemplate my request. He leaned back in his chair and fixed me with a steady gaze. You're not going to run off to Las Vegas or anything like that. We'll have a small, private ceremony here in Forks. He faltered a little, a crack appearing in his cold mask. You'll let me walk her down the aisle? I hoped you would. He sighed heavily. I guess there's no point in saying no, he muttered. But I expect you to treat her right. Put her first. You have my word. Charlie pushed himself to his feet and mumbled some half-formed words about coffee before moving into the kitchen. After a few minutes, he joined me again, carrying 2 mugs of coffee. I smiled to myself. Charlie had much to learn about vampires. But I wasn't about to reject his gesture of friendship. I thanked him and sipped the unpleasant liquid, grateful that he hadn't added cream or sugar. As human food went, coffee was fairly easy to tolerate, but adding milk fat and plant extracts made it much more difficult. Charlie sat and turned on the television, clearly finished talking, and I sat back and waited for Bella. She didn't keep me there long. She had apparently rushed through her shower in her concern over my conversation with her father, and after a few minutes, she hurried downstairs with her wet hair twisted into a quick braid. I smiled at her and stood when she appeared in the doorway of the den, holding out an arm to her. She came to me, letting me guide her down onto my knee, and I drew the ring box from my pocket. Bella, I said softly, gazing into her eyes. Your father has been gracious enough to offer his approval of our marriage. I would be honored if you would wear my ring. I opened the box to display the contents to her, and her eyes dropped from mine to examine it. Her heartbeat picked up slightly and she swallowed hard. It's beautiful, she whispered. I removed the ring from the box and took her left hand in mine, sliding that most symbolic piece of jewelry into place on her finger. I raised her hand to my lips and kissed her fingers below the ring. I will love you forever, Isabella Swan. Bella kissed me, freeing her hands from mine and pressing them to the sides of my neck, her thumbs caressing along my jaw. When she pulled back, I was surprised to see tears in her eyes. Before I could say anything, though, she had slid off of my lap and collapsed into the chair with her father, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Thank you, Dad, she whispered. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. All right, come on, show your old man the ring, he said impatiently. Bella smiled, a tear slipping down her cheek as she displayed her hand to her father. He swallowed back his own emotions as he examined it. That's real pretty, baby. It's perfect, she replied, looking up at me with a tearful smile. I was a little bit surprised by her reaction. I was giving her a gift after all, and one that symbolized marriage. Neither of those things had elicited very positive responses in her before. I had been a little worried that giving her an engagement ring would bring back more of her demons. But my thoughts strayed upstairs to her bedroom, to the tokens she had collected that made my love seem more real to her, and I wondered if she saw this ring the same way. Perhaps she simply needed something tangible before she could truly believe my promise that I would make her mine forever. I stood, not wanting to interrupt, but knowing I should be on my way so I could meet Quill. I'm due at home, I told Bella. You may come along later if you'd like to stay with your father a little longer. She wiped at her eyes, shaking her head. No, I'm ready, she said, pushing out of the chair. We're watching basketball tomorrow, right, Dad? He smiled up at her, trying to mask the deep sadness in his eyes. Right. I'm going to go get my jacket, she told me, heading out of the room and up the stairs. Charlie looked after her, his smile falling. I hate that I have to let her go to make her that happy. I felt for the man. When all was said and done, he loved his daughter. She'll always be your little girl, I said. Getting married and becoming a vampire won't affect how much she loves you. He turned back toward the television. But his eyes were unfocused, watching a scene only he could see. I left him to his reminiscences, meeting Bella as she came back downstairs wearing her father's coat. I took her arm and guided her outside to the trees. You didn't bring your car. I shook my head. Not this time. I lifted her into my arms and dropped a playful kiss on the tip of her nose. It won't take but a couple of minutes to run home. She snuggled against my chest, laying her head on my shoulder. That works. I smiled to myself when I realized she was examining the ring on her finger, and I started running through the trees toward home. Pushing my limit so she wouldn't get too cold in the time that it took to get there. Alice was waiting for us on the porch when we arrived. Good timing, she said. Sam and the Atiras will be here any minute. Thank you, Alice. I set Bella on her feet and bent down to kiss my diminutive daughter on the cheek. The three of us went inside and found seats in the living room. And Alice immediately produced her binder. Bella looked at it warily. More wedding planning? She asked unenthusiastically. Planning a wedding takes a lot of work. We need to choose invitations and decide what they'll say so we can have them back from the printer in time. Why do we need invitations? Bella asked her. We're only inviting a few people, so why not just call them? I'm sorry, darling, but we do need invitations, I murmured, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. I promised the Volturi a proper announcement. Yeah, speaking of which, Alice said, how do we address Marcus's invitation? Should it be Marcus and guest? Would Marcus want to bring a date? She suddenly stiffened, and for a moment I thought she was reacting to a vision. My letter was due to arrive in Volterra any time now. And she was watching for Arrow's reaction. But when her eyes slipped closed and a breathy moan escaped her lips, I realized it was something else entirely that had taken hold of her. I glanced up at the top of the stairs where Jasper was leaning against the railing, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. Jasper, stop it, Alice mumbled, her breathing strained and shallow. We're busy. I think you can spare a few minutes, he said with a grin. Alice moaned again, louder this time, her back arching involuntarily, and I could smell the scent of her arousal creeping into the air. That's not fair, she gasped. How am I supposed to say no to that? Jasper snorted, straightening. You're not. He started slowly descending the stairs. Let's go for a walk, darlin'. Alice let her book slide from her fingers and she pushed herself off of the couch. Sorry, Bella, she said absently. Later. Bella laughed as Jasper and Alice headed out the back door. Did they always go outside for that? She asked me. I chuckled. Jasper prefers a little more privacy than he can get around here. Plus, they tend to be a bit rough on the furniture. I understand with Jasper's gift. What with him drawing on Alice's arousal and influencing her with his own, things get quite intense. She grinned, biting her lip. I'll bet. I heard the car turn off the old highway onto the gravel drive and turned my attention toward the front of the house. Ah, there's Quill. My old friend was bringing his grandson by to spend some more time with us. The day after our New Year's party. While Bella was spending the day with her father, Seth and young Quill had both returned to get more exposure to my family. Seth had phased within hours, and at the end of the day, Quill had grown another half-inch. When he'd returned the following weekend, he'd been 2 inches taller and still growing. We were encouraged, but the young man's grandfather was getting impatient. He wanted his legacy passed on. And he wouldn't be satisfied until the boy phased. That was fine with me. I was growing very fond of the young man, and as long as progress was being made, he continued to spend weekends with me. He had a serious mind and a gentle disposition, and I found it a pleasure to be in his company. I took Bella's hand and the two of us moved to the porch, awaiting our friends. Once we had ushered them inside, I moved to the kitchen to retrieve coffee and a platter of biscotti for our guests. We spent the better part of the morning in pleasant, amiable conversation, and Sam filled us in on the latest news from the reservation. Jared had imprinted on a young lady he attended school with, and the entire pack was speculating on how and why an imprinting came about. There was a bit of mbling from them as well about how large the pack had grown, as it was difficult to sort out the jumble of thoughts being thrown into the collective mind. Though they appreciated their greater numbers for running patrols, it wore on them when all of them were phased at once. I wonder if it would be possible to divide the pack, I mused. Old Quill raised an eyebrow. Divide the pack? What do you mean? To be honest, I'm not exactly sure. In the wild, when a wolf pack becomes too large, stronger males are driven away and often split off and form a new pack of their own. Sam looked thoughtful. I'm not sure what makes an alpha wolf among the Quileute tribe, I admitted. To my knowledge, that position has traditionally been passed by lineage, but right now it's you, not Jacob, who dominates the pack. If Jacob were willing and able to take the lead, would you become subordinate to him? Or would Jacob be able to form a second pack that would ease the burden on you? These are very good questions, Quill said solemnly. Young Quill grinned. So, maybe Jacob could form his own pack with just Embry and me. He asked eagerly. That would be awesome. His smile faltered a little. That is, if I ever phase. You'll get there. It was Jasper who spoke, striding in the back door with Alice's hand in his. He moved into the living room and looked Quill over critically. You haven't grown any this week, have you? Quill shook his head. You may be ready. We just have to wait for nature to do her thing. Quill shot him a hopeful look. Jasper watched him, appraising him carefully, and T.N. leaned down and whispered something in Alice's ear. She moved forward and started gathering up the dishes, glancing up at young Quill. Would you mind helping me with these? She asked him. He gave her a bright smile and quickly moved to assist her with the cleanup. I started to intervene, bothered that Alice would ask a guest to help her with the chores, but Jasper put a restraining hand on my shoulder. Once they had moved out of the room, Jasper turned to old Quill. You don't ever have any discipline problems with that boy of yours, do you? Quill looked surprised, but he shook his head. No, not with my grandson. His father was a hothead, but Quill's a very temperate young man. Jasper nodded. Yeah, he seems like a good kid. Does what he's told, doesn't argue, doesn't get in fights at school. In fact, I bet he's the kind who smooths over other people's arguments, isn't he? Quill nodded again, looking slightly guarded. He has always been something of a peacemaker, yes. Jasper clapped a hand on my shoulder. Carlisle. No offense, but I just don't think you're the right man for this job. I beg your pardon. He smiled at me. Why don't you let me have a go at getting the boy to phase? I was a little confused as to what he was planning, but my old friend looked hopeful and I didn't want to deny him any opportunities. All right, Jasper, if you think you can manage it. Let's go outside, he said to Sam. I'm going to need you to subdue him fast if I can do this. I rose with Sam. Bella, sweetheart, why don't you stay inside? I murmured, feeling uneasy. That'd be best, Jasper agreed. Bella retrieved Alice's binder from where she had dropped it and opened it. I'll just be here looking at invitations. I'm sure Alice will keep me company. I leaned down and kissed her forehead. Then followed Sam and old Quill out the front door. Hey, Quill, come outside for a minute, Jasper called, moving out the door as well. Young Quill appeared after a moment and joined us. On the damaged turf that had once been the front lawn. Jasper led him several yards away from the rest of us and turned to him. He fixed a steady gaze on Quill, and for a moment the two of them were silent. Before long, though, I began to notice Quill becoming visibly agitated. At first, I wondered if he was uncomfortable under Jasper's scrutiny, but when I saw him clench his fists and grind his teeth, I suddenly realized what Jasper was doing. The essential ingredient that Quill was missing was anger. He was so even-tempered that we hadn't managed to drive him to the emotional breaking point. Even now, he was fighting it. He looked away from Jasper, took deep, even breaths, squeezed his eyes shut and whispered something to himself. But Jasper knew what he was doing, and the boy, for all his efforts, didn't stand a chance. He finally snapped, and with an angry yell and a ripple of heat, he transformed into a snarling wolf. Before he had even fallen to all fours, he lunged at Jasper. Jasper was ready for him, though. He caught the wolf and rolled onto his back, kicking out with his legs and launching the snarling animal several yards over his head. They both spun to face each other and crouched. But before Quill could spring again, Sam had ordered him to stop. He sank to the ground, whimpering in protest. Jasper straightened, dropping his defenses. There you go, he said, brushing the dirt and grass from his clothes. I have to say, I admire the control you have over your temper. Sam, keep that in mind. This kid is going to be an asset. The wolf leapt to his feet, letting out a little bark and spinning around where he stood. He seemed suddenly to have realized that he had accomplished his goal. You did it, Quill, I said with a smile. You've joined the pack. I clapped a hand on his grandfather's shoulder as the old man beamed with pride. Go spend some time with Sam, old Quill told the new wolf. I'm sure he has much to tell you. Sam barked happily and then shot off into the trees, forcing Quill to race after him to catch up. Jasper strode forward and held out his hand to old Quill, and the aging man took it with a grateful smile. Thank you, Jasper. My pleasure. That boy deserves every ounce of the pride you have in him. Quill turned to me then, shaking my hand as well. Carlisle, I thank you for your time and your hospitality. This means a lot to me. Of course, old friend. I'm glad we could help. Bella Swan's point of view. My mind wandered most of the morning. I tried to focus on schoolwork, but the gleam of the diamond on my finger kept catching my eye. That very quickly led my thoughts to Carlisle and the future, which inevitably led me back to thoughts of the past and to Charlie. Over the last couple of weeks, I had learned that Charlie and sports went well together. I had always known he liked sports, obviously, but I hadn't realized how helpful that could be until I had been sitting in Quest Field, watching the Seahawks pull off an unexpected win against the New Orleans Saints. Because that day, Charlie and I had finally had something to talk about. It had started with a penalty, delay of game. It seemed to me that there were million things that delayed gameplay in football, so I'd asked Charlie about it. As he'd explained the play clock to me, I'd realized that we were having a comfortable conversation for the first time since he had come home from daybreak. I had taken full advantage of this new trick. I'd asked him about everything I hadn't understood, and even a couple of things I had, just to keep him talking. And, okay, I hadn't always completely followed what he was telling me, but we'd had a conversation. It was while he was explaining to me what a flea flicker was that I'd decided to start taking an interest in sports. Honestly, it wasn't really my favorite thing. As a matter of fact, I saw watching sports with Charlie as more of a chore than anything. Understanding the games better didn't really make me like them any better. But I did like being with Charlie, and that was worth it. Bella. I snapped out of my reverie and turned to focus on Jessica, who was snapping her fingers at me from across the aisle. What did you get for number 8? She asked. I turned my eyes to my homework. 1 over x plus 4. She turned back to her book, perplexed. How? I leaned over, trying to show her how to work the problem. But after a few minutes she gave up. Whatever, I'll just get that one wrong. I'm sure Mr. Varner will review it before the test. I started to go back to my work again. But she took the opportunity to share the latest gossip. So did you hear about Tyler and Lauren? She asked, her eyes gleaming eagerly. No, I guess not. I couldn't think of a good excuse to get out of listening. So I resigned myself to hearing it. They got caught having sex under the bleachers. She whispered delightedly. Lauren was mortified, obviously, and Tyler pretended he was too. Only Eric told me that Tyler set it up so everybody would know he wasn't a virgin. That's amazing, I said, my lack of enthusiasm a bit more obvious than I had intended it to be. Thankfully, the bell rang then and ended class. I tried to make my escape, but Jessica stuck with me and kept right on talking as we made our way to our lockers before lunch. Of course, I told Lauren what Eric said, and she's pissed. I half listened as she went on, repositioning my books and heading toward the cafeteria. Apparently, I didn't talk to Jessica enough because she was feeling obligated to tell me everything that had happened at Forks High School in the last 6 months. We collected trays of food as she talked, and I searched for an opening to escape her and join the Cullens. And of course, you heard that Coach Clapp got. She suddenly stopped and gasped. Oh, my God. I stopped, startled by her sudden change of tone. What? Bella Swan, is that an engagement ring on your finger? My cheeks flamed and I dropped my eyes. Yeah, Edward proposed. She squealed loudly. Edward appeared at my side and dropped an arm around my shoulders, a smug smile on his face. Yes, I did. When were you going to tell me? Jessica demanded. And when is the wedding? Are you going to wait until after we graduate? Who are your bridesmaids going to be? You're going to ask me to be in it, right? I mean, I was only, like, your first friend here in Forks. Actually, Edward sighed with an easy smile, we'll be having a destination wedding. Just family, on a beach in South America. So sorry. But Bella won't be having any bridesmaids. I could have kissed him just then. Jessica looked crestfallen. Oh, wow, that sounds so romantic, she said, forcing a smile. Doesn't it? Edward gazed down at me. Excuse us, please. He steered me away from Jessica to the lunch table where his siblings waited, looking amused. Edward Cullen, I love you, I declared, dropping into a seat next to Alice. Rosalie smirked. Don't tell Carlisle that. You might start another feud. I don't care. The destination wedding excuse was pure genius. Thank you, Edward sighed modestly. I try. I hope that would be the end of the wedding talk at Forks High School, but my optimism on the subject was thoroughly unwarranted. This was Forks, where man did not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeded out of the mouths of gossips. By the end of the lunch period it seemed like everyone was leaning close to one another and whispering while shooting furtive glances at Edward and me. Mike wandered over to say hello before biology, perching on the edge of my lab table. "So, I hear congratulations are in order," he told me uneasily, mostly ignoring Edward. I blushed like crazy again. "Actually, your congratulations should be directed to me, Edward Said." Mike looked up, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What? It's proper to offer congratulations to the groom," he corrected, "and best wishes to the bride." Edward smiled widely, clearly enjoying Mike's bemusement. "But that's just a silly old tradition." "Right," Mike muttered, turning back to me. "Well, best wishes then." "Thanks." I smiled warmly. He hesitated. "I mean, that's kind of crazy, huh? The two of you are only juniors, and you're engaged." Edward laughed softly and put an arm around me. "When you find the one, Mike, you don't question it." "Well yeah, but people change a lot in high school, and in college. You don't think this is a little, I don't know, reckless?" I thought about his words. He had a point, at least about me. I was awfully young to be getting married. But I also knew I had a lot more experience with men and sex than most girls my age, and I knew I had no doubts about Carlisle. I had never imagined I could find someone so gentle and even-tempered who would care about me so much. And I definitely never expected to care about anyone else this much. "Maybe it is reckless," I admitted. "I definitely never saw myself getting married in high school. I never saw myself getting married at all, really." I bit my lip. "But I've never been this happy. If this is a mistake, it's worth making." Mike looked a little disappointed. "Well, then, I guess, best wishes." He patted my shoulder and stood up, moving back to his seat as the bell rang to start class. That wasn't the last I heard from Mike. He was waiting for me outside of the locker room when I finished changing after gym. His attentiveness had long since stopped annoying me, ever since the night that he had given me a place to stay when I couldn't go home. I wished that he didn't feel so strongly about me, but I recognized in him a true friend. "Hey," he said by way of greeting when he saw me. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" Sure. Do you want to walk out with me?" He fell into step beside me as we headed toward the parking lot. "I just want to make sure everything is okay. I mean, with Cullen and your dad and all." "Yeah, things are good," I assured him. "And look, I really appreciate you not saying anything about Charlie." He shrugged. "I get it. That stuff is private and people in this town talk a lot. He's out now," I told him brightly. "He came home Christmas morning." "That's great," Mike said with a smile. "Is everything okay, like, between the two of you?" "Yeah, it's getting a lot better." "Good," he said. "Good." He paused. "What does he think of you being engaged?" "He's not thrilled. But he knows Edward's a good guy, and when Edward asked for his blessing, he gave it." He walked beside me for a minute in silence. After a moment he took a deep breath. "Bella, that night, when you were in Port Angeles." He shoved his hands in his pockets. "Where was Cullen? I mean, you needed help, and he wasn't there for you." "We had a fight," I lied. "Well, it was kind of a lie. He would have come but I didn't want to see him. I've worried about you a lot since then." He confessed. "I've worried that he doesn't treat you right." I stopped at the edge of the parking lot and turned to face him. "I don't think I ever properly thanked you for that night. You were there for me when I really needed a friend. I can't tell you how much that meant to me." I stepped close to him, wrapping my arms around him and hugging him tightly. "I haven't had very many real friends." He held me close, for maybe a little too long, but I didn't fight it. "I'm always here for you, Bella," he murmured in my ear. "For anything. Hopefully I don't end up playing the damsel in distress too often." I joked as he released me. "But it's good to know there are still a few white knights out there when a girl needs them." "Aren't white knights supposed to win the heart of the princess?" Mike asked, a deep sadness in his eyes. I squeezed his hand, almost wishing I could give him what he wanted. "They always do, once they've saved the right princess." Edward had spotted us talking. And he strode toward us now, eyeing Mike warily. "Everything okay, guys?" "Everything's great." I stretched up to give Mike a peck on the cheek, and then took Edward's hand and pulled him away before he could give Mike a hard time. "What was that all about?" he asked, sounding defensive. I laughed. Are you getting jealous on Carlisle's behalf? I'm looking out for his interests. Whatever. Everything's fine. I was giving Mike a long overdue thank you for being a good guy. Edward snorted. Yeah, he was a real gentleman. He was, I said, a little irritated by his condescending attitude. You don't know, Edward. He was really sweet to me. Not as sweet as you think. He smirked. How would you know? You weren't there. I wasn't, but Carlisle was. What? Yes widened in horror as the implication settled on me. No. Carlisle heard. Oh, no. He grinned, dropping an arm over my shoulders. Every word. You should know by now that he'd never have left you alone when you were in that state. Quote. Oh, how does he not hate me? I wailed, burying my face in Edward's chest. I could feel his body shaking with laughter. Isabella Swan, when are you going tea? Oh, except that Carlisle is never going to stop loving you. Maybe when I start deserving it, I muttered. He understands. It was a bad night all around. He grinned, though Mike certainly made the best of it. All right, let's hear it. I snapped impatiently. What are you hinting at? We got to my truck and he gave me a hand up into the cab, leaning in with a conspiratorial grin on his face. Quote. While Carlisle was hanging out outside the house, he was treated to the symphonic sounds of Mike Newton grunting your name while he pleasured himself. He stepped back and closed the door in my face. My jaw hung open as he strolled around the truck with a smug look on his face, but when he climbed up into the cab next to me, I composed myself. You know what? I don't care. He was sweet to me when I gave him permission not to be. He's a good guy, and I don't want to hear you making him into a punchline. He gave me a wry grin. Yes, ma'am. You know, I think I'm starting to see why the Cosmos Haw's decided you're a good fit for Carlisle. Why? I asked curiously, scanning the parking lot for Alice. I spotted her next to Emmett's Jeep, making out with Jasper. He always sees the best in people too. His words took me by surprise. I definitely didn't consider myself the type to see the best in people, or anyway, I hadn't been a few months ago. Maybe he's rubbing off on me, I murmured, more to myself than to Edward. He smirked. Mike is picturing you naked right now. You're not half as funny as you think you are, I said, rolling my eyes. Edward snickered and rolled down the window. Marry Alice Cullen, he yelled across the parking lot. Stop sucking face with your boyfriend and get over here or we're planning the wedding without you. I groaned and dropped my forehead against the steering wheel. Do you have to shout about the wedding to the whole school? He grinned. You should hear them. If they're not talking about it, they're thinking about it. Everybody is wondering if we're really engaged. Yeah, I snapped. And how many of them are wondering if I'm pregnant? His grin widened. Almost as many. Terrific. Alice finally broke away from Jasper and skipped over to the truck. Edward slid over to let her in, and the three of us headed back to my house. Jacob joined us a few minutes after we arrived, and the four of us lounged around in the den while Alice led me through more wedding details. We still need an officiant, she said. Which will be problematic if you really want to do this in the sunlight. She frowned speculatively. Does anybody know of any blind ministers? Billy could do it, Jacob volunteered. Legally, he's the tribal chief of the Quileutes. That gives him the authority to perform marriages in Washington. Alice tapped her chin thoughtfully. He's not a minister. I'm not sure how much that would be a problem for Carlisle. Are you kidding? Edward Said. He's Ephraim Black's grandson. Carlisle will eat it up. Throw a couple of God references into the vows. And he'll be in seventh heaven. What do you think, Bella? Alice asked. I like it. I've known Billy forever. I'd love to have him perform the ceremony. Come over tomorrow, Jacob told me. You can ask him. Quote. Okay, I could do that. Call me when you get home from school. You got it. I expected Alice to protest the loss of wedding planning time, but when I glanced at her she was gazing off into space. Her eyes glassy. Alice, are you? Edward held up a hand, cutting me off. He was staring at Alice with wide eyes, a horrified look on his face. No, Alice whispered. No. What about Arrow? Edward demanded. Will he put a stop to it? I don't know, Alice said weakly. He has to decide. Edward looked up at Jacob and me. Don't say a word about it, he ordered Alice. Not to Jasper and especially not to Carlisle. Edward, we have to. Yes, Edward cut in. We do. But if Carlisle and Jasper know, Arrow knows. Alice looked terrified. She and Edward leapt to their feet and, without a word of goodbye, they took off out the back door. What was that? Jacob asked. My stomach was fluttering nervously. I don't know. I guess Alice saw something coming that she didn't like. Huh, Jacob said dismissively. I guess you get a day off from wedding stuff. Want to go to the diner? I'm starving. Sure, I said absently. The fluttering in my stomach was quickly turning into a leaden weight. The only part of that whole exchange I had understood was Arrow. I knew who he was and I knew what he could do when he touched someone's hand. What I didn't know as what had scared Alice so badly or how Arrow would be touching Carlisle or Jasper to find out about it. Was he coming here? My blood ran cold at the thought but my mind tried to rationalize. Surely him coming here wouldn't be so bad. After all, Carlisle had talked about inviting him to the wedding like it was nothing. But maybe he just didn't expect him to attend. Why invite him at all, though, if his presence was cause for alarm? I was in my truck now without having been conscious of grabbing my jacket and exiting the house. Is everything okay? Jacob asked. You look a little pale. I don't know, I told him. I started the truck, trying to focus more on what I was doing, and as we drove to the diner I filled Jacob in on what I knew about Arrow. He frowned, mulling it over as we went inside and got a table. So it sounds like Alice saw Arrow finding out about something he wouldn't like. What would that be? Me, I said frankly. Humans aren't supposed to know about them. Charlie too, then, Jacob pointed out. The knot in my stomach tightened. But if that's it, then why would Carlisle invite Arrow to visit? Maybe that's not it, he shrugged. I'm having a burger, what are you having? I stared at the menu in distaste. I wasn't sure I could eat anything, sick as I was with worry. Bella, look at me, Jacob said, covering my hand with his. If this Arrow guy shows up looking for trouble, he'll find it. We've got 8 wolves just itching to bite off a hunk of vampire meat. His reassurances went a long way towards settling my stomach, and I took a slow, calming breath. I think I'll have a Cobb salad. Blank. Edward and Alice were both absent from school the next day, and when Jacob didn't call me to come over that afternoon, I tried calling him and got no answer. I hung up, feeling bewildered, and looked around at the empty house. For the first time in months, I was alone. At first, I was pleased. I had always treasured my solitude before coming to Forks. I liked living with Charlie, partly because he left me in peace so much of the time. Or anyway, he used to. These days he wanted to keep a constant eye on me whenever Carlisle was over. So I was actually pretty happy to have some time to myself. I soon discovered, however, that I had gotten out of the habit of being alone. I read for a while, checked my email, did what little bit of homework I had. And then I simply stared around the den. I realized with a start that I was lonely. I hadn't felt lonely since I was a kid. I thought I had grown out of it, honestly, but now I wondered if it was possible that I had just learned to ignore it. I needed company. I moved to the back door and looked out into the trees, wondering which wolves were keeping watch today. I'm making cookies if you guys want some. I called out. Come on in if you're hungry. I headed inside, listening for the inevitable sounds of feet running toward the house, accompanied by excited whooping. I had never known any of the wolves to turn down food when it was offered. But no one came, and I was utterly confused. Did they really ignore my invitation? Or were they just not there? I decided not to bake the cookies, since there wouldn't be anyone to eat them, and I distracted myself instead by starting dinner. When that didn't take enough time, I went ahead and pulled together a dessert as well. I was actually relieved when the door swung open and Charlie stepped inside. He glanced around the house curiously. The Cullens and the wolves usually didn't leave until after he got home, so he was accustomed to seeing the place a little bit busier when he came in. No friends today? He asked, coming into the kitchen as I set dinner on the table. I shook my head. Everybody was busy tonight, apparently. He took his place at the table. This looks good, Bells. We stumbled through small talk and, as always, I was relieved when Carlisle arrived. I answered the door when he knocked, penning it to see him frowning into the trees. Where are the wolves? I shrugged. I don't know. Alice didn't come over either. His eyes darkened. You've been alone all afternoon. I nodded, taking his hand and drawing him into the house. It's not a big deal. His expression told me he disagreed with me, but he didn't argue. I'll call Sam this evening, was all he said. We settled onto the CH in the den and I threw my legs over his lap. Why didn't Alice come over? He asked, his fingers stroking idly at a lock of hair that had fallen over my shoulder. I don't know. How come she didn't go to school? His hand stilled. She didn't. You didn't know. He shook his head warily. I chewed at my lip, remembering what Edward had said the day before. What Carlisle knew, Arrow would know. Whatever Alice was doing, she apparently didn't want Carlisle involved. I shrugged, playing it off. You know how Alice is. She probably got lured away by a Marc Jacobs sale or something. I bet she'll how up with a pile of new clothes for everyone. He smiled, but his eyes were troubled. The next day was the same. Alice and Edward were both no-shows at school and no wolves answered my call after I got home. Carlisle was irritated this time, and when we were cuddled together in bed that night, he broached the subject carefully. Bella, do you know of any problems out at La Push? I shook my head, snuggling against his chest. No, why? Quote, I haven't been able to get through to Sam or Jacob, he said. Yesterday or today, they didn't mention anything. If you speak to Jacob, will you ask him if everything is all right? Sure. And if no one is here with you tomorrow when your father gets home, please call Emmett or Rosalie to stay with you. Okay. I was dying to ask him what was up with Alice. But I was afraid to call attention to her absences at school. He hesitated. If Emmett and Rose don't come, please call me, Bella. I'd rather leave work early than have you alone here with your father. He's been really great, I told him, feeling the need to defend Charlie. I know. I have high hopes for him. But relapse is part of recovery, and I'm not willing to let you get hurt again. I pressed my lips to the cold, bare skin of his chest. Thank you, I murmured. Of course, sweetheart. His chilled fingers lightly stroked my scalp, draining away the tension I had accumulated while worrying over Alice's odd behavior. Blank. The next morning Edward was waiting by my truck when I headed outside to go to school. He hopped inside with me and I shot him a reproachful look as I started the truck. Are you going to tell me what's going on? No, he said seriously. But I'm going to ask you for a favor. I rolled my eyes. I'll trade you a favor for full disclosure. No deal. Trust me, you don't want to know what I know. Fine. What do you want? I want you to convince Carlisle to quit calling the wolves. It's important that he not talk to them for a little while. How in the world am I supposed to do that? I don't know, but you've got to come up with something. Why don't you come up with something? Because I can't talk to him either, he said, looking stressed. If he sees me, he'll know something's wrong, and he can't know something's wrong. And how am I supposed to convince him not to talk to them without tipping him off that something's wrong? I asked, exasperated. And by the way, in case you've forgotten, I don't have the luxury of lying to you super freaks. My heart rate picks up and I emit hormones, remember? It's the same response you would have to any stressful situation. Just convince Carlisle that you're upset about something else, and he won't know that your reaction is because you're lying to him. Oh, is that all it takes? I snapped irritably. Piece of cake, then. Look, Bella, I wouldn't ask you if it wasn't important, Edward Said, and I was caught off guard by the undercurrent of frustration in his voice. Edward didn't usually lose his cool, but he was creeping that direction now. How important? I knew I was going to have to give in, but I didn't like it one bit. Life and death. For several people whom you care very much about. I sighed in defeat. Fine. I'll come up with something. But while I'm doing my part, you and Alice had better be doing yours. We're working on it, he assured me, his expression grim. So are you coming to school today? No, we won't be back for a while. Listen, don't talk to Jasper about this, okay? I know he's upset about being kept in the dark, but it's important. Because if Jasper knows, Arrow knows. He nodded seriously. Yes, you're asking an awful lot, Edward. Carlisle and Jasper are the two people in the world who most deserve my honesty. And you want me to lie to both of them. It's important. I'm not arguing with you, I said, resigned. I'm just telling you that I don't like it. I'm with you there. How much longer is this going to go on? He sighed. I don't know. At least another couple of weeks. After that, decisions haven't been made yet. I don't suppose Alice can tell us what decisions we should make. He smiled wryly. She's working on figuring that out. Manipulating the future is sort of complicated. So is lying to Carlisle without letting him know you're lying to him. You can do it, Bella. I have faith in you. I called him names under my breath as I pulled into the school parking lot, knowing full well that he could hear me and ignoring his amused chuckling. Once we parked, he hopped out of the truck and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek before loping off into the trees. His presence didn't go unnoticed. Jasper strode over to me immediately, fixing me with a piercing glare. What's going on? I don't know, I mumbled, dropping my eyes. I couldn't meet his gaze, not when it carried so much disapproval. Tell me what he said to you. I shook my head and turned away. I can't. He grabbed my wrist, pulling me back. I've had enough of this. If you know what Alice has gotten herself involved in, you need to tell me. Jasper, I can't, I said, trying to meet his eyes and wordlessly pleading with him to let it go. You know her better than anyone. If she's holding things back, you know there has to be a good reason. Damn her reasons, he hissed. I can't protect her if I can't even find her. My eyes widened. He didn't know where Alice was. Could it really be such a big deal that she would cut herself off from her husband completely? I have to trust her, I told him, deliberately pulling my wrist from his grip. He grabbed my arm again, holding tighter this time. This is important. I pulled against his hand. You know what else was important? When I was stuck in an ice bath, slowly freezing to death, and Alice didn't say anything because it could have gotten the whole family killed. I yanked my arm back, and he let it go. She got us through that, okay, I have to believe she'll get us through whatever it is she's seeing now. I turned and stalked away from him, praying all the way to the school building that he wouldn't follow me. Thankfully, he didn't. One down, one to go. How was I going to convince Carlisle to stop calling Sam and Jacob? Particularly when he had been relying on them to keep Charlie in line. I puzzled over it all day and most of the evening. I knew Carlisle noticed my distraction, but he didn't say anything about it until after I bid Charlie goodnight and joined him in my room. He was at my side as soon as I closed the door, helping me pull off my clothes and placing gentle kisses on my body as he helped me change into my pajamas. Darling, what's wrong? He asked, wrapping a silky top around me and doing up the buttons as he nuzzled my neck. I chewed at the inside of my cheek, hoping that the story I was going with wasn't completely transparent. You know how Sam and Jacob haven't been answering their phones? Yes, do you know why? I took a steadying breath. I kind of had a fight with Jacob. I couldn't meet his gaze, and I hoped that ducking my head the way I was would make me look sad instead of guilty. What? He asked gently, his voice full of concern. What happened? I twisted my hands in front of me. It's not a big deal, I told him, fervently hoping he would let me off the hook. He pressed a hand to my cheek, gently guiding my gaze to his. Is there anything I can do? God, I was slime. Lower than slime. He was so perfect and sweet, and I was lying to him. And when did lying get to be something that bothered me, anyway? This should be second nature. I shook my head, dropping my gaze again. No, I think I just need some space. I told him I didn't want to talk to him or any of the other wolves for a while. And I asked them not to contact us. Carlisle slipped an arm around me and guided me to the bed. Are you sure that's what you want to do? Closing off communication doesn't usually solve any problems. I slid under the blankets as he held them back for me, and then he tucked himself in beside me. I just want to give it some time, I said, rolling away from him. Will you tell me what happened? He asked gently, sliding up behind me and molding his body around mine. God, I wanted to tell him the truth. Mostly because I was scared of the truth, and I wanted to seek comfort in his arms. I don't want to talk about it. I didn't understand why I felt so guilty for letting him hold me like this while I lied to him. I had concealed the truth from him so many times before. What was the big deal now? Shouldn't it be easier when I was trying to protect him? Bella, he breathed in his honeyed voice, his lips against my ear and his cool breath washing over my skin. Please, darling, don't shut me out. My chest tightened, and I felt tears rise up to my eyes. I let them fall, knowing I was supposed to be convincing him that I was upset anyway. That part, at least, wasn't a lie. I just want to forget about it. He kissed my ear gently, his hands stroking my arm. Sweetheart, I know it's difficult to open up, but it tends to make things easier when you unburden on someone else. I couldn't take it. I couldn't lie here in his arms and mislead him like this when he was being so perfect, so Carlisle. I wasn't worthy of this caliber of kindness. If he would just get mad at me I could handle it. But with him trying to help and comfort me the way he was, I could barely keep from turning around and confessing my sins as I huddled against his chest. I want you to go, I said softly. My voice breaking. He stilled. I apologize, he said gently. I shouldn't have pushed you, I'm very sorry. I was so very much lower than slime. But I couldn't keep this up with him holding me and being so sweet. I don't want you to stay tonight, I said again. He pulled back and sat on the edge of the bed. I could feel his eyes on me, but I couldn't turn to look at him. All right, he said softly. The hurt in his voice cutting deep into my heart. I'll go if that's what you want. I sniffed and nodded. He stood and moved slowly to the window, sliding it open. I concentrated on not looking at him. Call me if you need anything, he said softly. I wanted to jump out of bed and throw myself into his arms, to beg him not to leave, to tell him everything. Life and death, Bella. Suck it up. I just nodded. Good night, Angel, he whispered softly. I love you. I heard the window slide shut, and I turned into my pillow and sobbed. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. I sat silently next to Bella. My attention focused on her while she stared out at the darkness beyond the car window. This was our new pattern. For more than a week, I had watched her and waited, never demanding that she talk to me but always hoping that she would. In return, she had been distant and distracted. She hadn't been cold, exactly, but she was definitely withdrawing into herself, behaving much as she had when we had first met. I had become accustomed to our easy intimacy over the last several weeks, and I didn't know what had caused us to lose that closeness. My first guess was that it had something to do with her fight with Jacob. My girl had been hurt by men so frequently and had trusted Jacob so implicitly that any injury from him could set her back significantly. I badly wanted to have words with the boy. But at Bella's request, I refrained. As much as I wished to protect her from any pain or distress in her life, it was still her life, and she had the right to fight her own battles. I had to have faith that she would work things out in her own time and come back to me when she had. That was easier said than done. Having her so far away from me was more uncomfortable than I could have imagined. I hadn't felt quite right since the night she had asked me to leave her room. I had spent that evening secluded in the trees outside, listening with a heavy heart as she cried herself to sleep. I didn't know if she was angry with me or if I had offended her in some way, and I'd stood there for hours, staring at the plumerias I had planned to give her in the morning. I didn't know if the gesture would be welcome now. She had asked me to leave. Would she be upset if I returned long enough to leave my token for her? Would she be hurt if I didn't? In the end, I crept up the side of the house and slid her window open just far enough to reach in and set the blossoms on her desk. I hoped she would see the little stem of flowers and take it in the spirit with which it was offered. I loved her and I would always love her. Nothing would ever change that. She hadn't mentioned it, but the next day the flowers had been in the vase beside the bed. I sighed quietly at the memory of that difficult night and at the frustration I had felt every day since then. In addition to my concerns about Bella, I was thoroughly nonplussed over what was going on with Edward and Alice. I hadn't seen even a hint of their presence for nearly 2 weeks, and what was more, neither had their partners. They didn't call, nor would they answer their phones. There was no trace of a fresh scene. From them in the woods surrounding the house to indicate that they had been by, though honestly, I hadn't really strayed far enough from the house to pick up a trail. With Edward away I hadn't hunted, and my eyes were nearly black now, reminding me of my need to attend to that little detail soon. I would ask Esme if she wanted to go with me tomorrow. She and I had grown close over the years, with her so frequently posing as my wife. And I certainly considered her a confidant. She was warm and understanding, and I knew she would be comforting, even if she wasn't exactly who I needed. The person I really wanted was Edward. I wanted the man who didn't need words, who could run beside me and listen as I silently mulled things over, telling him without words of the worry I felt over recent events. But I didn't have Edward, and that only increased my worry. My son, my dearest friend, had left once again, and I felt just as wrong-footed now as I had when he had fled Bella's scent and gone to Alaska. More so, actually. Because this time he had taken Alice instead of Esme. I couldn't understand it. I never would have assumed that any impropriety was taking place between them, and neither did Esme. But Jasper did. Each evening that Alice didn't return to him intensified his feelings of anger, betrayal, and the overwhelming agony that he felt over having been abandoned by his mate. He had given up attending school. And over the last few days his emotional turmoil had leaked into the atmosphere, making our home a somewhat disconcerting place to be. He was thinking of leaving us, I knew. He had been deceived and manipulated by Maria throughout much of his life, and Alice's disappearance had reopened old wounds for him. Esme had talked him into staying for now, and it was only her confidence in Edward and Alice that kept him from setting off on his own. I glanced at Bella, who was still staring out the window, her face blank. I reached over and laced my fingers through hers and she acknowledged me with a small smile before turning her attention back outside. She was trying hard to keep things peaceable between us, but I almost preferred her anger to the chasm that separated us now. The day after she had asked me to leave, she'd apologized to me. She'd told me she loved me, and that she regretted pushing me away. But even though her words were right, her manner was distant. There was no warmth in her voice and her eyes didn't meet mine. She was cutting herself off from me, denying me access to any heartfelt emotion, and I knew that the problem had not been resolved. When I'd tried to speak to her about it, she'd simply apologized again and then kissed me deeply enough that I almost believed she meant it. I looked at her again, admiring the way the deep blue silk of her dress draped around her body. She was so beautiful. I preferred her smile, but even in these more pensive moments, she was stunning. Her soft pink lips were drawn into a slight frown and there was a crease between her eyebrows that gave away her discontent. I stroked her fingers, wishing that my touch could give her the comfort that she needed. "Did you enjoy the play?" I asked her softly. She seemed surprised to hear me speak. And though she turned to me, it was clear her mind was still far away. "It was nice," she said absently. Her words confirmed my suspicion that the performance hadn't held her attention any better than I could seem to. There were many words that one could use to describe the glass menagerie, but nice wasn't one of them. "I thought you might like it since you appreciated A Doll's House," I pressed, hoping to draw her into a conversation about things I knew she cared about. "They're quite different, of course, but they share the escapist theme." She nodded, her eyes on the dash in front of us. It was interesting. It was clear that she wasn't at all interested. To be absolutely honest, I wasn't all that interested in critiquing plays at the moment either. My Bella was upset and I had a good idea that her distress was somehow connected with Edward and Alice. I hadn't thought that was the case at first, but when I'd brought her to the house the previous weekend, Jasper had reacted to her with pure hostility. The moment I'd ushered her through the door, he'd shot a cold glare at her. She had simply dropped her gaze, looking apologetic, and I realized that, at the very least, she knew something about what had happened to make them leave. The way she looked away from me and mumbled her responses whenever I mentioned Edward and Alice gave credence to my theory. I couldn't understand why she would hide things from me the way she was, but then, I also couldn't understand what would drive two of my children to disappear without so much as a word to their mates. Whatever it was, I resented it, both for the stress it was putting on my family and for making my girl close herself off from me. And the situation with Jasper wasn't helping. He had been a friend to Bella in her previous times of stress, and I would have preferred to see him act similarly now. But Jasper was hurting and Bella was denying him information on the thing he cared most about. I had tried to let them alone to settle the issue themselves, but this evening Jasper had gone too far. He had quizzed Bella on what she knew, receiving only evasive responses or outright lies. And in his frustration he started manipulating her mood, spiking her feelings of guilt and unhappiness and driving her to her knees in tears. A warning from me was all it took to stop him, and I knew. Jasper was probably already feeling guilty for what he had done. He didn't like to use his gift to take away a person's will. Of course, if there was anything that would make him violate his principles, it was Alice. He would do anything for her, just as I would do anything for Bella. I had removed her from the house immediately after Jasper's inappropriate actions, suggesting that we attend a place this evening primarily to get her away from him. I would be having an unpleasant conversation with him later. For now, though, my thoughts focused on my Bella. I couldn't help but try, once again, to get her to come back to me. Sweetheart, is there anything you'd like to talk about? I asked gently. She offered me another small smile and shook her head, but her heartbeat and her scent betrayed the lie. It made me feel marginally better that at least she would prefer to talk to me, though something was apparently preventing her from doing so. Have you heard from Edward or Alice? I pressed. She shook her head, biting anxiously at her lip. And you still don't want to call Jacob? She shook her head again. I sighed softly. I don't mean to rush you, darling, but whatever it is that's going on is clearly making you unhappy. Don't you think it would be best to address the problem and move past it? She turned her eyes out the window again. I wish I could. The sadness in her voice made me ache inside. And I gently squeezed her hand. Why can't you, love? She took a slow breath before answering, choosing her words carefully. I'm waiting for something. That was more than she had told me so far, so I pressed harder, hoping to learn a little more. Do you know how long you'll be waiting? She shook her head. Perhaps I can help. What is it that you're waiting for? She turned to me then, her eyes pleading. Carlisle, I'm sorry about all this. I really am. I know it's bothering you, and I wish I could make it go away, but I can't. Let me help you, I coaxed. At least let me try. What could it hurt to talk about it for a few minutes? She looked away again, her eyes staring out the window. I'm sorry, she whispered. I brought her hand to my lips, kissing her warm fingers. We have to learn to talk to each other. She jerked her hand away, anger flaring in her eyes. Why don't you just say what you mean? She snapped, her voice cold. I need to learn to talk to you, right? Because you don't have this problem. That's not what I meant. Isn't it? She demanded, whirling to face me. Because as far as I can tell, you've never had a hard time talking to anyone. Her anger shocked me and I tried to swallow back the hurt. That's not true. Of course it's true, she said bitterly, her eyes filling with tears. Everything is easy for you because everything about you is perfect. And I'm sorry that I can't be like that. I'm sorry that I don't have flawless self-control like yours. I'm sorry that I don't always see the best in everyone like you do, and I'm sorry that sometimes it's not as easy for me to talk about things as it is for you. She wiped impatiently at the tears that slipped down her cheeks. Her declarations rankled. That's not fair. I never demanded perfection from you and I never claimed it myself. Of course you didn't, she muttered. Arrogance would be a flaw, and you don't have those. Stop, please. If you feel like I've behaved condescendingly we can address that. But we won't get anywhere like this. She turned back to the window, the tears falling freely now. You haven't, she said, her voice thick with sorrow. I was left completely lost by all of this. Help me, I begged. I don't understand what's wrong. She sniffled, keeping her back to me. I'm sorry, she choked. You don't deserve this. What? I asked her, trying desperately to understand. I don't deserve what? She wrapped her arms around herself, hugging her body. Someone who lies to you, she said, her voice quivering. You're perfect, and I'm just not. I shouldn't be with you. I braked hard, throwing Bella against the restraint of her seatbelt, and whipped the car onto the shoulder of the highway. In under a second I had shifted my seat back and unbuckled Bella's seatbelt. I pulled her across the console into my lap. No, I whispered against her ear, fighting back panic. Please, don't talk about leaving me. Don't even think about leaving me. Please. I held her tightly, desperate to keep her close. I need you. I swallowed hard against tears that would never fall. I need you. She buried her head in the crook of my neck, crying softly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I won't leave. Her sobs tore at my heart, and yet somehow it was better than the remote pleasantness that she had offered me all week. I cherished her openness, even if it was difficult to bear her sorrow. I could get through it, could get through anything, if my girl was with me. I held her until her sobs quieted, and then ventured to speak again. I may, perhaps, have been slightly hypocritical, I admitted to her, hoping that my confession might free her enough that she could make one of her own. There is something that I've wanted to discuss, but have held back for reasons of my own. Her hand came up to stroke my neck. What is it? I shook my head. It's nothing monumental, I'm just worried. I didn't wish to burden you with it, but I realize that it's probably a mistake to expect you to confide in me when I haven't confided in you. I can't, Carlisle, she whispered sadly. I would if I could, but there are reasons I can't tell you what's going on. I didn't understand how a mere conversation could really be so terrible, but I didn't think it would be wise to push her any further tonight. If you want to talk, I'll listen, she offered quietly. I sighed softly. I want to, but I don't want to add to the weight you're carrying. It's okay. I'd like to hear. I threaded my fingers through the soft waves of her hair, stroking absently with one hand while the other slid idly over the delicate silk of her dress where it rode high on her thigh. It disturbs me to be without Edward, I admitted softly. Over the last century I've come to rely quite heavily on him. I cherish my family and I loved Ephraim dearly, but I've never been closer to any man than I am to Edward. No one has ever understood me like he does. She stayed silent, letting me ramble. Even Arrow, as thoroughly as he knew my mind, couldn't puzzle me out. I'm sure he thought I was the first vampire he had ever come across who was clinically insane. She laughed softly, bringing a smile to my face. I do admire Arrow, I mused, thinking fondly of the man. I knew there was little organization to what I was saying, but I needed to say it anyway. Edward would have understood, that was part of what made him so wonderful. He was used to the disorganized, half-formed thoughts that added flavor and depth to the ones that managed to get articulated. My years with the Volturi were a bright spot in an otherwise lonely existence. There were things that disturbed me about them, of course, which was why I eventually chose solitude over their companionship. But after I left them I thought often of returning. I missed the company of people I didn't have to lie to. I sighed softly. Edward was, well, he was the solution. When I turned him, I hoped that I would be able to create not only a brother in vampirism but a brother in pacifism as well. I hoped that teaching him as a newborn to reject human blood would give him a predisposition toward my lifestyle. I hoped, essentially, that he would follow in my footsteps, and for a while, he did. For a while, I nodded. Yes, he, and later Esme, both took well to the lifestyle. But after a while, Edward grew discontent with my restrictions, and one day he left to pursue what he felt was a more natural course. Esme, of course, went with him. I shuddered, thinking of that long ago time. That was difficult for me. I had experienced what it was like to have a real family, people who I loved and respected, and who shared an affection for me in return. When Edward and Esme left, it devastated me. I found myself alone once again, only this time my loneliness was colored with the sting of rejection. I felt inadequate, unworthy of love, of family. It was the darkest time in my life. Excepting the first months after my transformation. Bella's lips moved gently against my neck. That must have been awful. I nodded solemnly, feeling the agony all over again. It was. And Uppos have always feared that it would happen again. Over the last century, I have drawn together a rather large family, but I've never been entirely confident that they wouldn't drift away at some point. I sighed. And now with Edward and Alice gone, with Jasper thinking about leaving as well. I'm afraid. I don't know what to do to keep us together. She was silent a moment, her fingers twisting in my hair. Finally, she took a shaky breath and said softly, "They're not gone." I pulled back a little, looking into her face. She bit her lip anxiously, not meeting my gaze. "They're coming back. At least, I think they are. They're taking care of something." "Of what?" I asked gently, hoping that she would answer me this time. She shook her head. "I don't know." I could detect no hint of a lie. Bella may have been better informed than I, but clearly she didn't know everything. Still, they had given her the impression that they would return, and that lightened my spirits significantly. "That's comforting. Thank you for telling me." Her only answer was to loosen my tie and unbutton my top button so she could leave a trail of kisses down to my collarbone. "Shall we go home?" I asked her. She nodded. I slid the seat forward, keeping her in my lap, and shifted the car into gear. She started to scoot back to her seat, but I held her against my chest. I was unwilling to allow any distance between us. I needed her close to me in whatever way she would permit. Bella giggled. "Isn't this illegal?" "I expect it probably is." "And dangerous?" I shook my head. "My love, I assure you. In the unlikely event of an accident, you would be far safer in my arms than behind a seatbelt." She hummed softly and laid her head on my shoulder again. "Okay," she murmured. I smiled to myself. Every now and then, my girl managed to show a little bit of trust in me. The next day was better. It was Sunday, Bella's day with Charlie, and I missed her fiercely. But I looked forward to a much warmer welcome when I crawled in her window that night, and that made it easier. Jasper allowed himself to be appeased as well when I convinced him to hunt with me and passed along Bella's comforting words. We were not entirely satisfied with the state of things, but my family settled into a tenuous, anticipatory optimism. As it turned out, we didn't have long to wait for new developments. On Monday evening while I was visiting with Bella, Edward's Volvo pulled up in front of Bella's house. My ears perked up immediately, and I listened for any conversation. There was none, but both Edward and Alice were in the car. The two of them stayed silent as the car parked, and it was only Alice who exited and moved to the door, knocking lightly. "It's Alice," I murmured to Bella, and Charlie moved to answer the door. I listened silently as Alice greeted him in a somewhat more subdued manner than I was accustomed to hearing from her. I sniffed curiously at the air. Alice smelled of soap, but not anything we kept at home. She had bathed recently, but she hadn't done it at the house. In fact, since I couldn't detect any hint of Jasper's scent on her, I guessed that she hadn't gone home at all. I couldn't help but wonder once again what she and Edward were up to. Alice moved into the room, her face displaying remorse. "Hi, Carlisle." I stood, releasing Bella's hand and moving to embrace my daughter. "Alice," I said, "we've missed you so much." She pulled back, looking anxious, and it was then that I noticed the heavy cream-colored envelope she was turning over and over in her hands. "You have mail," she said timidly. I took the envelope from her, noting the Italian return address written neatly in my old friend's bold script. I smiled to myself, missing the man once again. "We need to have a family meeting. And Charlie should come too." My smile faltered at her serious tone. "Have you seen something? Can we have a meeting?" She pressed. "All right, sweetheart, I'll come home with you." I looked at Charlie. "Would you mind accompanying us? It appears we have something important to discuss." He eyed me warily but capitulated when Alice gave him a pleading look. Bella hooked her arm through his and shot Alice a questioning look as we headed outside to where Edward waited in his Volvo. "You'd better tell him," Alice nodded, responding to Bella's question before she could voice it. "So, Dad," Bella said brightly, "if we're going to hang out with the Cullens, there are a couple of things you should know." "Like what?" He slid into the back seat and Bella crawled in next to him, placing herself between us. "Like the fact that Alice is an insufferable know-it-all," she grinned. "And Edward is even worse." Edward winked at her. "I missed you too, Bella." Bella started to explain my family's extra talents to her father, and I reached out and gripped Edward's shoulder as he directed the car onto the road. "Are you back for good?" I asked him silently. He hesitated but nodded. "I'm sure you had your reasons for leaving the way you did, but it was very hard on the family. Jasper, in particular, will take some time to put it behind him." "And you?" Edward asked softly, so as not to interrupt Bella. "Will you forgive me any time soon? I hold no grudge, but I would very much like an explanation." "I won't be able to give you an acceptable one," he said apologetically. "Not yet. What is this meeting about?" "Then, just wait. You'll see. Look, they're doing it right now." Bella's words cut into my thoughts, and I looked at her. "What?" She laughed, and Charlie's chuckle joined hers. "I was just telling Dad about how you and Edward are always having these silent conversations." I smiled and kissed the tip of her nose. "So we are." Edward and Alice remained tight-lipped through the remainder of the drive, though they did occasionally step in to help Charlie understand their gifts. Edward was discussing his inability to hear Bella's mind and his difficulty hearing Charlie's when we pulled up in front of the house. Jasper was already waiting on the porch, and before the car had even stopped he was wrenching Alice's door open and dragging her out of the car and into his arms. Mixed emotions of fury and relief washed over us all, and I fought to resist the flood of it. "Jasper, rein yourself in," I said, a little more sharply than I had intended. The foreign emotions dissipated, and he muttered a reluctant apology before sweeping Alice off of her feet and darting into the trees at the back of the house. "So much for the family meeting," Bella said dryly. "They'll be back," Edward assured her, a smile breaking over his face as Esme appeared in the front doorway. He jumped out of the car and rushed to meet her, leaping over the porch railing and catching her up in a warm embrace. He murmured apologies and assurances of his love as he peppered her face and neck with kisses. There was no anger or reproach in Esme's response. She was simply thrilled to have her husband home again. I ushered Bella and Charlie into the house, bringing in an extra chair to accommodate our guest while Emmett and Rosalie greeted Edward and fired off questions about what was going on. He deflected them, taking a seat at the table, and we all sat down to wait for Jasper and Alice to return. It took a few minutes, but eventually, they reappeared. Jasper was still seething, but he pulled Alice into his lap as he settled at the foot of the table. I tapped the envelope I still held against the tabletop. "All right, Alice, since you called the meeting, why don't you get us started?" She addressed Charlie when she spoke. "Humans aren't supposed to know about us," she told him. "It threatens the secret, and the Volturi don't allow anything that threatens the secret." She continued, briefly explaining the Volturi, and telling him about the letter I had written asking for an exception. "Carlisle made a good decision," she said. "Arrow is intending to allow the exception, but she hesitated. He wants us to jump through some hoops." Charlie frowned. "I think you should read the letter," Alice told me. I slit the envelope open with my thumbnail and pulled out a heavy piece of stationery with the Volturi crest emblazoned on the top. I unfolded it and scanned it quickly, then read it aloud. "My dear Carlisle, my brothers and I were quite delighted to receive your letter. It has been far too long since we have had a visit from you, and I don't believe we've corresponded since you wrote to tell me about Jasper and Alice joining your coven. Unless you have suffered a defection. I believe that, with your new mate, your coven now numbers 8. I never would have believed that you would be able to persuade so many to join you in your peculiar ways. Your letter has been the source of much entertainment here in the walls of Volterra. Even Marcus laughed until I thought he would collapse from the effort. Marrying a human. The very idea is absolutely absurd. But it is rather fascinating that you found your soul's match in a human. It could only happen to you, Carlisle, if it truly happened at all. I'm afraid I must confess to a certain amount of skepticism. I'd be fascinated to see if Marcus thinks anything of your bond, or if the centuries feeding on animals has finally addled your brain." Charlie snorted. "Kind of rude, isn't he?" He grumbled. I laughed good-naturedly. "He's just having some fun with me. Arrow is an old and dear friend." He folded his arms across his chest, nodding for me to continue. "Your request to keep a human in your employ, when you have no need of assistance interacting with humans, intrigues me. Of course, I understand all too well the desire to cater to the whims of one's mate. I tried to see things from your perspective, as you used to always encourage me to do, and I must admit that if Sulpicia got it into her head that she wanted to keep a human as a pet, I would allow it. Therefore, I am inclined to grant your request. Of course, it must be understood that it is not only you who will be held accountable for any indiscretions. Should our secret be jeopardized, I'm afraid I must insist that punishment be exacted upon both yourself and your mate. However, I am confident that your judgment is sound, and I'm sure that no such disciplinary action will be necessary. I would like to extend an invitation to you to bring this human man to meet me so that I might familiarize myself with his mind. Much as I trust you, Stragone, it would help me lay my own anxieties to rest. I'm sure you understand my desire to be thorough where secrecy is concerned. It is, after all, my duty to our kind to protect our anonymity. I do hope you can find the time to visit soon. It has been too long since we have seen Nay another, and I would so love to meet the little human who has captured the heart of the incomparable, incomprehensible Carlisle Cullen. Yours in brotherhood, Arrow." I folded the letter and tucked it back into the envelope. "Well, it looks like we'll have to plan a trip to Italy," I said. "Now, Alice, what has you so worried? Will Arrow change his mind after meeting Charlie?" She shook her head. "No, he'll be intrigued by Charlie. But he won't make a fuss. It's what he sees in your head that will upset him. In my head, what will cause him concern?" She pressed her lips together, fidgeting nervously. "The Quileutes. You haven't been to Volterra since before you met Ephraim. Arrow doesn't know about the wolves." "No, I supposed he doesn't. Is he afraid they'll reveal our secret, despite the treaty?" She hesitated. "Not exactly." I was a little frustrated by her hesitance. "Alice, please, explain the problem." She twisted her hands in her lap, leaning against Jasper for support. "You make Arrow nervous," she said. "Well, we do. Our family. We're a large coven, and we have a lot of useful talents. It worries him that you're surrounding yourself with a lot of the same kinds of gifted vampires that he would like to have in his own coven. I shook my head. He has but to touch my hand to see that I have no intention of challenging him. Intentions change, she said, finally meeting my eyes. Everybody has a breaking point. Quote, I can't imagine anything that would cause me to suddenly turn on the Volturi, I said skeptically. Edward cleared his throat softly. There was a time I didn't imagine that anything could make you threaten to raise La Push, either. Bella's jaw dropped. Raise. As in, set on fire. A smile tugged at the corner of Edward's mouth. Remember when Billy took your keys and wouldn't let you come home? His smile broadened when she nodded. Carlisle told him if he didn't back off he'd burn the reservation to the ground. Had Quill and Sam not intervened, he would have done it. Oh, Bella said thoughtfully, then as the course of events played out in her mind she murmured, oh. Edward smirked. Exactly. All right, point taken, I interrupted. It's true that there's very little I wouldn't do to guarantee Bella's safety, and Arrow will see that. What does this have to do with the wolves? Carlisle, Alice said, as though it should be obvious, they're vampire killers. A normal coven would fight with them and probably reduce numbers on both sides, and Arrow wouldn't be concerned. But because you've formed an alliance with them instead of fighting. So now, instead of 8, we're 16. We're still no threat to the Volturi, Jasper spoke up, rubbing her arms comfortingly. They number more than twice that, not that it matters with the talent they've got. The Volturi have dispatched entire newborn armies with only a handful of their guard. Alice nodded. I know. And if it was just Arrow's decision, he would see that there's nothing to worry about. In fact, he'd probably try to recruit some of the Quileutes. But when Keyes learns about the wolves, he'll be furious. You know how he feels about werewolves, and he won't be deterred when you try to explain that they're only shapeshifters. He'll want them eradicated. Bella paled next to me, and the hand that I held in mine shook. No, she whispered. That's not all, Alice said solemnly. If they come here, Carlisle, Arrow will die. With the blind spots in my visions, I can't even tell if he comes here himself and gets killed fighting the wolves or if he stays in Italy and someone takes advantage of him being without his usual protection. But whatever it is, he won't live through it. I can't see as clearly what happens to Keyes or Marcus, but without Arrow, the Volturi won't stand. The remaining brothers will be forced out of power, and the battle to fill the vacuum they leave behind will be fierce. Thousands will die, both vampires and humans. I tapped my fingers on the envelope, contemplating her words. This all happens if the Volturi come against the wolves. Alice nodded. Arrow can't die. He's too important. And it's Keyes who pushes for the extermination of the wolves. Not just the wolves. He'll want the whole tribe wiped out. I brushed my thumb thoughtfully over my lips. But Arrow, left to himself, would be more judicious. Yes, Arrow doesn't let himself be swayed by irrational prejudices. He's careful. I sighed heavily. So the wisest course of action might be to ask him to lie to his brothers. I shook my head. I don't know if he'll be willing. Alice's eyes were fearful. You have to do whatever you can to convince him to leave the wolves alone, she said. And, maybe even keep his guard close for a while. Like I said, I'm not sure it's actually the Quileutes that are putting him in danger. He usually doesn't come along on these missions, so it could very well be that someone else is plotting against him and seizes the opportunity. I wouldn't even have to warn him, of course. A handshake would tell him everything Alice had told me. This Arrow guy is a mind reader too? Charlie asked gruffly. Yes, I'm sorry, I should have clarified, I said. So, what? He has to be in the same room to hear your thoughts. His gift is a bit different than Edward's. He requires physical contact. He must touch a person's skin to see their thoughts. But when he does, he can see every thought his subject has ever had. Charlie raised an eyebrow, looking annoyed. Here's a thought, he grunted. How about you just don't visit him? I hesitated. I didn't want to speak badly of my friend, but Bella's father needed to know how serious this matter was. Please don't mistake the friendly tone of the letter. As politely as it's worded, this is a summons. The Volturi are a powerful coven and their invitations are not to be declined. Then why didn't he just say that? Charlie snapped. Why mask it with flowery words? Because Arrow is a gentleman. And my friend. Were I less familiar with his expectations, he might have felt the need to use stronger language, but since he is confident that I'll understand his intent, unpleasantness is wholly unnecessary. Charlie glowered at me. So you're telling me I have no choice? That I have to go see this mind reader? I nodded. I'm sorry, Charlie. And it would be best not to put it off. When is the soonest you can take some time off of work? I can probably get a few days next week. Bella, I said, turning to her, would you mind joining us? I don't believe Arrow is terribly insistent upon meeting you. But if you're willing, I would be delighted to introduce you to him. She clutched my hand tightly. I want to be there. I smiled warmly at her before scanning the rest of my family. I didn't relish the idea of taking 2 humans into Volterra without a little bit of protection. Emmett was strong, and he would certainly be an asset if one of the guard lost control. But he had no talent that would warn him of a coming attack. Edward was a force to be reckoned with in every way, but if he greeted Arrow, he opened not only his own mind, but the entire family's to Arrow's inspection. Jasper. Jasper was quick, sensitive to mood shifts, and formidable in a fight. If Bella and Charlie found themselves in danger, Jasper would be a valiant defender. Additionally, he would show the Volturi the respect to which they were accustomed. Emmett could be confrontational and Edward was suspicious of them, but Jasper admired them for their peacekeeping efforts. Jasper, I said, meeting his gaze. Would you be willing to accompany us to Italy? He stared at me for a long time, and then shifted his gaze to Alice. Do you see any problems if I say yes? She shook her head, but looked anxious. Arrow will ask you to join them. He watched her, gauging her emotional reaction. But you don't want that. She shook her head. I like it here, and it won't make him angry if I turn down his offer. She shook her head and I smiled. Arrow is always on the lookout for new talent, and he can be very persuasive, but ultimately he'll respect your decision. Fine, Jasper said with a nod. I'm with you. I'll make your reservations, Alice said. I considered asking Alice and Edward where they had been the last couple of weeks, but it occurred to me that there was a reason. They weren't telling me and that it might have something to do with Arrow. I didn't want to do anything to upset the tenuous balance of future events, so I held my peace. Is that all? I asked Alice. She dropped her gaze, twisting her hands in her lap. I think we should keep our distance from the Quileutes for a little while. What? Bella asked anxiously. Why? Alice gave her an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Bella. We can still have them at the wedding if you want, but it's just not a good idea to get too close. We have to protect our family. Bella looked at me, tears welling up in her eyes, but then nodded. Okay, she whispered. My heart ached for my girl. It wasn't fair to ask her to give up her friendship with Jacob, but if that was Alice's advice, I knew it wasn't wise to argue. Anything else? I asked, praying that she wouldn't ask any more of Bella. Alice shook her head. Are there any other issues that need to be addressed? I asked the rest of the family. When no one spoke up, I stood. Thank you all for your participation. This meeting is adjourned. I smiled at Bella, bringing her hands to my lips. We have a trip to start preparing for. Bella Swan's point of view. Life regained a certain amount of normalcy with Edward and Alice back. They both started showing up at school again, as did Jasper, and our days settled back into the appearance of routine. Things weren't quite normal, though. For starters, there was thick tension between Edward and Jasper. Edward and Alice still hadn't explained where they had been and what they were doing together, and Jasper didn't like that they were being so evasive. Carlisle had explained hesitantly to me one night that the fact that the two of them had come home freshly showered was somewhat damning. They were obviously trying to hide the scent of whatever they had been doing, he told me, and how many activities would create a scent that needed to be hidden. On top of that, they still frequently disappeared in the afternoons and evenings for hours on end. Usually it was just one at a time, not both of them, but their continued absence kept the family focused on what wasn't being said. And nobody was really willing to say anything new. Not yet. We were stuck in a holding pattern, much the way I had been with Carlisle, only it was easier now because everyone knew why. We all understood the necessity of holding our tongues, keeping our silence. Particularly when those of us who were going to Italy were nearby. The week dragged. Alice still had me making wedding plans after school most days, and though she was trying to retain her enthusiasm, it was sometimes a little forced. She was worried about something, and occasionally I would catch her staring off into space, her eyes glassy and her brow furrowed. Alice, I asked her tentatively one afternoon when her attention had drifted away from me yet again. She snapped back, looking politely interested. What are you doing? She smiled sweetly, but I could see the stiffness behind it. She was faking a calm facade. I was just watching for any changes. You seemed like you were concentrating really hard. The future changes when new decisions are made, she explained. I was considering giving Carlisle a suggestion to see if it altered what would happen with the Volturi. Did it? She shrugged casually. Not very much, no. The end result is the same, so I won't bother. She smiled brightly. But I do think we need to go shopping for something for you and Charlie to wear to the castle. Castle? I asked. They live in a castle. She said. Wholly unintimidated. It's really beautiful. And we have to dress up when we go. I wondered nervously how ridiculous I was going to have to look for this little excursion. Well, you don't have to, Alice said. They would see you either way, especially since they asked you to come. But think of it this way, if you were to go meet the President of the United States, what would you want to be wearing? Point taken. You don't think I have anything in my closet that would be appropriate? Of course you do. But Charlie doesn't, and since we have to go shopping anyway, we might as well pick up something new for you. I laughed. Okay, sure. Do you want to go to Port Angeles tonight? She started to nod, but then her smile fell. No, she said, pouting a little, we won't find anything good in Port Angeles. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. I could run to Seattle tonight and pick something out for you if you trust my judgment. You've picked out practically everything in my closet and it's all gorgeous. I trust you. She lit up, her expression happier than I had seen it all week. I'd better go if I'm going to make it to Nordstrom's before they close. I'll rose to come stay with you until Carlisle comes. She leapt off the couch and disappeared out the door before I could even respond. My trust in Alice was well placed. She picked out the perfect dress. When I woke up the next morning there was a canvas garment bag hanging over my closet door, holding a gray Calvin Klein sheath dress that looked like it fell somewhere between business wear and formal wear. Tucked behind it, in the same bag, was a black Armani suit with a white collarless shirt for Charlie. I had to smile at that. Charlie would be grateful not to have to wear a tie. Friday was the longest day yet. We would be leaving that evening, and try as I might, I couldn't focus on my school work. I wasn't the only one who was having a hard time either. Alice and Edward were both antsy and irritable. And when I sat down next to them at lunch, the two of them were glaring at each other across the table. Every now and then Edward would nod or shake his head, and occasionally he would begin a sentence and cut it off a word or two into it, but for the most part their unpleasant conversation stayed silent. Jasper glared at them and I thought I understood how he was feeling. It was annoying to be left out of the loop. And he was already carrying a chip on his shoulder over the two of them disappearing for so long. Is everything okay? I asked them, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. Everything's fine, Alice said, her eyes still on Edward. Sure, right now, Edward growled back. But you never know when things could change due to an unexpected decision. I have a cell phone. I can call any time to help out. Someone should know. Edward sawed through his teeth, and from his tone it sounded like he had said the same words to Alice several times. There's nothing wrong with telling her. Alice clenched her fists and glared back. She can't. Yes, she can. She'll be freaked out the whole time she's there anyway. Nobody will even notice. Alice's eyes went unfocused for a minute, and then she sighed in defeat. You're right. But be careful. Edward smirked triumphantly and held out his hand to me. Feel like taking a walk. I glanced down at the limp salad in front of me. There was no way I was going to be able to eat anyway, with the way my stomach was tying itself in knots from my nerves. Sure. I took his hand and let him lead me out of the cafeteria. We walked to the trees behind the school, and then Edward slung me onto his back and raced into the woods, not stopping until we were at least a couple of miles from the school. He finally slowed and moved to a large rock, setting me down next to it. We sat side by side and Edward took my hand in his. There's something you need to know, he said. Okay. I looked at him expectantly. What? You know all that stuff Alice said at the meeting. About Marcus and Keys insisting on attacking the wolves. About Arrow dying, causing a coup in Volterra. I nodded. He took a deep breath. She lied. Are you kidding me? I demanded, gaping at him. Why would she do that? The Volturi really will be upset about the wolves. And especially about the fact that we've been helping them increase their numbers. They would definitely have considered sending a party here to kill them, but Alice couldn't see whether they would or not until after the decision had actually been made. I rubbed my hands on my knees, my anxiety doubling. I'm not sure I understand. She had to say something to make them decide not to come. She spent days trying to figure out exactly what to say to convince them that it wasn't worth it. So, Arrow won't actually die if they fight the wolves. Probably not. She made that up to scare him and she left it vague so he couldn't try to change it. Will it work? I asked, my voice trembling. Yeah, it will work. So, why are you telling me? Because the future can always change. Little last-minute decisions can throw things off, and if none of you understand what's really going on, it can be hard to get it all back on track. Yeah, but won't Arrow know she was lying now? I asked, my heart racing. Won't he see it in my mind? Edward smiled, shaking his head. He won't be able to read your mind any better than I can. His smile broadened. It'll drive him crazy, but it will also intrigue him. Jasper isn't the only one he'll be inviting to stay in Volterra. I felt the blood drain out of my head. He'll want me to stay. Relax, Edward sighed, squeezing my hand. You'll be with Carlisle, and Carlisle has a lot of practice saying no to the Volturi. I focused on my breathing. In and out, trying to fight off the panic. Carlisle would be there. Carlisle wouldn't let anything happen to us. Oh, God, we were lying to a mind reader. If you or Alice ever sees Arrow again. He'd know we lied to him, yes. And that's not all. I raised my eyes to his, a red haze blurring my vision. What else? We drew a line in the sand, Edward sighed softly. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I don't know what that means. It means that even though we're trying to avoid a battle, if it comes down to one, Alice and I have chosen to give our loyalty to the Quileutes. He pressed my hand between his. That's where we've been going. We've been at La Push. I gasped. You went on their land. With the pack's permission. We've been mingling with more of the kids of the right age, trying to get them to phase. You're making more wolves. He nodded soberly. We're raising an army, just in case they need it. Edward, I breathed. But I didn't know what else to say. I was torn. Raising an army against the Volturi seemed reckless. So very, very reckless. But how could he leave our friends unprotected when there was something he could do about it? Sam, Emily, Seth. Jacob. We're hoping it won't come to violence, Edward sighed soothingly. But if it does, we want our friends to be able to defend themselves. How many? I asked, my voice only coming out in a whisper. Edward licked his lips nervously. Right now there are 28. I stared at him in shock. You've made 20 new wolves. Yes, but we're not quite satisfied with the numbers. We want them to have at least 35 so they outnumber the Volturi. I'd be happier with 70, since they're pack fighters, but, he smiled ruefully, we're running out of young men. What about the girls? I asked. Like Leah. He ran a hand through his hair. We haven't had much success with the girls. Only 2 others have phased, both nieces of Sue Clearwater's. Apparently there is a striking number of women in her family, and we're wondering if there is some kind of genetic anomaly that produces more women and allows them access to Taha Aki's legacy. Sue's family is scattered up and down the coast of Washington and Oregon, but she's been calling them and inviting them all to try and join the pack, if they're willing. Emily. I asked tentatively. I knew she was Leah's cousin. But I didn't know how they were connected. Edward shook his head. She's Harry's sister's daughter. She was willing to help, and she has been with us since the beginning. But she hasn't shown any signs of a change. I think it's safe to say she's not going to phase. He shook his head in frustration. Nor is Rachel, unfortunately. I was hoping for another black or 2 in the mix. We need more alphas. More alphas? I asked, my eyes widening. A pack of 28 is too big, he explained. They needed to split, and in order to do that, we've been having ACH Wolf try to challenge Sam for leadership. Only 2 of them have successfully broken from him so far. Jacob. He nodded. And Leah. I raised my eyebrows. Leah is an alpha. Does that surprise you? He asked with a grin. She's a pretty headstrong girl, after all. I laughed, pleased for my friend. Way to show them how it's done, girl, I murmured. I wish we had 10 more like her, Edward sighed. She's fearless. I chewed my lip thoughtfully. So there are 3 separate packs now. So far. Ideally, we'd like to create more smaller packs, but yes. Right now there are 3 packs of 9 or 10 each. I rubbed my palms on my knees. Wow, I whispered. Wow. Yeah. But you've got to keep this to yourself, Bella. If Arrow knows we're raising an army that could challenge him, he might be driven to drastic measures. I nodded solemnly. I understand. Edward sat silently for a minute, letting me absorb everything. You can never see Arrow again, I said. You or Alice. He stared off into the trees. None of us can. After you get back, well, we won't be able to keep 30 wolves a secret forever. Eventually everyone will know what we've done. I hugged myself, rocking back and forth. It seemed like an awful risk to take, but what else could he do? Did I expect him to abandon his friends? With Jacob's safety on the line, I'd have done the same. Still, what if the Volturi summoned one of us again? What would we do? Edward held out his hand to me. Are you ready to go back? We don't want to be late. I nodded and placed my hand in his. Yeah, I said, my voice cracking. I let him pull me to my feet and swing me onto his back, and he ran me back to the school. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, my concentration even worse now than it had been that morning. Even after school, when Alice and Rosalie escorted me home to help me pack, I hardly noticed what was going on. They didn't seem to need much help, though, and they chattered away about school and the wedding. Not even caring that they didn't have my attention. Alice even packed Charlie's bag for him, so we could leave as soon as he and Carlisle finished work for the day. Our bags were lined up by the door and a pizza had already been ordered for dinner when Charlie arrived home. He eyed the suitcases as he walked in. In a hurry, are we? What time is our flight? I chartered you a plane, Alice said as we moved downstairs to meet him. They'll be ready for you by 7 o'clock. You chartered a plane, she shrugged. I was having a hard time finding a commercial flight that wouldn't leave Carlisle and Jasper exposed to the sun at some point. Anyway, a non-stop flight from here to Pisa is much nicer than having to change planes in Seattle and London. The pizza arrived then, the timing perfect, of course. Because Alice had ordered it, and Charlie and I wolfed down a quick dinner as we stood over the sink, too anxious even to sit at the table. I hadn't realized until that moment Charlie was on edge about this trip too. He tended to keep his feelings to himself, but it made sense that he would be nervous. Arrow wanted to sift through his mind to make sure he wasn't a threat. I had been so focused on what was going on with Edward and Alice that I hadn't taken much time to consider what this meant to him. Charlie, don't be nervous, Alice reassured him, also picking up on his mood. Arrow is going to like you. He just grunted, his mouth full of pizza. Now, you're going to arrive in Italy early in the afternoon, but you won't get any cloud cover until almost 4 o'clock, Alice instructed. So you'll have to wait in the plane or the hangar until then. Once it clouds over, you'll have about an hour and a half to pick up your rental car. The car has tinted windows and the hotel in Pisa has underground parking, so you can come and go as you please after that. Charlie and I both nodded our understanding and kept eating. Carlisle showed up with the rest of the family. Before long and he helped me into his car while Charlie climbed in the back seat beside Jasper. The family all bid us farewell and then we were off to Italy. My stomach churned all the way to the airport, threatening to expel the pizza every time I thought about where we were heading. There wasn't much conversation since Charlie and I were both battling with our nerves and Jasper wasn't in a particularly talkative mood. Carlisle turned on the radio, thankfully, so at least we didn't have to sit there in silence. The classical music he played gave me something to focus on and I couldn't help but turn a grin on him when New World Symphony drifted through the speakers. Carlisle smiled back, a mischievous gleam in his eye, and I laughed. Don't make me change the station, Jasper said dryly from the back seat. I glanced back at him and he shot me a smile. I don't know what you're talking about, I said innocently. Charlie eyed us both, but thankfully didn't ask any questions. We parked at the airport and made our way to a private hangar that was set apart from the main building. A pair of pilots met us there, greeting us and ushering us up a set of rolling stairs to a small jet. Welcome aboard the Seabird, one of the pilots said, following us into the cabin while the other started loading our suitcases into a storage compartment at the back of the plane. She's a Gulfstream 550, the newest plane in our fleet. As you can see, she's got plenty of room for you all. My eyes traveled over the 4 squashy white leather armchairs in front of us, all facing each other, and beyond them. A white leather couch and 2 more chairs. At the back of the plane is a kitchen and dining area, the pilot continued. It's stocked with drinks and snacks, which you're welcome to help yourself to. Once we're at cruising altitude, I'll come back and set up the bar for you. Carlisle nodded in acknowledgement and guided me to the couch, settling next to me while Charlie and Jasper took the armchairs across from us. We ask that you remain seated during takeoff and landing, the pilot continued. If you need to access your bags during the flight, you can do so through the door at the back there. Once we're at cruising altitude, just be careful in the kitchen and the baggage storage compartment, as things do tend to shift during the flight. He smiled, folding his hands in front of him. Do you have any questions? None, thank you, Carlisle said. Wonderful. Sit back and relax, and if you need anything during the flight, just tap on the cockpit door. I watched in amazement as he moved back to the front of the plane and disappeared behind the small door. Chartering a plane is awesome, I declared. Carlisle laughed. It is significantly more comfortable than flying commercial, he agreed. It draws more attention, though, so we don't do it when we can avoid it. Too bad, I said, leaning against him. This is nice. He ran his fingers idly through my hair. Darling, if this is the way you would prefer to travel, this is the way we'll do it every time. We ought to buy ourselves one of these, Jasper suggested. It can be tough chartering last-minute flights sometimes. Carlisle nodded, lifting his briefcase onto his lap. It's worth considering. We'll discuss it with the family when we get home. He opened his briefcase and slipped a medical journal out. I.N. Otik the letter from Arrow inside, and Charlie did as well. He pointed to it, reaching his hand out. Mind if I take a look at that? Carlisle handed it to him. Charlie read through the letter, frowning deeply. Condescending son of a bitch. He muttered as he finished it. Please don't let his attitude offend you too much, Carlisle said. Arrow's perspective is different than ours. He sees humans as game animals. Useful for food and occasionally for domesticating to perform manual labor, but not on the same level as himself. Charlie shot Carlisle a dark look. When I walk in there, is he going to try to put me in a cage? Of course not. Arrow is a wonderful host. He'll be polite to you if only out of deference to me. Like he is in this letter. Charlie spat, tossing it back to Carlisle. Carlisle chuckled. This letter was meant for me, Charlie, not for you, and much of what he said here was merely to poke fun at me. I assure you, he will be a perfect gentleman. Charlie folded his arms across his chest and stared out the window as we waited for the plane to take off. The flight was peaceful, for the most part. Charlie took advantage of the bar and had a couple of drinks. After a while, he stretched out on the couch and went to sleep. I couldn't seem to calm down enough to rest, so Carlisle gave me mild sedative and held me in his lap, murmuring comforting words until I started to drift off. I was occasionally aware enough to recognize that he was conversing in low tones with Jasper, but I didn't try to understand their words. I felt safe here, up in the air above all of our problems. Though whether that was due to Carlisle's granite arms around me or Jasper's manipulations, I didn't know. And I didn't much care. I had been worried for too long and I welcomed the peace. I let go of my anxiety and allowed the soft conversation to lull me into a deep sleep. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. My girl slept fitfully in my arms, but the sedative I had given her helped keep her from waking for several hours. I did my best to keep her comfortable through the night and kept the shades drawn in the cabin as we caught up with the sun hours before we were used to. Our pilots checked on us a couple of times. And when we were about an hour out of Italy, one of them came back and laid out a carefully prepared breakfast for us in the dining area. I ran my fingers gently over Bella's cheek, coaxing her out of sleep. Bella, my angel, I whispered, letting my fingertip glide over her soft lips, it's time to wake up. She drew in a deep breath and shook her head. She muttered sleepily. I laughed softly. You can sleep longer if you'd like, love, but breakfast is waiting and we don't have long until we land. We're almost there already, she asked, her eyes fluttering open. That's right. A petulant frown crossed her face. Tell them to turn around. I laughed and lifted her into a sitting position, letting my lips brush briefly over hers. It won't be as bad as you think. The Volturi make themselves quite intimidating, but at their hearts they are a refined coven. This is barely more than a social call. Right, she muttered sleepily. She grimaced, stretching. I'm stiff. I rubbed her shoulders gently to ease the kinks. I'll see to it that you sleep in a bed tonight. Good morning, Jasper, she mumbled, nodding to him as he slouched in a chair across the aisle from us. Reading a news magazine. He looked up and smiled at her. Morning, Bella. Is Charlie awake? He's not snoring, I murmured quietly. So I would assume so. Bella giggled and pushed herself to her feet. I'd better get to the bathroom before he does, then. I rose with her and escorted her to the back of the plane. Do you need your suitcase? She shook her head, snaggy. In her carry-on bag as she walked by the couch where Charlie lay feigning sleep. I'm good. I've got my toothbrush, that's the important thing. I'll pour you some coffee. She gave me a quick kiss before disappearing into the lavatory. I moved to the kitchen, preparing Bella's coffee the way she liked it, and I was surprised to hear Charlie speak from where he still lay on the couch. Why did you ask permission? He asked, his low voice free of any hint of sleepiness. Pardon. From the Volturi, he said, eyes still closed. I mean, how would they know if you didn't ask? Did they check up on you every now and then? No. I carried the coffee to the table and set it next to one of the plates. However, I fully intend to see Arrow on occasion over the next centuries, even if it's not often, and I prefer to stay on his good side. He is a very powerful, very dangerous man. Charlie sat up on the couch. Asking permission to break the law keeps you on his good side. I smiled wryly. Imagine. Nay, Bella wished to stay out after curfew some night. Would you be more upset if she asked you for permission first or if she simply stayed out late and got caught sneaking in the door? He grunted an acknowledgement. I thought that would be the end of it, but he spoke again. What was that name he called you? Stregone. I laughed out loud. More teasing, I'm afraid. When I lived in Italy, I somehow managed to become the subject of an oddly persistent legend. Charlie raised his eyebrows. It's a ridiculous little story. It depicts a, quote, good vampire who is a friend to humans and an enemy to all evil vampires. I chuckled. It's quite amusing. It portrays me as sort of an undead Van Helsing. What makes it even funnier, Jasper drawled, moving back to join us, is that Carlisle makes it a point not to make enemies. So how did you get your reputation? Charlie asked me. I stared off into the distance, letting the memory wash over me. A few years after I first relocated to Volterra, I came across a precocious young boy in the marketplace in town. He was probably 4 or 5 years old and full of questions. He wanted to know how and why everything worked. I smiled to myself. Benvenuto was his name. He was the son of a seamstress who came to the square to sell clothes, so he was often present. I took to spending long days at the market, sitting in the shade, watching the boy play and answering his questions. I crossed my arms over my chest, remembering the long, bittersweet days. The more time I spent with him, the more I felt the loss of my human life, of the potential for family. I realized that I very much wanted a son. About that time, the Volturi brought a newborn vampire to the castle to live with them. He was uncouth, confrontational, generally a thorn in our collective side. There were many debates as to whether he shouldn't be sent away from the city, but he was too impulsive to be allowed to live on his own. I shook my head. You should understand that the Volturi do not allow hunting in the city. Theirs is a peaceful home, and they insist that their visitors give it a wide berth when feeding. Mario, the newborn, wanted to test his limits with the Volturi, and he ventured out one evening with the intention of violating that rule. I shoved my hands in my pockets, reliving the anger I had felt that night. I was out myself. Arrow wanted robes made for some new members of his guard, and I had requested that the work be given to Benvenuto's mother. I had just been to see her, to take her the fabric Arrow preferred, and I believe it was my presence there that made Mario select her as his prey. The bathroom door opened and Bella emerged. She had clearly been listening, and she moved to my side, wrapping her arms around me. I kissed the top of her head and continued my story. I saw what he was doing, challenging me for territory, as it were, and I rose to it. He made his move to attack, and I killed him. Jasper smiled lazily. It's hard to imagine you in a fight, Carlisle. I shrugged. It wasn't much of a fight. He was careless and witless. He was dead almost before he realized I wasn't going to back down. So that's how the legend got started? Charlie asked. Somebody saw you protecting humans. Apparently. I never did discover who it was that saw me, and I don't believe the witness knew me well enough to identify my face. But a legend sprang up about a benevolent monster who roamed the streets, protecting the people of Volterra from the creatures of the night. Arrow didn't freak out about that. Bella asked. I worried that he might, I admitted. But he didn't seem concerned. People were more inclined to believe in creatures like us in those days, and the legend made people in the city feel safer, so he didn't put a stop to it. I chuckled, remembering his response. Mostly, he found it terribly amusing. For years he introduced me to visitors as his arch-nemesis. Jasper spoke up, regarding me carefully. If his newborn was making such a nuisance of himself, why didn't the Volturi dispose of him before that? I hesitated. He had a gift. He could attract people to him, strengthen bonds between himself and anyone he chose. And he was strong enough that even Chelsea couldn't seem to weaken those bonds. He bonded himself to the Volturi. Jasper guessed. I nodded. Primarily the Brotherhood. He believed their allegiance to him would keep them from punishing him for his rule-breaking, and though it bought him a certain amount of leeway, Arrow and Keys were both starting to feel that he needed to be put in his place before I killed him. Who's Chelsea? Charlie asked. She's a very old member of the Guard. She's been with them as long as they've been in power, and she's quite useful to them. Aya can manipulate relationships between people, strengthening or weakening them as she sees fit. She uses it to bond the Guard into a more cohesive unit. I understand she's quite helpful in recruiting, Jasper said dryly. Disapproval clearly displayed on his face. I have heard rumors of such, I nodded with a small smile. It wouldn't surprise me. Arrow tends to play to his advantages. Charlie glowered. This friend of yours sounds better and better all the time. I laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. There's much to be said about him, but I ask you to reserve judgment until you've met him. He really is a remarkable man. Charlie just grunted in response. I gestured to the table, which was set with 4 breakfast plates. You two should eat before we land, I told them. There may not be an opportunity again for a few hours. Charlie and Bella sat together at the table, and Jasper and I joined them. Bella picked listlessly at her food, not really eating, until Jasper met her gaze and raised a disapproving eyebrow. We're not having problems with this again, are we? He asked. She sighed in irritation. Jasper, my stomach is in knots. How am I supposed to eat? He softened. Do you want some help with that? Bella looked down at her plate and nodded. After a moment I felt her relax beside me, her breath coming deep and even. Thanks, she breathed, and took a bite of her breakfast. Charlie. Jasper offered. Do you need any help relaxing? I'm fine, Charlie grumbled, shoveling food into his mouth. We started our descent into Pisa shortly after Charlie and Bella finished their breakfast. And the 4 of us sat together in the center of the cabin again. Bella sprawled across the couch, her head in my lap, and she lazily traced patterns on the back of my hand where it rested on her stomach. She was clearly still under Jasper's influence, which was probably good. If her nerves came back right away, she might not be able to keep her food down. Once we landed and Dee had taxied off of the runway into a private hangar, though, she asked him to stop. I want to be me while we're here, she explained. I don't want to feel impaired. I wouldn't mind being impaired, Charlie muttered under his breath, eyeing the refrigerator that held several different varieties of beer and wine. He made no move to take any, though, and I thought it best not to encourage him to do so. I didn't need him behaving carelessly. The pilot who had ushered us onto the plane at the beginning of the flight stepped out of the cockpit once the plane had stopped. He moved to stand near us, his hands folded in front of him. I understand your return schedule is somewhat tentative, is that correct? That's right, I nodded. He smiled pleasantly. Well, just give us a call when you know your plans. We usually need about an hour and a half to ready the plane and file our flight plan. I'll let you know, but we may need to wait here for a while. Our car isn't supposed to be ready for a few hours. The pilot looked surprised. There's a limo waiting for you beside the hangar, he said, and then chuckled. They've even erected a canopy between the hangar door and the car. I wonder if they were expecting rain. I raised my eyebrows in surprise, wondering if Alice had called ahead with our travel plans. It was kind of them to meet us, I murmured. I rose, drawing Bella up with me. And Charlie and Jasper stood as well. We followed the pilot to the door, waiting while he opened it for us and moved the staircase into place, while the second pilot unloaded our bags and carried them to the limo. As soon as I started down the stairs, two figures breezed through the door at the side of the large hangar and strode toward the plane. I smiled when I recognized Chelsea and Dimitri. "Carlisle," Chelsea called out in greeting. "You look wonderful. America has been good to you." I returned her smile as I took Bella's hand and guided her down the steps. If there is improvement, the credit belongs to my Bella. I dropped her hand once we reached the bottom of the stairs and took both of Chelsea's, accepting the kisses she pressed to each cheek. Dimitri took my hand as soon as Chelsea stepped away. "Wonderful to see you again," he said enthusiastically. And then his eyes fell on Bella, his expression bright and welcoming. "And this, of course, is your fiancé." He took her hand and bowed low, kissing her fingers before straightening again to look her over. "Bella, this is Dimitri and Chelsea," I said, making the introductions. "They're members of the Volturi Guard and old friends of mine." Dimitri turned back to me, giving me a playful smile. "Carlisle, I'm afraid I've done you a disservice." "Oh, how so? You lived with us here in Volterra for decades," he said. "You saw one lovely woman after another walk through the halls of the castle." He shook his head regretfully. "If I hadn't been so devastatingly and distractingly handsome, you might have had a chance with one or two of them. And now you wouldn't be stuck marrying a human." He broke out into a loud laugh, and Chelsea's melodious giggle joined his. "You're very funny," I said dryly. "Tell me, have you had much luck in the mating department yourself?" "I prefer variety," Dimitri shot back, his eyes dancing. "Carlisle, she's absolutely adorable," Chelsea declared. "Can I pet her?" I gave her a stern look. "That's quite enough of that. I would hate to have to remind you of your manners. You think you could still hold your own against me? I'd be willing to bet you've gone soft, living among the humans the way you have." I smiled, showing my teeth. "Perhaps we'll have to find out." Dimitri sighed irritably. "Honestly, you two, I can't take you anywhere." He glanced up at the top of the stairs, where Jasper still stood with Charlie. "Is this your other human then? Come on, let's have a look at him." "This is Bella's father, Charlie," I said, gesturing to him. Chelsea watched him curiously as he moved down the stairs. "I don't see what's so special about him that you're going through all this trouble to keep him alive. I say you change your little girl here and feed him to her." Dimitri shot her a warning look. "Behave yourself," he ordered. "They're Arrow's guests, human or not, and he expects them to be treated well." He offered his hand to Charlie, smiling politely. "Welcome to Volterra. My name is Dimitri and this harpy is Chelsea." Chelsea slapped his shoulder, but also took Charlie's hand and leaned in to kiss his cheek. I didn't miss that she inhaled deeply as she did so. And when she pulled away she was smiling. I let out a low growl, and she smirked at me. "Relax, I wasn't hurting anything." "Introduce us to your other friend," Dimitri interrupted, reaching past Charlie to take Jasper's hand. "Is this one of your coven?" "Yes, one of our newest. Jasper and his mate joined us a few decades ago." Dimitri sized him up as he gripped his hand. "You're the one who trained newborns." Jasper inclined his head in confirmation. Dimitri stared at him a moment longer. "A mess to clean up, that was. Wasn't much fun making it," Jasper drawled in return. "I'd wager it wasn't," Dimitri said with a sudden smile. "Come, we should be on our way. Arrow is impatient to see you all." "Actually, we had intended to stop by a hotel and let Charlie and Bella freshen up after the flight," I told him. Dimitri cocked his head curiously. "All right, we'll take you there. How long, do you suppose?" "It shouldn't be more than an hour or two for them to get showered and changed." He smiled ruefully as he led us to the hangar door. "You should know you're keeping the entire coven waiting. Even the wives are making an appearance to meet this pretty little human of yours." He opened the door for us. And we stepped through, sheltered from the sun by the short canopy that stretched between the metal building and the car. I had a feeling they might. They'll all want to see for themselves if the rumor is true. "You can't blame them for being skeptical," Chelsea said as we all loaded into the large limousine. "It is strange, after all." The limo's driver, a young human man, R. He moved the canopy and stashed it in the trunk before sliding into the car. He lowered the window between us and asked, "Where to?" I told him the name of our hotel, and then turned back to Chelsea to answer her question. I agree. It's unusual, and it was certainly unexpected. But I couldn't be happier with the way things have worked out. Bella is a lovely young woman, and I'm privileged to be with her. I leaned down and kissed the top of her head, rubbing her arm comfortingly. Her heart was racing, and fear emanated from her in clouds, but she was keeping herself remarkably composed. Chelsea eyed her curiously. Do either of your humans speak? Dimitri kicked her. You might get better results if you spoke to them directly. She rolled her eyes. How much am I supposed to cater to them, exactly? We're speaking English, and at a dreadfully slow human speed, and yet they still can't be bothered to participate in the conversation. I don't know why I allowed you to tag along on this little excursion, Dimitri sighed. He turned his attention to Bella and smiled. How was your flight? She took a shaky breath, forcing a return smile. Very comfortable, thank you. Dimitri shot Chelsea and I told you so look and continued. Have you been to Italy before? No, this is my first time out of the US. And you, Charlie? He inquired. Never been to Europe, he mumbled gruffly. If Dimitri was put off by Charlie's surly demeanor, he didn't show it. What about you, Jasper? Have you made it to Europe? He shook his head. I've been all over North and South America, but this is the first time I've crossed an ocean. Well, this is a treat, Dimitri said pleasantly, folding his hands over his knee. I hope you've planned time to take in some of the sights. The art galleries are quite impressive, and of course, you must have a look at our famous architectural failure. He gestured out the window, where we could see the Leaning Tower off in the distance. I'm afraid we haven't time this trip, I told him. Charlie has work and Bella still has her studies to keep up with, so we need to get back. But with any luck, we'll return for a more leisurely visit before too long. Dimitri addressed Bella when he spoke. At the very least you'll have to let me show you Marcus's private collection of Solomena's while Arrow and Carlisle are reminiscing like old men. The paintings are quite striking, though a bit darker than most of his more public work. He smiled. You won't see reproductions of these in the museum gift shops. I'd like that, Bella said, her voice catching. I wasn't sure if she really meant it, or if she was just appeasing him, but I hoped she would take a few minutes to look at the paintings. They really are quite beautiful, I told her with a smile. And you may recognize a few familiar faces in them. Solomena enjoyed using the Volturi as subjects for his art. You have one of his works, don't you? Dimitri asked. The jewel of my collection. It holds pride of place in my study. Dimitri continued to make small talk as we made our way to the hotel, making a special effort to include Bella and Charlie in the conversation. Charlie wasn't terribly responsive and spent much of the time shooting furtive glares at Chelsea, but to my relief, she seemed to be taking Dimitri's admonitions seriously. She remained silent, for the most part. We arrived at the hotel and the driver carried our luggage to our rooms while I checked us in. We met him at the door and Dimitri dismissed him, ordering him to wait in the car. We entered one of the rooms and Chelsea scanned the generic decorating disdainfully. Honestly, Carlisle, I don't know why you bothered to book a hotel. You know Arrow is going to expect you to stay at the castle while you're here. With two humans? I asked in amusement. We'd be better advised to keep our distance. Dimitri rolled his eyes. We do keep humans at the castle, you know. We can handle the scent, even one as sweet as your Bella's. Bella started, looking surprised. Do I smell different? She asked curiously, her voice betraying no trace of fear or resentment. He laughed. Little one, you have the sweetest scent I've come across in decades. Surely your coven has mentioned that to you. He turned his amused eyes on me and then on Jasper, who was carrying the suitcases to the closet. Or has your revolting diet desensitized you to the finer distinctions in human blood? Not even a little bit, Jasper answered casually. He shot a wink at Bella over his shoulder. You're a cinnamon roll, kid. But it's tolerable, Dimitri assured me. I smiled ruefully. My concern is for Charlie and Bella. I'm not sure how well they'll tolerate you. I clapped him on the shoulder. You're something of a chore even for me. And I'm quite well known for my patience. Dimitri slugged me playfully in the arm. It's good to have you here, Carlisle. I do wish you were staying longer. I smiled dismissively and turned to Bella. Would you still like to shower before we head to Volterra? She nodded earnestly. Definitely. Yeah, me too, Charlie muttered. All just. He trailed off, gesturing toward the door that joined the two rooms. Then grabbed his suitcase and disappeared through it. I pulled Bella against me briefly and kissed the top of her head. She gave me a nervous smile, then slid out from under my arm and escaped into the bathroom. Chelsea flopped down onto one of the beds, smirking at me as she tucked her hands under her head. You won't be joining her. Dimitri was grinning as well, taking a seat beside her on the bed. How exactly does sex with a human work, anyway? I would think you'd break her. It requires a lot of restraint, I admitted. Dimitri looked appalled. Restraint? In sex? What's the point of it? Why are you doing this? Chelsea asked with a roll of her eyes. Are you trying to prove something to Arrow? I laughed, shaking my head. I have nothing to prove, to Arrow or to anyone else. I live according to my conscience and I've fallen in love with a human. That's simply the state of things. Impossible, she said, sitting up. You're playing some game. No vampire could possibly be attracted to that. Not even you. Chelsea, that's enough, Dimitri said sharply. If you can't show our guests due respect, I'll send you back to Volterra alone. Fine, she said, bouncing to her feet. Handle the humans alone. I'll call and have another car sent for you. She turned to me and put her hands on either side of my face, kissing my cheeks once again. It's always a pleasure, Carlisle. Even if you have completely lost your mind. I'll see you in Volterra. I smiled, somewhat relieved that she was leaving. Her attitude wasn't helping settle my Bella's nerves. I hoped that, with Arrow close on hand in the castle, comments like hers would be suppressed. Chelsea flounced out of the room and Dimitri sighed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have consented to have her along. She's an absolute bitch when Afton's away. I nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate you trying to rein her in. Bella and Charlie are nervous, and her little insults aren't helping. Jasper lifted our clothes out of the garment bag, handing me a classic three-piece suit with light pinstripes and keeping an all-black suit and a black dress shirt for himself. So tell me about the Brotherhood, he said to Dimitri. If Carlisle is to be believed, the three of them sit around discussing world philosophies and commissioning paintings. Well, there is that, though if that's all they did, I'd wager Carlisle would be with us still. No, primarily the brothers concern themselves with peacekeeping, and they're quite ruthless about it. I don't always agree with their methods, but, he shrugged, it has to be done. Our anonymity must be protected. Why? Jasper challenged as he and I both started changing our clothes. Suppose humans did discover that there are vampires in the world. They believed it before. Why not allow them to believe it now? Human weapons have advanced since their former, more superstitious days. Where once they were helpless against us, now they are not. It's a fest for us all if they remain blissfully unaware. Jasper looked at him for a long time. Fair enough, he finally replied. Don't let my criticisms turn you against the brothers, Dimitri said lightly. I may not always see eye to eye with them, but I admire them. They're fascinating men, clever and resourceful. Dimitri spent some time describing my old friends, answering Jasper's questions and illustrating his points with descriptive anecdotes. I listened with detached interest while devoting much of my attention to Bella and Charlie. Judging by the slowed beating of their hearts, both of them were relaxing as they cleaned up. I looked Jasper over approvingly as he finished dressing and sat on the bed across from Dimitri. The cut and color of the suit served to make him look more formidable than his normal attire. Alice understood the role I wished for him to play and had costumed him perfectly for it. I myself looked thoroughly non-threatening as I settled at the foot of the bed, and once again, the image was perfect. Charlie was the first to finish in the shower, and he returned to the room, dressed in the clothes Alice had chosen for him, just as Bella was turning off her shower. She took her time, drying her hair, using more lotions and beauty products than was her wont, and I got the impression that she was stalling. Dimitri didn't seem to notice. He waited patiently, and I was pleased to see that he and Jasper were getting on fairly well. I had hoped Jasper wouldn't be too defensive with the guard, even while I counted on his ability to remain mistrustful of them. Bella finally emerged from the bathroom, and I looked up and smiled. Angel, I breathed softly, admiring the way her dress clung to her slight form, you look stunning. I stood and moved to stand in front of her. taking her hands in mine and leaning down to kiss her. She gave me a nervous smile, her eyes darting to Dimitri and then around the room. Chelsea left, I told her. She relaxed visibly. I suppose I should check on the car, Dimitri said lazily, pulling a cell phone from his pocket. He dialed and held a brief conversation, then smiled and clicked it closed. The new car will arrive in just a few minutes. I expect you'll want to repack your things. Eero will insist that you all stay in Volterra tonight. Charlie and Bella both looked to me and I nodded. I can't say for sure that the invitation will be accepted. But it would be a good idea to have your things ready to be retrieved in case we decide to stay there. We'll take them with us, Dimitri said confidently. You'll stay. Eero is quite convincing, even with Afton away. I joked. Dimitri just laughed. I know you, Carlisle. Eero will challenge you on some philosophy or another and you won't be able to tear yourself away. I looked at Bella, not bothering to hide my rueful smile. Dimitri makes a good point. Why don't you get your things packed? She and Charlie both took a few minutes to get ready to leave, and when everything was together, Dimitri led us back downstairs to where a new limo waited in the parking garage. He took Bella's hand to help her into the car, which made Bella's pulse quicken, but she handled it gracefully and gave him a smile as he settled on one side of her. I slid in on her other side, draping an arm over her shoulders. It was a shame, really, that her companions today were vampires. Her poise would convince any human that she was entirely unruffled, but her calm demeanor was belied by the sound of her pounding heart and the scent of fear emanating from her skin. Charlie, for his part, was growing bolder. He showed less fear and his eyes were constantly moving, watching and memorizing everything he saw. He spoke little, but I could see determination creeping into his face. Charlie was refusing to be intimidated, even by the most powerful coven of vampires in the world. The limo driver finished loading our bags into the trunk and Dimitri directed him to Volterra. Conversation was easier without Chelsea's condescension to cause discomfort, and Bella managed to relax a little. The cloud cover Alice had promised rolled in shortly before we reached Volterra, and Dimitri smiled approvingly out the window. Well, it looks like we'll be able to use the main entrance instead of the tunnels, he said, sounding pleased. He turned back to us, addressing Bella and Charlie. You'll prefer that, I'm sure. The main entrance is much more inviting. Running through the tunnels tends to make one feel like a sewer rat. Bella smiled weakly and Charlie remained silent, but Jasper chuckled warmly at Dimitri's joke. I can imagine. In just a few short minutes, the car was pulling up in front of the ancient castle that served as a home to the even more ancient Brotherhood and their guard. The car slowed and stopped, and instantly Bella's heart was racing again. I took her hand in mine and brought it to my lips, trying to reassure her wordlessly that I wouldn't let anything happen to her. She glanced at me and forced a smile. Are you ready? I asked her. The beat of her heart stumbled and then raced on. She took a deep breath and let it out, then squeezed my hand. Yes, she said. I'm ready. Bella Swan's point of view. I swallowed hard as Carlisle helped me out of the car, stepping carefully on the studded Manilos that Alice had, for some inexplicable reason, thought were a good idea. As if wandering into a castle full of vampires wasn't enough of a risk to my life, she had to pack me a pair of 3-inch heels. One of these days, I promised myself, I'm going to learn to dress myself so I'm not completely at Alice's mercy. And then I inwardly rolled my eyes that I was even thinking about fashion right now. Because at this moment, I was staring up at a huge stone archway that led into the grounds of an enormous castle, and in there. Oh, God. I barely noticed Carlisle helping me on with the kidskin gloves that I had once worn to cover the remnants of my frostbite blisters. I almost didn't see him pulling on a pair of black leather gloves himself. I was all but unaware of him tucking my hand in the crook of his arm, or Jasper maneuvering Charlie next to me and taking a place on his opposite side. I only vaguely realized that Dimitri had taken the lead and was striding in front of us, pulling open the 2 huge wooden doors. But I did notice walking through those doors, and I noticed the enormous lobby inside, the heavy stone accented with marble and plush furnishings. And I noticed the very human woman sitting behind a reception desk. Dimitri paid her little attention other than to issue a brusque order to call ahead and inform Eero that he was on his way back, while he shrugged into a gray cloak that hung behind the counter. The woman rushed to comply. giving him an eager smile that I was sure he never saw. Carlisle covered my hand with his, pressing it reassuringly as we followed Dmitri through a maze of stone corridors. They all looked alike to me. And within minutes I was hopelessly lost. I clung harder to Carlisle's arm, stepping quickly to keep up with him in my ridiculous shoes. "Remind me to murder Alice when we get home," I muttered under my breath. Jasper cleared his throat pointedly. "I would prefer it if you didn't plot to kill my mate, thank you." Carlisle and Dmitri both laughed and I even managed a little giggle myself. Charlie, who apparently hadn't heard me, just looked at us in confusion. After a couple of minutes of walking, we entered a luxuriously appointed anteroom with 2 more enormous wooden doors at one end. Dmitri turned around, walking backward as he led us to the doors. "Here we are," he said with a smile. "Are you ready for this?" I swallowed hard. Again, I doubted I would ever be ready for this. Dmitri gave me a friendly wink and then turned and pulled the doors open. Beyond the threshold was a large throne room, all stone and marble, with 3 elaborately decorated chairs sitting atop a raised dais at the far end of the room. Each throne was occupied, and I examined the black-robed men carefully, trying to block out the 30 or so other faces that watched us from various places around the room. Each of the 3 men looked pale even by vampire standards, with filmy eyes and skin that looked so delicate that it was almost powdery. Despite their fragile appearance, however, each had a sort of regularity about him that left no question as to the kind of power he wielded. The man in the center throne stood, and it was then that I noticed a small, willowy woman hovering at his elbow. She didn't have that same fragile look, nor did she seem to be in possession of any confidence whatsoever. She seemed timid and scared, and she clung to his robes as he moved. The man stepped forward, smiling delightedly. "Carlisle," he cried, bringing his hands together in front of him. "What a wonderful treat to have you here." He moved down the stone steps so gracefully that he appeared to be floating, the wayfish girl drifting behind him. She kept her hand on his back and avoided eye contact with us, her gaze fixed either on the floor or on the man she shadowed. Carlisle released my hand and strode forward. "Buongiorno, Arrow," he said warmly, extending his hand. "It's been far too long." They grasped hands, and Arrow's eyes flicked to their joined grip. His expression hardened slightly, the pleasure draining out of it despite the smile that remained on his face. "Il mio amico," he said stiffly, "you seek to keep secrets from me." My heart thudded in my chest and I wondered if anyone noticed. Would the Volturi detect this new fear, when I was already on the verge of panic just from being here? How could they miss it? God, Edward never should have told me about Alice's lies. Carlisle didn't miss a beat, though. "Only temporarily," he told Arrow reassuringly. "We have much to discuss, some of which should not necessarily become common knowledge. May we speak privately?" Arrow's smile faltered. "You bring with you your most lethal coven member and expect a private audience with me before revealing your thoughts." Arrow's voice sounded incredulous. "You surprise me, Stragon." The girl at his elbow hovered closely, her hand fisting around his black robe. Carlisle raised an eyebrow at Arrow. "So it's true," he murmured, shaking his head. "I heard you were growing mistrustful of me, but I couldn't quite believe it. Not after having counted myself among your friends for so long." Arrow's smile fell just a bit more. "A man in my position must be cautious. You understand." "Of course." Carlisle drew his hand back, his smile amiable even as his eyes bored into Arrow's. "I still call you friend, Arrow. I hide nothing from you." He tugged at each finger of his glove, slowly and deliberately sliding it off of his hand. Arrow's smile broadened again, but the moment their hands touched it froze on his face. He stared at Carlisle for several long seconds. "Yes," he said softly. "We do have much to discuss, don't we?" His gaze shifted to the rest of us, and with some effort, he released Carlisle's hand. "Please," he said brightly, "introduce us to your companions." Carlisle inclined his head deferentially. "Arrow, Keyes, Marcus," he said, gesturing to each one of them, "may I present my mate, Miss Isabella Swan." My eyes moved to Keyes and Marcus when Carlisle indicated them. They both rose. Keyes nodded cordially and Marcus gave me a wan smile and bowed slightly. Arrow fixed me with a fascinated gaze and moved forward, offering me his hand. I flushed under his scrutiny and placed my hand in his, forgetting about my gloves until he was bowing in front of me, his lips brushing over the soft leather. My lady, he murmured. It is my deepest pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there's anything I may do to make your visit more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask. I felt awkward. I had never been treated quite like this before. And I didn't really know how to respond. Thank you. He straightened, smiling, his eyes trained on me. She's charming, Carlisle. Such a lovely little thing. She'll make a striking immortal. She makes a striking human. Carlisle answered, winking at me and bringing a blush to my cheeks. Of course, Arrow said indulgently. Miss Swan, would you mind terribly? His eyes flicked to our hands, his request clear. He wanted inside my mind. My heart raced and I prayed Edward was right about him not being able to read me. I peeled my glove off and reached out to him again. He gripped my hand, pressing it between both of his own almost lovingly, letting his eyes slip closed. After a moment they fluttered open again. Fascinating, he whispered after a moment, his eyes taking on a hungry look. Are you going to share? Arrow. Keyes asked impatiently. Arrow released my hand, turning to the blonde vampire, who had taken his seat once again. In good time, he said, his smile permanently affixed to his face. We'll all have to sit down together later and discuss it. I felt a shiver run through my body. All. Would he still discuss everything he had seen in Carlisle's head in front of Keyes and Marcus? Had Alice made a mistake? Would the Volturi still attack the wolves? Keyes sniffed impatiently on his throne but said nothing. This is Bella's father, Charles Swan, Carlisle said, continuing with the introductions. Charlie immediately tugged off the leather glove he had donned, presumably when I had put mine on, and offered his hand. Arrow took it and held it for a long time, staring intently into Charlie's face. We'll talk at length, he finally said, and turned his admiring gaze on the next man in line. And my son, Jasper, Carlisle concluded, replacing his glove and gesturing for Charlie and me to do the same. Jasper, Arrow breathed almost reverently. Your reputation precedes you. You are most welcome in Volterra. Jasper had already removed his own glove, and he offered his hand. It's an honor, he replied as Arrow's hand closed over his. Arrow's eyes lit up as he scanned Jasper's mind. My, he murmured. I had heard of your abilities, but I had no idea how useful, how powerful. He trailed off, his eyes going unfocused. The way your gift colors your perception. He suddenly straightened, pulling his hands away. Would you mind giving my brothers a demonstration of your talents? Jasper raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Quite sure, Arrow said eagerly. Jasper's eyes flicked to the side of the room, falling on a surprisingly young, innocent-looking girl with skin like porcelain. She was staring at us, her face expressionless, and a smile pulled at the corner of Jasper's mouth. He nodded toward her, giving Arrow a questioning look. Arrow smiled in anticipation. Go ahead. Quote. The girl's eyes suddenly widened in surprise and then crumpled in sorrow. A tearless sob escaped her throat and she fell to her knees, burying her face in her hands. Marcus looked on in mild curiosity, and Keyes actually rose from his seat, taking a step toward the girl in alarm. Remarkable, Arrow murmured. I've never seen anything like it. Jasper smiled, and the girl suddenly gasped and then stiffened. Her head came up and she hissed at Jasper from her place on the floor. And then it was Jasper's turn to fall to his knees, a scream of agony ripping from his throat as he collapsed. He fell to his back, writhing in pain on the stone floor, and the young girl climbed triumphantly to her feet. I stared at Jasper in horror and started toward him, but Carlisle caught me around the waist, holding me back. He'll be all right, he whispered, his lips against my ear. Jane, Arrow said reprovingly, clicking his tongue. Enough. She relented with a smug SM. And whatever she was doing to hurt Jasper stopped instantly. He leapt to his feet, falling instinctively into a crouch, snarling as his glare met her haughty gaze. And then a smile broke over his face, and he laughed. Touché, he panted, straightening. That's very impressive. The girl returned his smile with a deceptively angelic one of her own. You would fit quite well with our coven, Arrow said warmly to Jasper. Both you and your talented mate. I don't suppose you would consider a place among us. Jasper chuckled, the offer not altogether unexpected. I'm very flattered. As you know, Alice and I are happy where we are at present. But if we ever decide to move on, I'll certainly give your offer serious consideration. Arrow was clearly disappointed. Of course, he said, his voice tight. Of course. He looked speculatively at Carlisle. Could you be persuaded if the invitation was extended to the entire family? There's not a pair in your coven that I wouldn't be delighted to number among our ranks. Jasper laughed softly as Carlisle shook his head. I can't speak for the others, Carlisle said, but I, for one, am comfortable in the life I have now. I'm afraid I have to decline. Well, Arrow said, bringing his hands together once again. Well, he smiled brightly. Regardless, we are certainly privileged to host such a noble group of guests. He gestured around the large hall. To the many other figures standing there. I noticed for the first time that they all seemed to be clothed in robes of varying shades of gray or black, with only a few exceptions. This is our guard, Arrow said. Anyone cloaked in the Volturi robes. Should you need anything, simply ask one of us. It is our privilege to be of service to you. I noticed Chelsea in the crowd, robed in black, and I wondered how many others held the same disdain for me that she seemed to. Thank you, Carlisle said, holding me close. You are, as always, a generous host. Arrow was looking at the two of us fondly. How lovely, he murmured. Marcus, tell me, what do you see between our old friend and his little human? There is no room for doubt, Marcus said in a voice that made me think of wind blowing through dried leaves. They are truly mated. Their bond is strong. Carlisle smiled at me and turned me toward him, pressing a gentle kiss to my lips. I was very conscious of the eyes on us, and a hiss sprang up around the room. I heard a muttered, disgusting, from one corner of the room, while someone behind me scoffed, pathetic. I couldn't be sure, but as the words were spoken in English, I see. Old only assume I was meant to hear them. I trembled under the disapproval around us, but Carlisle pulled back, gazing into my eyes and brushing a hand over my cheek. You've made me so happy, he murmured. His honey eyes and velvet voice soothing my frayed nerves. I smiled back at him, feeling the heat flare in my cheeks. How touching, Arrow said, looking on like a proud father. I do enjoy a good love story. Keyes stood impatiently. Enough stalling. If we have private matters to discuss, let us move this to the conference room. Of course, Arrow said amiably. He gave his attention to the girl who still hovered behind him, peeking around at us curiously. Renata, my dear, you may remain here. There is no danger. She reluctantly pulled her hand from him and fell back to lurk behind his throne. Her glance flicking nervously to the four of us. I noticed that her gaze returned frequently to Charlie, deep curiosity in her eyes. And more surprising was the fact that Charlie was staring back, his own expression displaying interest. Won't you follow me? Arrow said, interrupting my thoughts. He beckoned to the four of us, and we fell into step behind him and his brothers. They led us out through the enormous doors of the throne room, through more nondescript hallways, until we reached another room with a long wooden table dominating the center of it and heavy tapestries hanging along the walls. Arrow sat at the head with a brother on each side, and I couldn't help but be reminded of the formality with which the Cullens arranged themselves during their own meetings. Carlisle guided me to one side of the table, pulling out a chair for me before taking a seat between myself and Keyes. Jasper settled beside Marcus with Charlie next to him. Carlisle leaned close to me. This room has such thick walls that it's all but soundproof, he explained. It's quite difficult even for a vampire to overhear a conversation held here. Indeed, Arrow confirmed, which is why it is to this room that we now retire to discuss these things that should be kept private. My blood ran cold. Was he really going to talk about the Quileutes? Would Keyes react the way Alice had said he would? Or was that a lie too? It seems, Arrow continued, that Carlisle has found some rather impressive latent talent in these two humans. Huh? Carlisle raised his eyebrows, apparently as surprised as I was about the topic. I have never encountered a shield strong enough to withstand my gift, Arrow said, but even as a human, Isabella is silent to me. And her father is partially decipherable, but only with difficulty. Charlie cleared his throat, clearly caught off guard. What kind of difficulty? Marcus asked, though he didn't seem particularly curious to me. It was more like he was asking the question that was expected of him. It was painful, an ache in my head. The harder I tried to draw information about his thoughts, the stronger the ache. I can only imagine what strength he would gain as an immortal. I watched my dad as he watched Arrow, clearly at a loss for words. I was too. This wasn't where I thought this conversation was going to go. You are both, quite clearly. Rather talented at keeping people out of your minds, Arrow explained. Your gifts are not unlike my little Renata's. She is able to repel a physical attack, but the two of you seem able to shield against mental assault. The hungry look was back in his eyes. Whether it's a product of genetics or a talent that the two of you have developed to protect yourselves from pain, I don't know. But it is quite extraordinary to find such gifts in humans. I haven't seen latent abilities this strong since Alec and Jane. Keyes cocked his head at Carlisle. Do you intend to change the man, then? He queried. I was under the impression that you wanted him to remain human. That was my intention, Carlisle agreed. Arrow clucked his tongue. Such a waste of talent. Charlie gaped at Keyes, stunned by the turn in the conversation. Carlisle looked nonplussed. Honestly, Arrow, I hadn't thought much about it. I'm not sure how Charlie would take to immortality. I looked back and forth between Carlisle and my father, having a hard time processing what was happening. My father, a vampire, meaning I would never have to lose him. My mind was inundated with images of Charlie, yelling at my mother in a blind rage, slapping her hard across the face, stomping on my hand, forcing a glass shard deep into my palm, red-faced and embarrassed, struggling to apologize across the dinner table, gruff and unsure as he explained the Emancipation Papers. And then there was one of Alice, telling me that Charlie was considering killing himself. Jasper spoke up, his voice heavy with warning. I'm not sure how well Bella would handle seeing her father as a human drinker, he said bluntly. I started, my eyes raising to meet my father's. The two of us stared across the table at each other, and I tried to unsnarl my thoughts. Would it be worth it to me to have Charlie alive if others had to die? Would Charlie want to live like the Cullens? Would he even want to change? Questions swirled around my head, one led directly into the next so that I hardly knew where to start asking them. Bella, Carlisle asked gently, breaking into the confusion. What do you think of all this? I plunged my hands into my hair, shaking my head. I don't know, I said, my voice trembling. I don't know. There's too much. Bella, Jasper said gently, let's take this one thing at a time, all right? I nodded, instantly comforted by his familiar psychiatrist's voice. He turned to Charlie. First of all, he said, what would you think of this? Letting go of your human life and joining this world. Charlie shifted uncomfortably. I'd give up everything. Jasper nodded. Essentially. Charlie mulled that over for several seconds while we all waited silently. Arrow cleared his throat. Charles, may I ask what your profession is? I frowned, wondering why he would bother asking. He obviously knew everything that Carlisle did. I'm the chief of police. You're a lawman. Arrow smiled. It seems we have that in common. I suppose you could call my coven the police force of vampires. Charlie looked at him with interest. Do vampires have laws? A few, Arrow nodded. Essentially all stemming from one main standard: we must keep our existence a secret. Charlie grunted his understanding, thinking hard. A small smile lit Arrow's face. So then, Charlie, could you consider giving up your life of human law enforcement to join a life of vampire law enforcement? He took a breath as though to answer, but then his eyes found mine again, and he hesitated. Bella, he asked tentatively. I swallowed hard, shrinking back from the pressure on me. Was I supposed to decide my father's fate right here, right now? And the question still wasn't answered: would he kill people to sustain his own life? Could I accept it if he did? His face fell at my hesitation. Baby, if this is too hard on you. I mean, if you don't want. His eyes fell, staring at his hands in his lap, and his shoulders hunched protectively. It was clear that I had hurt him. And pain throbbed in my chest. I love you, Dad, I whispered, feeling tears gather in my eyes. He looked up hopefully. I'm just thinking about all those people. I couldn't finish my thought. I couldn't talk about him killing people out loud. Charlie frowned. Well, what about you? He asked. You and the Cullens will just eat animals, right? Why can't I do that? Quote. Jasper shifted, facing him more directly. It's incredibly difficult. It takes tremendous self-control and you've got to have proper motivation. Charlie met his gaze, his eyes hard. Proper motivation, he growled. Have you ever had a daughter? Jasper regarded him carefully, then glanced at Carlisle, waiting on his opinion. You certainly have shown remarkable perseverance these last weeks. Carlisle mused. And surprising emotional control now, Jasper added softly. But what of an afterlife? Carlisle asked. Are you a religious man, Charlie? Keyes sighed impatiently. Carlisle, is this really the time for your philosophical games? Yes, Carlisle said, unperturbed by Keyes's criticism. This is precisely the time. Charlie cleared his throat uncomfortably, staring down at his hands again. When he spoke, his voice was so low I could barely hear it. What kind of afterlife is in store for a man like me? My chest tightened, and the tears finally fell from my eyes. I couldn't stand to see the regret that emanated from my father, and I squeezed my eyes shut, twisting my hands in my lap. I didn't want to see Charlie as a villain. I didn't want to see him as a man destined for hell. It was too much. But the images were in my head again. So many pictures of him angry, yelling, hurting me or my mother. So many hours I had spent cowering in fear. So many bruises I'd had to hide. Bella, he asked softly. I forced myself to look at him, thankful that the tears blurred my vision and kept me from seeing him too sharply. I won't do it if you don't want me to. I swallowed back a lump in my throat. I want you to. I couldn't see his expression clearly enough to know what his reaction was. I didn't want to. Would you want me to stay with you? He asked tentatively. Or would you rather I left you alone? I sniffled, and I felt a handkerchief being pressed into my hands. I wiped at my eyes and nose, taking the moment of reprieve to gather my thoughts. To get my shaking voice under control. I swallowed back another sob and forced myself to look at Charlie. Whatever you want is okay with me. As long as I can visit you sometimes. If you come here. The Adam's apple bobbed in Charlie's throat, and he smiled at me, his own eyes glistening. I'd like that very much. Jasper folded his arms across his chest, leaning back in his chair. You won't be able to live the way we do if you spend your newborn year here, he said flatly. Surrounded by all this, he gestured around at the castle. It would be impossible. Arrow raised his eyebrows. What do you recommend? Let me train him for you, Jasper said. Give me a year with him to get his thirst under control. I can teach him to watch his back, show him how to handle himself in a fight. A delighted smile lit up Arrow's face. It would be an honor to count among our numbers a man molded by your influence. Charlie, Carlisle said softly, you understand you are under no obligation to join the Volturi. This is what I do, he said, his voice low and determined. Marcus surprised me by speaking up. This, he said in his whispery voice, will bind our covens together. He smiled kindly at me. We will be like family. Carlisle slipped an arm around me and I glanced up to see a satisfied smile on his face. I approve, he murmured to Arrow. I would have no more mistrust between us. When will you do it? Keyes asked, clearly growing bored with the conversation. After Bella, Carlisle said firmly. I will not risk an accident. And when will that be? Jasper tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the tabletop. The wedding is the beginning of June. Carlisle, are you planning on a honeymoon? I hadn't even considered a honeymoon. I glanced at him and smiled when I saw him nodding. Yes, I intend to take 2 or 3 weeks. Oh, God, 2 or 3 weeks, alone with Carlisle. I stopped myself before I could let my thoughts travel down that road. Getting turned on in front of a bunch of vampires didn't exactly appeal to me. And then you'll change Bella directly after you return. He looked at me. Is that all right with you? I nodded. And we'll change Charlie as soon as Bella's transition is done. Carlisle hesitated. 2 newborns at once. There are 7 of us, Jasper said dryly. I think we can handle it. All right. By early July, then. Is that acceptable to you, Charlie? He nodded slowly. I'll have to get my affairs in order. I'll help you with it, Carlisle promised. I'm an expert by now. It's settled then, Arrow said, smiling broadly. I must say, I certainly didn't expect this. Is that all we needed to discuss privately? Keyes asked. That's all, Arrow said with a serene smile. Relief flooded through me. He wasn't going to bring up the wolves. Keyes stood. It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, he said, his eyes scanning us, but if you'll excuse me, I have duties that require my attention. He nodded cordially once again and then strode out of the room. Marcus stood as well. I shall also take my leave, he breathed. He moved to Charlie and extended his hand, shaking Charlie's feebly. I look forward to welcoming you into our coven. Charlie smiled in response. Marcus drifted around the table and stopped between my chair and Carlisle's. He placed his fingers under my chin, raising my face, and leaned down to kiss my cheek in a somewhat grandfatherly gesture. He straightened again, patting Carlisle's shoulder and smiling down at him. Take good care of her, Carlisle. Carlisle nodded solemnly. I will. With that, Marcus glided out of the room, leaving the heavy doors open behind him. Arrow smiled warmly. I understand it's a common human social custom to take meals together, he said. His eyes moving between mine and Charlie's, seeking confirmation. I nodded. Yeah, I guess that's true. Wonderful, he smiled. He turned in his seat and raised his voice slightly, calling through the large doors. Renata. In only a couple of seconds, the wispy girl who had attended him in the throne room was hurrying through the doors. Yes, master. Would you have the kitchen staff serve dinner? Right away. Master, she said, glancing once at Charlie before disappearing out the door again. I looked at Charlie, surprised to see him mouthing her name as he stared after her. Jasper raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Isabella, Arrow said, claiming my attention, you must tell me the things I am unable to read in your mind. I'm dying to know, what was your first impression of Carlisle? I felt heat flooding my cheeks, but for the first time since stepping off of the plane in Pisa, I felt like I was on stable ground. I thought, he couldn't be real. I smiled at the memory. And then he touched me, and it was like nothing else was real, only him. Carlisle's fingers threaded through my hair, reminding me of that morning in the hospital when he had so carefully felt for injuries along my scalp. I looked at him and he smiled lovingly down at me. I adore you, he whispered softly. Warmth flooded through me, and I got lost in his gaze, finding my safe harbor in his eyes. How lovely. Arrow beamed, drawing me out of my brief reverie. I always wondered if my strange friend would ever find a mate. I wondered myself, Carlisle said. Despaired of it, even. But my Isabella was worth waiting for. Are you looking forward to your transition? Arrow asked me. I blushed once again under his attention. I'm not really looking forward to the pain. And I'm pretty nervous about that first year. I have no doubt you'll take to it like a fish to water, Arrow said. Any human who mates with a vampire is clearly destined for this life. I heard footsteps in the hall. And after a moment several people entered, all human, I noticed. 2 were carrying silver platters with domed covers, which were placed in front of Charlie and me. 2 more rolled in what looked like large boxes atop dollies, draped in white linen, and those were slid into place near Carlisle and Jasper. Carlisle quirked an eyebrow at Arrow, smiling softly. As one, each of the STAFF members lifted the domes from our food and pulled away the white linen covers. What I had taken for boxes, I discovered, were really cages that stood about waist high, each holding a relatively small wild cat. I looked at the large, pointed ears and spotted fur, unable to place exactly what it was. Jasper smiled lazily. Those couldn't have been easy for you to track down. Charlie frowned at the cats. Why not? The Iberian lynx is critically endangered, Carlisle said softly. He smiled. It's also a favorite of mine. Only the best for my guests, Arrow said benevolently. I only half-list. End to the conversation as I glanced around at the humans in the room. If Arrow was providing a meal for Charlie and me and one for Carlisle and Jasper, would he be having one himself? My stomach turned over and I doubted I would be able to eat much of the veal piccata on the plate in front of me. Thankfully, at Arrow's signal, the kitchen staff all filed out of the room again, closing the door behind them. Arrow folded his hands on the table in front of him. Buon appetito, he said simply. Carlisle winked at me and unfastened the latch at the top of the cage. I watched in fascination as his hand shot inside and grabbed the animal by the jaw, deftly snapping its neck with a loud crack. He lifted the now limp creature to his mouth and sank his teeth into its jugular vein, drawing in long, slow gulps of blood. I was riveted. I had never seen him hunt before and hadn't honestly thought that much about what it would be like to see him drink blood. Jasper's derisive snort drew my attention, and I glanced at him. He was looking disdainfully at his own cat, which was hissing at him, clearly threatened by his presence. Is this how you hunt? He asked Arrow. You sit here in the castle and wait for your food to be brought to you on a leash. It saves time, Arrow replied simply. Jasper chuckled, shaking his head. Not that taking down a human is ever really challenging, I suppose. 1th. Thing to be said about the Cullen diet is that it makes hunting a lot more interesting. Arrow looked at him curiously. Yes, I can imagine. The animals you hunt are much faster and have better reflexes. He looked thoughtful. It almost makes it worth the unpleasant taste. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, Jasper replied with a wry smile. Arrow laughed in delight. Jasper sighed and opened the cage for his own animal, snapping its neck as Carlisle had done and bringing it to his mouth. Charlie, I noticed, was eating too, undisturbed by the sight of the blood drinking. I hurriedly cut a bite of veal and stuffed it in my mouth. The last thing I wanted to do was appear ungrateful when Arrow had clearly gone to great lengths to accommodate us all. Now, Arrow said, addressing Carlisle once again, let's discuss this little wolf problem. Carlisle lowered the cat from his mouth, blotting his lips clean with a napkin, and set it back into the cage. There is no problem, he said succinctly. The wolves are friends. Rather dangerous friends, wouldn't you say? They are merely territorial. To maintain amicable relations, we must agree to stay off of their land and avoid harming the humans in the area. That is all they ask. But the vision your Alice saw is entirely based on a decision to invade their territory, Carlisle said confidently. They want nothing to do with you, Arrow. If forced, they will defend their home, and it seems they will do so quite effectively. So don't force them. You're not worried about them turning on you. Ephraim didn't, he pointed out. And I'm confident that Jacob would avoid any action that would hurt Bella. Ah, but Jacob is not the leader. Yes, he is, Carlisle assured him quietly. He may be resisting now, but if Sam threatened his best friend, he would claim his rightful place. What makes you think he can? It's in his blood. Jacob traces his lineage through a long line of alpha wolves straight back to Taha Aki. He was born to lead his pack. Then why doesn't he challenge the current alpha? Carlisle smiled softly, his eyes falling on Jasper. For the same reason that Jasper doesn't challenge me for the leadership of my coven. Jasper met his gaze but said nothing. Arrow was intrigued, and he leaned forward on the table, watching the two of them. My other children owe me a certain allegiance, since I sired them, Carlisle continued calmly. His eyes still on Jasper. But Jasper and Alice do not, and if our family relied on strength or cunning the way the nomadic covens tend to, Jasper would be the obvious leader. Jasper nodded slowly, never taking his eyes off of Carlisle. If Jasper challenged me, he would win. Why don't you? Arrow asked Jasper, puzzled. Respect, Jasper said simply. And a lack of motivation. I have no desire to be responsible for a coven. Carlisle smiled warmly at him, then turned to Arrow. Which is exactly how Jacob feels. But if Sam motivated him by threatening Bella, I.H. Avenue, no doubt he would accept his birthright and take over. I chewed at my lip, wondering how long it would be before Carlisle knew what I knew. You're sure, then, that they pose no risk? Arrow asked, leaning back again. I'm sure. Their duty is to their tribe, which is really quite small. Simply let them be and they'll eventually die out. Arrow gave him a stern look. I expect you to notify me if you see signs of aggression. That's reasonable, Carlisle agreed. Then that's settled, and nothing needs to be said to my brothers about it. Carlisle nodded his compliance. I forced down another bite of the veal, realizing just what an artist Alice was. I doubted that there was a force on earth that could sway Arrow from his course once he had set his mind to something, yet here he was, to ordering us to keep our secrets from the rest of his coven. Alice was a goddess. The conversation turned lighter after that, with Arrow and Carlisle waxing nostalgic, sinking into reminiscences of days gone by. They lingered after our meals were finished, after the kitchen staff had cleared away any trace of them, until Carlisle finally pushed back from the table. He reached into the inside pocket of his suit and pulled out a silver cigar case, holding it up to Arrow. Care to join me? He asked with a smile. Arrow laughed out loud. That, Carlisle, is one human activity I can appreciate. What do you have? Nicaraguan. Cognac dipped. He stood, holding a gloved hand out to me though he continued to look at Arrow. Shall we? I took his hand as Arrow rose, and the two of them led the rest us through the maze of corridors to a set of doors that led out into a large courtyard. Flowers bloomed profusely all along the walls and in large planters placed at various intervals. Twilight was fading into darkness. But there was still enough light to see the explosion of vibrant colors on display. Carlisle moved to a low stone wall that surrounded a particularly large square of flowering BU. Sheehan lowered me down onto it before flipping open the cigar case. He handed one of the cigars inside to Arrow, and then held the case out to me. "Would you like on, darling?" I smiled self-consciously and shook my head. "No, thank you, Charlie," he asked, offering him the case. Charlie surprised me by taking one. Carlisle held the case out to Jasper, who shook his head. He tucked it away again, producing a cigar cutter and a lighter, and soon the three of them were puffing away, the cigar tips glowing softly in the encroaching night. "So, Carlisle, tell me about your medical work," Arrow said conversationally. Carlisle grimaced. "They keep trying to give me awards." "Is that bad?" Charlie asked, confused. Carlisle sighed. "If my name gets recorded in too many places, I'm going to end up having to change it." "Maybe you should take my name," I teased him, nudging his calf with my toe. Carlisle swung. His eyes sparkled as he smiled at me. "The idea has merit." He leaned down and pressed a kiss to my lips. Arrow gave us a puzzled look. "How do you do it, Carlisle? How do you have a sexual relationship with Isabella without hurting her?" Charlie cleared his throat uncomfortably, staring hard at the ground. And Carlisle laughed. "Arrow, in most human cultures it's considered something of a social gaffe to discuss a woman's sex life in the presence of her parents." "Really?" Arrow asked, intrigued. "Why is that?" I stood up quickly. "So I hear Marcus has an impressive collection of paintings," I said brightly, hoping I wasn't crossing any lines by changing the subject so deliberately. Arrow seemed amused by my behavior. "In fact, he does. I'm sure one of my guard. I'll show her." It was Dimitri who had spoken, appearing in the doorway and striding out into the courtyard. He offered me his hand. "That is, if the lady doesn't mind my company." I did mind, actually. I was terrified of going off with him alone, leaving the protection of Carlisle's presence. But everyone was just so polite here, so cordial. And it felt rude to say no. So I placed my hand trepidatiously into his, forcing a smile, and nodded. "I'd like to see those myself," Jasper said. "Mind if I tag along?" "Not at all." Dimitri tucked my hand in his elbow. "Right this way." Relief flooded through me as Jasper fell into step beside us. At home, he was considered one of the more dangerous of the family, enough that he, like Edward, generally didn't spend time alone with me. But here in Volterra, surrounded by vampires who only held their appetites in check out of respect for Arrow and Carlisle, he was definitely the safer option. I felt a million times better having him along. Once again, the trip through the corridors entirely lost me. More of my concentration was on keeping upright in my designer shoes than on what turns we were taking. And I hoped I wouldn't ever have to try to make my way out of this castle without help. It made me uncomfortable that I was relying so much on other people. I should have been watching, memorizing the paths we had taken. It wasn't like me to leave my safety in someone else's hands, at least, it hadn't been until Carlisle. I was losing my edge with him, which was stupid. Because running in these crowds, I should be taking more care than ever. Before long we came to a large room, of course. This castle didn't seem to have small ones. Dimitri held the door for Jasper and me. And we slipped inside, staring around. The room had been partially modernized, sporting drywall that protected the paintings from the unforgiving stone and track lighting that highlighted each portrait. I stared around at the paintings, taking in what I saw. I had expected more like the one I had seen in Carlisle's study, large, brightly colored canvases with cherubic figures in classical poses. What I saw, though, was dark and threatening. There were a lot of blues and purples, accented with silvers, and the figures were more demonic than cherubic. Their faces and bodies were drawn in sharp angles. And yet there was still a transcendence in the pieces, still hints that the subjects were of divine origin. "Wow," I breathed softly, moving to examine the closest one. It was a fairly small painting, maybe 12 inches tall, and it clearly depicted Arrow holding a wine glass. The liquid inside was not the deep, opaque red of blood, but it certainly wasn't hard for my mind to imagine it that way. Dimitri stepped close behind me, his eyes on the painting as well. "Striking, isn't it? Solimena often painted the brothers as angels, but in his more honest moods, he was V. Very adept at showcasing the menacing sides of their natures. I didn't know quite what to say to that. Was I supposed to agree that Arrow had a dark side? Was I supposed to argue? Oh, God, arguing with someone who would just as soon eat me as listen to me. And why exactly was he standing so close? My eyes flicked to Jasper and it eased my nerves a little to see that he was watching us intently. It's still beautiful, I finally said, then laughed at my own observation. I guess it would be, since it's Arrow. Dimitri chuckled with me, stepping back and strolling slowly with me along the long wall covered in paintings. Occasionally there was a splash of color, one of Solomena's lighter works, but most of them were dark. One of the lighter ones depicted Marcus with his teeth latched onto the throat of a woman. And I paused in front of that one. It was a little disturbing to me, to see the light, happy vibrance of the painting that so clearly put murder on display. Dimitri stopped when I did, standing next to me as he admired the painting. This one is a favorite of mine. He pointed out the vampires looking on, something I hadn't even noticed as my eyes had been drawn immediately to Marcus and his victim. Isn't it amazing how he captured the frenzy in their eyes? I scanned the hungry faces of the onlookers, nodding slowly. Come, there's one in particular I think you'll enjoy. He took my elbow and directing me to a side wall. A large gilt frame held a picture there, most of the background swathed in thick gray clouds. In the foreground several people huddled, cowed and fearful. Though one young boy looked up in awe at the man standing over them, cloaked in pale gray and hovering protectively. With a start, I realized it was Carlisle who stood guard. In the paint, his head was turned to look over his shoulder at several red-eyed predators behind him, his face distorted in a menacing hiss. Dimitri gestured to a small gold plaque at the bottom of the frame that read, Stregone Benefici. I smiled. You're right. I do like this one. I thought you might, he said, sounding pleased with himself. What was Solomena like? He gave me a questioning look. Why do you ask? I shrugged. Curiosity. I guess. I think it would be interesting to know the man who could paint such a wide range of emotions. He smiled wryly. Would it disappoint you to know that he was an absolute grouch? I giggled. Was he really? I couldn't stand the man. He was a chore to be around, but Arrow liked him so we all had to put up with him. Are you in any of these? I asked, my eyes roaming over the wall. He smiled brightly. Yes, I'll show you. He offered me his hand and I took it, letting him lead me to the opposite wall. The first painting he showed me was fairly small, only a couple of feet tall. And it showed Dimitri and Arrow glaring at each other, clearly locked in a battle of wills. Dimitri's jaw was set, his eyes determined, as his hand gripped Arrow's. Do you argue with Arrow a lot? Those who argue with Arrow a lot don't generally live very long, he replied lightly. But every now and then I challenge him, yes. A man must pick his battles carefully when he goes toe-to-toe with such an opponent. I examined the painting for another moment, then looked back at him. What else are you in? He guided me to a much larger canvas that depicted the throne room in exquisite detail. The brothers lounged in their chairs, and around the room several others stood, robed in varying shades of gray. Dimitri was among them and I picked out Chelsea's face as well. I glanced at Dimitri, noticing the color of his robe. It was fairly pale gray, lighter than many I had seen. Does the color of your robes have significance? Perceptive. He smiled. Yes, the darker the cloak, the more indispensable we are considered to be to the coven. I looked back at the picture, smiling a little to myself. Chelsea outranks you. He gave a low laugh. Chelsea outranks all of the guard. I'm a very good tracker. But without me, the Volturi could still find people. It would just take longer. Without Chelsea, however, we would probably all end up trying to kill one another. It's not exactly natural for this many vampires to live in such close quarters. I nodded my understanding as I took in the details of the painting. I hope you'll forgive her for the things she said earlier, he said hesitantly. It has less to do with you than with the fact that her maid has been away for 3 weeks. She's like that with everybody when she starts feeling lonely and petulant. I shrugged. It's fine. He wasn't so quick to let the matter go. He took my hand and pressed it between his, in a gesture reminiscent of Arrow's. I really am sorry I brought her along to meet you. She was curious, and I thought it might cheer her up to see Carlisle. I didn't know she would upset you. I pulled my hand away from his, turning away to look at some of the other paintings. Neither one of you upset me, I lied. He trailed after me, putting a hand on my shoulder. Neither of us. He looked concerned. Did I do something? I shook my head. Are you in any others? He hesitated. Miss Swan, if I've offended you I truly didn't mean to. Please, tell me what I've done so I don't make the mistake again. I looked at him, wishing he would just let it go. It wasn't like I could stand here and criticize him to his face. Jasper spoke up from where he still leaned in the doorway. You made a joke about Carlisle being reduced to marrying a human. Dimitri froze, his mouth falling open in shock. I did, he said. Remorse coloring his features. I did, I said it without thinking. I'm sorry, Miss Swan, it didn't occur to me that it would be offensive to you. I believed his sincerity. But I still didn't want to make a big deal out of it. It's nothing, I told him. Dimitri, are you really apologizing to the human? A woman's voice asked. My head snapped up. I hadn't heard them enter. But hovering near a doorway across the room from Jasper, two women stood close together, wearing matching black robes and haughty expressions. Their faces, like those of Arrow and his brothers, looked powdery and fragile. Dimitri clasped his hands behind his back, looking away in embarrassment. Arrow wishes for her stay to be pleasant, he said evasively. One of the women snorted. It's ridiculous how he has us all catering to this girl when really the only thing special about her is that she'd make a rather nice dessert. The other woman smiled indulgently. He can't help himself where Carlisle is concerned. If ever a court jester won the heart of his king, it's Carlisle with Arrow. It really sunk in then. The disdain, the flippant comments, the derisive snorts. I finally understood the message that had been broadcast to me from the moment I stepped off the plane in Pisa. I was an embarrassment to Carlisle. Here in Volterra, among people he considered friends, I was nothing more than a joke. By associating with me, Carlisle was reduced to my level. He, who had once been their equal, was now nothing more than a punchline. Because of me, I swallowed hard against the tears that were trying to well up in my eyes. How long would it be before he came to the same conclusion? How long before he realized that being with me was a mistake? In Forks, maybe it didn't look so bad. But here everyone knew how ridiculous it was for a man like Carlisle to want to be with someone like me. It was only a matter of time before Carlisle noticed it himself. Arrow was probably making fun of him right now. And eventually, Carlisle would be persuaded to see things the way the rest of them did. He was better than me. He was beautiful, strong, fast, compassionate, even-tempered, and I wasn't. I was the girl who tried not to make too much noise when Phil crept into the bedroom at night, so as not to hurt the feelings of a mother who had created the situation in the first place. I was the girl who slept with anybody who was up for it to keep from going home. I was clumsy and ugly and messed up in the head, and there was no way I would ever measure up to one of them. Especially not Carlisle. I turned away from the women, searching for an escape. My eyes met Jasper's but I looked away quickly, not wanting to see the pity there. He moved toward me, laying an arm over my shoulders, but I shook it off. Don't, I said, heading for the door. I just need some air. I ducked past him into the corridor, hurrying away, though I had no idea if I was heading in the direction of an exit. I hoped that Jasper and Dimitri would just let me go, but of course, Jasper wouldn't leave me alone here. He caught up with me and took my elbow, steering me around a couple of corners until we made our way to a heavy wooden door. He swung it open to reveal a courtyard I hadn't yet seen, slipping outside with me and shutting it behind us. I pulled my arm out of his grasp and tried to run across the flagstones. Hindered by my ridiculous shoes. Despite the freezing night air, I yanked them off, tossing them aside and fleeing to the far side of the yard, sinking to my knees behind a large planter box. And I cried. I knew every vampire in the place could probably hear me, and I was mortified, but I couldn't hold it back anymore. Because I knew coming here was my fatal mistake. This was what it would take to show Carlisle I wasn't good enough. His perfect memory would replay the taunts and jibes over and over again, and by the time we got home, he would be finished with me. I wondered when he would call off the wedding, and God, that thought hurt. When had I gotten my heart so set on marriage? Would he end things with me right away, or would he start to slowly distance himself from me? When it was over, would he stay in Forks? Or would he be anxious to get away from me? I was shivering, but I didn't know if it was due to the cold night or the fear that held me in a vice grip. Not that it mattered. Nothing mattered without Carlisle. I heard the door bang open and Carlisle's purposeful step echoed around the courtyard. What happened? He demanded, his urgent voice edged with anger. His voice sounded like heaven even when he was angry. Nothing happened, Jasper said firmly, following behind him. Carlisle reached my side and scooped me up into his arms, cradling me against his chest. Bella. Angel, I'm here, he murmured, nuzzling my cheek. I turned my head away from him. I couldn't face him, couldn't let him see me crying over him. It was hard enough to know he was going to leave me. But I couldn't stand for him to know just how completely it would break me. Jasper, what happened? Carlisle growled angrily. Nothing happened, Jasper snapped back. It's just stress. Let it go. Charlie appeared in the doorway then, flanked by Arrow and Dimitri, and he hurried over to me. Baby, what's the matter? He asked. I wriggled out of Carlisle's arms and tucked myself against my father, absently seeking his warmth. He was nearly as cold as Carlisle, having been outside with him while I was looking at the paintings, but I still clung to him, hiding my face. I didn't want anyone to look at me. When Carlisle left me, would he still turn Charlie? Would my father leave me too? What has upset the girl? Arrow asked. I expected Jasper to answer, but there was only silence. Jasper, Carlisle said insistently. It's nothing, he said again. Arrow sighed. Dimitri. I heard Dimitri approach him, and for a moment there was silence. I heard Arrow sigh irritably. Apparently, I'm going to have words with. Jasper cleared his throat pointedly, cutting him off. With whom? Carlisle asked flatly. What happened? Don't worry about it, Jasper said soothingly. Just focus on Bella and let Arrow handle things around here. I didn't know why Jasper was being evasive and I didn't care. I just wanted to hide, to crawl into a hole somewhere where nobody could look at me and see what a fool I was to fall in love with a man so far out of my league. To have believed he could ever really love me back. We have some rooms prepared for you, Dimitri offered. Shall I show you to them? Please, Carlisle said, and then I felt his cold hands on my shoulders. Bella, sweetheart, he murmured, easing my away from Charlie. Please, come with me. We'll get you settled somewhere you can rest. I wanted him. I wanted him so badly, even if it did make me a fool. For just a little while longer, I wanted to pretend everything was okay. So I let him pull me against him and I didn't resist when he lifted me into his arms again. I huddled against his chest, trying to make the tears go away so I could appreciate what time I had left with him for as long as it lasted. Carlisle whispered soothingly as we strode through the halls, and I got lost in him. I ignored any conversation around me to the extent that I didn't realize we were alone until Carlisle was laying me gently on a large, soft bed. I clung to him when he tried to stand up, not wanting to lose a moment of his touch. Not now, when the moments were numbered. Carlisle carefully loosened my grasp and stood up, quickly shedding his jacket before sliding down onto the bed next to me again. What can I do? He breathed softly, his lips tracing along my jaw. What can I do to make you feel better? It was when his lips pressed against the artery in my neck that it occurred to me that I might not have to lose him. If he would just bite me now, before he was made to feel too inferior for being with me. Maybe he and the others could be convinced that I was enough for him. I had no delusions that I would ever actually be worthy of him, but maybe he wouldn't realize that. Maybe I would be strong enough and pretty enough that my glaring inadequacies wouldn't seem so obvious. 3 days, would it be soon enough? Would he be talked out of being with me while I was writhing in pain? Change me now, I choked. Please. What? He pulled back, looking at me in bewilderment. I don't understand. What's going on? I just want you to change me. Please, Carlisle. Please. Shish, Angel, relax, he breathed. His lips feathering against mine. He kissed me gently, stroking my cheek soothingly. Why do you want to change now? I want to be. I stopped abruptly. I wanted to be good enough, but I never would be. And I didn't really want to call attention to that fact. I want to be like you. You will be, he promised, his lips still moving against my neck. But we have to be wise about this, Bella. You still have school. If you just disappear, people will look for you. I don't care, I said, my voice thick with tears. I have to change now. It's not working like this. He flinched back, as though physically stung. Not working. Bella. His eyes met mine, full of pain and insecurity. What's not working? Have I hurt you? I shook my head quickly. Please, I said again. Just do it. He heaved a reluctant sigh. We can do it now if that's what you really want. But to be honest, as connected as you are with my family publicly, changing you now would probably mean we would all have to leave Forks. Which means you wouldn't be able to see Jacob very often. I hesitated but shook it off. I loved Jacob, but I couldn't live without Carlisle. I don't care. Darling, think about this, he urged gently. I want you to change, truly I do, but does it really need to be so rushed? Please, I whispered, knowing I sounded pathetic and unable to help myself. Please. He sat up and pulled me into his arms, rocking me gently. I can deny you nothing. But I would very much appreciate it if you would help me understand why you feel this sudden urgency. You shouldn't have to be with me like this, I said, burying my head in his shoulder. He didn't answer for a moment, and when he did, he sounded utterly bewildered. What? I fisted my hand in the hair at the nape of his neck, seeking comfort in the soft locks. You deserve better than just a stupid human. He shook his head, nuzzling my neck gently. There is nothing better than you. You are exactly what I want. And yes, I look forward to your change, to a time when I don't have to fear inadvertently hurting you, but until then I will savor all the things about you that are so distinctly human. His lips traced my jawline. Your delicate skin, he whispered. He worked his way down my neck, licking lightly at my pulse point. The scent of your blood. One gloved hand moved over my thigh and crept beneath the hem of my dress. Your warmth. His lips continued to trail down my chest, kissing me through the fabric of my dress. The steady thrum of your heart, and the way it stumbles when you're aroused. He raised his head, gazing into my eyes. Please don't take those things from me. Not yet. I'm not quite ready to let them go. I wiped at my eyes, staring back at him. They make fun of you, I said. Because of me. He laughed out loud. You're not letting the Volturi get to you, are you? Fresh tears threatened, and I ducked against his chest again. Angel, he breathed, rocking me again. I know they make fun of me. They always have. They can't understand me, and they can't think what else to do with me, so they make jokes. His cold lips pressed against my hair. I swallowed back the lump in my throat. You don't care. I felt his chest move as he laughed silently. Not in the slightest. I tried for years to earn the acceptance of the Volturi. I gave up. To be accepted by them would mean denying my true self. And that is something I simply cannot do. He pulled his gloves off, and then stripped mine away as well, setting them aside. I have learned to enjoy the fact that I will forever be a curiosity to my friends. He shifted me in his arms, so I was sitting upright, looking into his face. Please do not allow them to make you feel like less than you are, he said sincerely, brushing his fingers over my cheek. No matter what they say, no matter what they think, you are my world, Isabella Swan. Vampire or human, it matters not at all. You are my mate, the only woman who has ever captured my heart. I love you with a passion that is both natural and defiant of nature, and I will not let the empty words of careless men come between us. I stared at him, wanting so badly for his words to be true. It doesn't make sense for you to love me, I whispered, terrified that he would agree with me. It doesn't make much sense for you to love me either. I'm a very old man, Bella. And I'm decidedly boring. I can't imagine how you've put up with me so long. I laughed self-consciously. You're not boring. Oh, but I am. Wrapping myself up in books the way I do. I feared I might never find a woman who was more interesting to me than Whitman or Dumas. I didn't think it was possible until I met you. I smiled and leaned forward for a kiss. You're really not embarrassed by me. My Bella. He breathed. I'm so proud to call you my mate that my old friends can hardly stand me for all of my newfound vainglory. A laugh burst out of my throat at this unexpected description. Vainglory. Absolutely, he smiled playfully. They don't seem to understand exactly what an accomplishment it is to have won the heart of one such as you. Well, you can see their point. You haven't exactly had to slay any dragons. No, he murmured, growing serious again, but you make me chase you, Bella. You hide from me, and when I find you, you dance away. You're always just beyond my reach. And just when I begin to despair of ever truly possessing you, you let me catch you. Then, just for a moment, I taste heaven. I stared at him in shock. Did he really feel that way? Was I so hard on him? I felt his hand slide up the back of my dress, and slowly, very slowly, he tugged the zipper down. Right now, he whispered, this moment. I have you. I don't intend to waste it. You always have me, I replied, tugging at his tie. I stripped it off, tossing it aside, and started unbuttoning his vest as he pushed my dress off of my shoulders. I had barely got the last button undone when Carlisle pushed me back on the bed, his mouth exploring the exposed skin of my chest and neck above my slip. I moaned, raising my hips so he could slide the dress down and off my legs. I giggled. Alice is going to kill you for leaving a Calvin Klein bunched up on the floor like that. Those are intentional wrinkles, he said, a predatory look in his eye. I want everyone we see between now and the time we leave Italy to know that your dress lay forgotten on the floor while I thoroughly enjoyed your body. The desire in his voice sent currents of electricity running through me, settling right between my legs. I moaned and grabbed the loose sides of his vest, tugging him down on top of me. I love you, Carlisle, I whimpered. I need you. As soon as his weight was on me, as soon as the desperate ache for contact with him was satisfied, I pushed his vest down off of his shoulders. More, I panted, spreading my legs, letting him settle between them. I felt his hard cock through several layers of fabric and I rocked against him. My hands fumbled with the buttons of his shirt, and I groaned in frustration when I couldn't get to the ones between us to continue removing his clothes. But it was worse when he pushed himself off of me. He chuckled at my petulant protests, but hurriedly tugged off both his shirt and pants. He still wore an undershirt and boxers, God. Too many clothes. And I shoved down his underwear while he yanked off the shirt. He was stunning. Every time I saw him I was amazed anew at the perfect definition of the muscles in his body, the lean, ropey lengths along his arms, his smooth, solid pectoral muscles, and abs that I could barely keep my mouth off of. I had to have him. You're not allowed to wear that many layers, I reproved, pulling him back down on top of me now that he was fully undressed. It's too hard to get you naked. I know the feeling, he growled, yanking my slip up around my hips and maneuvering it over my head. God, I gasped. I need you, Carlisle. I need you now. He nipped at my shoulder. Impatient tonight, aren't we? He breathed, his voice a low growl in his throat. He pushed off of me again. And before I could protest he had flipped me over onto my stomach and was lowering himself against me, rubbing his erection insistently against my backside. Yes, I gasped, not sure if I was answering his question or letting him know how much I loved what he was doing to me. It didn't matter. I wanted him desperately, and I loved the feeling of being trapped between the mattress and his hard body. I felt his fingers at the hooks of my bra, and then the tension loosened and he was pushing the straps off of my shoulders. He didn't let me up to take it all the way off, instead just running one cold hand over the bare skin of my back, causing little eruptions of goosebumps down my arms. You're so beautiful, he breathed, his lips caressing my skin between my shoulder blades, kissing and sucking gently. I love the way your skin feels. I pressed back into him, grinding against his cock, and was rewarded with a low growl. I need to feel you, I gasped. Please. His mouth trailed down my back, tracing the ridge of my spine. He slowly crawled down my body, taking away the contact I craved, but tugging my panties down with him and tossing them to the floor with my dress and slip. God, I loved the sight of Carlisle's hands dropping my clothes on the floor. He turned me over again and I watched as he drew my bra down my arms and threw it carelessly aside, his eyes roaming hungrily over my body. His hands stroked down my thighs, pressing my knees apart, and he crawled between them, letting his fingers drift upward to their moist juncture. Let there be no mistake, Bella, he said, his voice rough with desire. No vampire woman has ever smelled so absolutely mouth-watering when aroused. And then before I could blink he was on his elbows between my legs, his mouth licking and sucking hungrily at my aching center. I gasped. Feels so good, I choked. Yes, Carlisle. My words spurred him on, and his tongue sought out my clit, flicking at it and swirling around it, occasionally dipping down to lap up more of the slick juices that coated my lips. I moaned and arched my hips against his mouth, the desperate need for release building quickly inside of me. Every lick and caress of his tongue drove me closer, pushed me to the very edge of reason, and then suddenly he stopped, pulling away from me, and I moaned in agony. "Don't stop," I begged. "Please, Carlisle, I need it." He crawled over me, his eyes burning with need. "I'll make you come, Angel," he whispered, sucking my earlobe into his mouth. "In due time. Don't tease me," I groaned. He smiled and captured my lips in a quick kiss. "I can't help myself," he said, his voice low and dark. "You're so beautiful like this," flushed and trembling from my touch. He drew his hand across my shoulder and down to my breast, watching his own fingers intently as they teased and fondled my erect nipple. "So beautiful," he repeated reverently. I hissed in frustration as my muscles relaxed, reluctantly accepting that orgasm wasn't, after all, imminent. And just as I let myself go limp, Carlisle thrust into me. I gasped and pushed against him with my hips, my hands grabbing at his back as he let his weight fall on me. Carlisle set a slow, sensual pace, his hands and his mouth caressing every inch of skin within reach. "Bella," he whispered. "My Bella." His lips traced along my neck, his tongue caressing the pulsing artery. "Don't ever leave me. I need you, my angel, I can't get enough of you." I moaned, relishing the feeling of his hard bulk moving in and out, in long, slow strokes. I wanted it faster, harder. But he refused to allow it, forcing me to let him take his time. He whispered words of love in my ear as he filled my body, pumping firmly into me, until once again I felt the orgasm start to build. The need was almost lazy, building just a little higher with each even stroke, edging me closer to the release I craved. I whimpered as the muscles in my abdomen tightened. I was so close, so deliciously close to orgasm. And I arched against him, seeking that most exquisite satisfaction. But once again he denied me, his hands moving to my hips and pushing them back down onto the mattress, pinning them there so I couldn't move. He stilled as well, not pulling out, just holding himself unmoving inside of me. I ground my teeth, nearly screaming in frustration. "Not fair," I complained. "Carlisle, don't tease me." He propped himself up on his elbows, looking me over with a self-satisfied smile. "So beautiful," he said. "Your heart racing, your scent so thick and delicious." His mouth returned to my throat, kissing and licking along the artery he was so fond of. "All for me," he breathed. "All mine." And then he surprised me once again by sliding his hand down my thigh and grabbing it firmly, hitching it up over his hip and holding it there while he began thrusting roughly into me. His other hand slid under my head, his fingers tangling in my hair and holding me while his mouth claimed mine in a searing kiss. His tongue plundered my mouth while he drilled into me, insistent and demanding, driving me ruthlessly toward the orgasm he had been holding back from me. I whimpered into his mouth, wordlessly pleading with him to let me finish this time, to let me come around his hard cock. His body pinned me to the bed, his hands holding me against him, as his movements became hard and frantic. I was so close I could practically taste it, and I cried out in desire, breaking the kiss. His lips fastened over the artery on my neck and he sucked hungrily, a feral snarl rumbling in his throat. That sound pushed me over the edge and the orgasm exploded inside of me, ripping through my body. I hardly realized I was calling out his name until my voice was drowned out by his own loud growl as he found his release. His body went rigid, thrusting against mine while I grasped at him, my fingers scrabbling for purchase against his solid skin. Wave after wave of pleasure crashed over me as all of the tension he had built up released and pulsed through my body. When I finally sagged back against the bed, I was so exhausted I could hardly move. Carlisle fell on top of me, spent and sated. And though I very much wanted to run my fingers through his golden hair, I was simply too weak to lift my arm. "Carlisle," I panted. "Carlisle." His name seemed to be the only word my lips would form. His response completely threw me for a loop. He lay on top of me, his head buried in my shoulder, and suddenly he started laughing. I blinked in surprise, trying to pull back enough to see his face. I couldn't, but after a moment he laughed harder and rolled onto his back. Was that funny?" I asked him, slightly injured and very confused. "No," he said, still chuckling. "No. Our friends are evaluating my performance. They're listening. They were terribly curious," he said, wholly unconcerned. Oh my God. I suddenly felt exposed, and I tugged back the blankets on the bed, crawling underneath them. Carlisle rolled onto his side, propping his head on his hand. "Don't be embarrassed. He rubbed soothing circles on my stomach through the bedcovers. You get used to this sort of thing. Living among vampires. My cheeks were flaming red and I tugged the sheet up to my eyes. It's sort of intimate for everybody to be listening in. He smiled fondly, tugging at a lock of my hair. Intimate, yes, but it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's beautiful. Inspiring. Another laugh escaped. Inspiring enough that Keys and Athenador are heading to their room now for a little role-playing. I bit my lip, almost afraid to ask. Role-playing. His eyes danced as he nodded. Yes, Athenadora will be playing the part of the helpless human tonight. I couldn't help the laugh that burst from me. Are you serious? Quote. He grinned and nodded. I pulled the sheet down to my chin. And they just talk about that. Right out loud, for anybody to hear. He stroked a finger down my nose, tapping the tip lightly. Yes, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in Volterra who is shy about sexuality. Own it. Rosalie's words echoed in my mind, and I took a steadying breath. Okay. So according to your friends. How did you do? Carlisle smiled proudly at my acceptance. Dimitri says it wasn't bad, but if we're not shattering the furniture, he doesn't quite see the point. I bit my lip, laughing delightedly. I promise to break some furniture with you after I change. I look forward to it, he purred seductively, leaning down for a quick kiss and catching my lip in his mouth. He sucked it playfully before pulling back again. Okay, what else? He smiled wryly. Felix says if you're unsatisfied you can visit him in his room, and he'll rectify the situation. I concentrated, trying to remember him. Which one is Felix? There was a loud knock at the door and Carlisle laughed, shaking his head. You can meet her later when she's properly clothed, he said, his eyes shining with mirth. There was disappointed muttering from the other side of the door, and even my ears could pick up the sound as he stomped away. Felix is probably the strongest member of the guard, he said. He's huge, bigger than Emmett. Even, and very powerful. He and Dimitri often go on assignment together. I see. Well, Felix, that's a very nice offer, but I'm completely satisfied, thank you. Carlisle laughed again. He says you should go meet him anyway, and he'll show you what a real vampire can do. I giggled, addressing Felix again. I prefer my bones unshattered if it's all the same to you. Jane is offering to teach me to talk dirty, Carlisle grinned. I stiffened a little and shook my head. No, I said quickly. I don't, no. It's fine how it is. He gave me a curious look. You don't care much for coarse speech, do you, Bella? I bit my lip and looked away. No. Why is that? Not that I'm complaining. I'm not fond of it myself. I pulled a pillow onto my chest, hugging it tightly. Phil, I said, my voice breaking a little. I cleared my throat. And, well, everybody else. They all talked like that. It's just nice that you don't. I see. He stroked my cheek with the back of his fingers. Well then, Jane, apparently I won't be needing those lessons. He paused a moment, then laughed. She thinks the two of us rather prudish. I smiled and twisted around to cuddle up against him, slipping my hand out from under the blankets to stroke my fingers over his chiseled chest. Do you really love me? I asked him, feeling pathetic for needing another confirmation, but needing it all the same. He slid an arm around my waist, pulling me closer to him. I am entirely captivated by you. His lips moved over my neck as he spoke, tickling my skin with his cool breath. I love the way your eyes sparkle when you laugh. I love the highlights in your hair that catch the sunlight, even when it's muted by the clouds. I love your soft, velvety lips, and this little freckle behind your ear. He kissed my freckle before continuing. I love the way you get just as excited over a book you've read a dozen times as you do over a brand new one. I love the way you RK so hard to learn the rules to sports you care nothing about just to make your father happy. I love that you overlook the many flaws of myself and my family and care for us anyway. I love that you can be persuaded to open your heart, despite all of the ugly things in your life that should probably have left you cold and bitter. He nudged me gently onto my back and gazed into my eyes. I love you, Isabella Swan. Wholly, completely, without reservation. I love you. My hands were trembling by the time he finished his speech. I kicked the blankets away from me and pulled him back down on top of me, kissing him desperately. I need you again, I gasped against his mouth. I live to serve your merest whim, he whispered, and his fingers slipped between us, finding the little bundle of nerves between my thighs. getting me ready to take him once more. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. I lay quietly on the bed next to my Bella, running my fingers softly through her hair as she slept. It was early for her to be sleeping, factoring in the time change, but her day had been stressful and a nap certainly wouldn't hurt anything. I gazed around the dark room as I lay there, the thick stone walls hung with tapestries. Brocade curtains falling over the windows. The only pieces of furniture were the bed, a large writing desk with a chair, and a heavy wardrobe against one wall. Our clothes hung there now, no worse for the wear for their time on the floor, and I tried not to be too disappointed that my Bella wouldn't look just a little bit rumpled when we emerged. It was ridiculous, this need to display my claim on her. But being among traditional vampires again was bringing out the animal in me. I brushed my fingertips lightly over the mark one had left on her neck earlier, smiling to myself. That would do for the duration of our stay. That and my scent clinging to her would declare to the others, Felix in particular, that she was mine. Bella lay on her back next to me, the heavy blankets shoved down to her thighs, giving me a full view of everything I had once denied myself. Even in my lowest hours, I had always thought of myself as a man of God. I was above the sins of the flesh, he pleasures that my kind allowed themselves. I would not participate in the murder of humans, would not indulge in gluttony when it came to their rich blood, and I certainly never thought to justify sexual dalliances. But Bella had changed me. She represented the one thing in my life that I could not deny myself. After conquering my bloodlust, I had thought myself above temptation and beyond the reach of my baser desires. I believed that if I could eschew human blood, there was nothing that I could not resist. Perhaps it was overconfidence that brought about my fall, or perhaps it was simply that Bella was so much more necessary to my survival than anything else ever had been. But try as I might, I could not resist her. She was the one temptation to which I had succumbed, and having done so, surrendered to again and again. Entirely unrepentant. It was the gravest of sins to take her life as I planned to, and highly immoral to take such pleasure in her body, and yet I could not feel remorse enough to offer penance or pray for absolution. I, the master of the flesh, the bastion of self-control, had fallen. Bella was my one weakness, and yet she was my strength. Without her I had been faithful, but in her I found my faith. All my life I had held myself above reproach, working toward redemption, and now that I had surrendered to my carnal self, I finally felt redeemed. I had always believed that heaven and hell were separate places, set apart from this world, but now I knew better. They existed not side by side but as one. For the last 3.5 centuries, I had trodden my way through purgatory, always striving for that salvation which I felt in my heart had been denied me. I still walked the same paths now, my feet still touched the same earth, but with my girl walking beside me. The world had refashioned itself into paradise. Bella shifted in her sleep, drawing in a deep breath and letting out a sigh, her mouth forming my name around it. I smiled at the joy I found in such simple evidences of her love. She took me with her into her dreams, and for a moment I wished I could sleep if only so I could do her the same kindness. But that was folly. In sleeping, I would miss the inimitable sight of her lying sprawled on the bed, freed of defenses or inhibitions, her intoxicating scent deepened and intensified by her relaxed state. And so, instead of wistfulness, I felt gratitude that I was allowed the pleasure of watching her, night after night. Her head turned and she sighed again, her restlessness heralding the transition to a lighter phase in the sleep cycle. I doubted she would rest much longer, but in a way, I wished she would. As long as she slept, I could keep her here, away from whatever it was that had upset her so badly. When she woke, we would be expected to mingle with the Volturi again, and while I very much wanted to catch up with my old friends, I didn't want to cause my girl more distress. I turned my attention to the castle beyond the walls of the room, listening to what was going on. Keys and Athenadora were still keeping themselves entertained, thoroughly enjoying their new game. Dimitri was similarly engaged with a woman I didn't know, a visitor presumably. And a loud crack rang out, telling me that he was enjoying the destruction of more furniture. Charlie was pacing in the room next to ours, occasionally mumbling to himself, though nothing that formed into intelligible words. Felix was walking the halls with Renata, discussing Charlie's intention to join the coven. That news was causing a bit of a stir since no Nay had been told of his latent abilities. Arrow wanted to see how they would manifest after the transition before declaring to the others that Charlie was gifted. I wondered if he would tell anyone, even after the change. That Charlie's mind was hidden from him. Arrow very much liked the image of omniscience, and I had a feeling he wouldn't care for the world's vampire population to know that there were those who were impervious to his gift. I searched for Arrow's voice, and eventually found it outside in a courtyard. "Tell me, why did you choose Jane for your demonstration?" he was asking. It was Jasper who answered. I was feeling the most hostility from her. I figured I didn't need to make any more enemies around here, and if I had to antagonize someone, it should probably be the one who already didn't like me. Very clever. Jasper chuckled. That little one bites back, though, doesn't she? That's quite a talent she's got. Chelsea's laugh joined Arrow's. We've made good use of it, Arrow said. As we would of your gift. Given the opportunity. Are you sure you won't reconsider joining us? Jasper hesitated. It's difficult to say no. But Alice has expressed a clear preference and, well, there's just no arguing with Alice. It's disappointing to see your extraordinary abilities go unappreciated. Jasper let out a heavy breath. Not just unappreciated, he muttered. Unwanted. There are times when Edward actually avoids me because the way I think isn't to his liking. Arrow clucked his tongue in disapproval. Such naivete. Bella stirred then, drawing my attention back to her. And she yawned and rolled against my chest. I pressed a kiss to her forehead. Did you sleep well, Angel? She nuzzled my chest. I dreamed about vampire lynxes. I laughed quietly. Now that would be something to see. It was very disturbing, she murmured sleepily. But then you were there, so it was okay. I caressed her back gently, enjoying the silky texture of her skin. I'll always be there for you, I assured her. Her hand moved to stroke lightly over my side and she was quiet for a few minutes. I started to wonder if she was drifting back into sleep when she spoke again. How long did you live here? Almost 40 years. Do you miss it? I thought about that for a moment. No. I remember my time here with fondness, but I'm much more content with my family than I ever was here. Do you think they'll let Charlie come visit sometimes? Of course. And I have a feeling Jasper and Alice may come with him. She pulled back, looking stunned. What? I laughed softly. Arrow's working hard on Jasper. He wants him, and he can be very persuasive. She sat up, looking alarmed. But Alice said she didn't want to. Alice will go where Jasper goes. I don't want them to leave, she protested. Her heart rate picking up. Can't you ask them to stay? I shrugged. I've always given my children their autonomy, Bella. Alice and Jasper have to do what's best for them, regardless of what any of the rest of us want. She stared at me, clearly disturbed. That doesn't bother you? That they might just leave? I shook my head. No, it doesn't. Disappointment colored her gaze. And she looked away. Oh, sweetheart, don't be upset, I said soothingly, sitting up and scooting behind her, pulling her back against my chest. People come and go in this life. I've had a lot of good years with Jasper and Alice, but if they feel like it's time to move on, I won't begrudge them that. She hunched her shoulders, wrapping her arms protectively around her. I thought you guys said you were like family, she said weakly. We are, Angel. So if Edward wanted to leave, it wouldn't bother you? She asked, the thickness in her throat letting me know that she was trying to hold back tears. I hesitated, not enjoying that thought. It's different with Edward. With all of the others, really. I changed them, Bella. That connects us. Jasper and Alice are is more out of convenience than anything else. She shivered. This isn't like you, Carlisle. My first instinct was to defend my position, but then it occurred to me that what she had said was true. It really wasn't like me. I had always valued my family above all else, and I had never felt less affection toward Jasper or Alice than the others. Only, now I did. This was wrong. Get dressed, I told Bella flatly. Moving off of the bed and darting to the closet to pull my own clothes on. She looked up, surprised and confused. What? Bella, please get dressed, I said urgently, moving her clothes to the bed and laying them out next to her. We'll discuss why later, but right now I have something I need to do, and I don't want to leave you alone. What is it? She asked, quickly pulling on her underwear. I rushed through my own dressing as she moved at a human pace through hers, and when I was finished I helped her on with her slip and dress, leaving her slightly dazed at the speed. Her shoes had been left outside the door by Dimitri and I pulled her with me into the hallway, helping her keep her balance while she stepped into them. I listened for Jasper. He was still with Arrow and Chelsea outside. But a new voice had joined theirs. It was the shrill voice of a human girl, trembling in fear, pleading for mercy, and fury raised up inside of me. I swung Bella up into my arms as soon as her shoes were on and ran through the corridors of the residence rooms toward the main castle. The girl screamed, and I heard a strangled growl from Jasper. "You might as well," Arrow was saying to him. "She's going to die anyway. If you don't drink, it would merely be more waste." I flew through the corridors and finally located the door to the courtyard. I deposited Bella on her feet beside the door and then shoved through it, rushing out into the night. I had just enough time to take in the scene, Arrow holding up a sobbing teenage girl who was bleeding profusely from her neck while Jasper stood well back from him. His jaw clenched and his posture rigid. The bodies of two human men already lay on the flagstones, drained and cold. And Chelsea sat casually on a low stone wall, smugly watching it all. I lunged at her, slamming her into the ground and shattering the stone beneath her. I used my teeth to tear off one arm and rip the other from its socket by sheer strength, sing both of them into a far corner of the yard. I growled loudly at her, fully releasing the animal inside of me. "If you ever attack my family again, I will tear you apart and burn you to ash." I clapped a hand around her jaw, ready to tear off her head if she argued with me. "Do you understand?" She stared up at me, her eyes stunned and fearful. "I understand," she whispered through her teeth. "I would consider it a personal favor if you would repair the damage you've done," I said icily. She nodded, though with some difficulty since my hand still held her head against the ground. I let her up and turned back to Arrow and Jasper, my eyes burning with fury. Arrow looked sheepish, but Jasper was still struggling, his whole body trembling with the effort it took to resist the slowly weakening child in Arrow's arms. His eyes found mine, and there was a plea for understanding there. "I'm sorry, Carlisle," he choked, and strode forward. But instead of lowering his lips to the blood that spilled from the girl's throat, he simply took her head between his hands and jerked it hard to the side, snapping her neck. He let her fall to the ground and stumbled away, turning his attention to Chelsea as she struggled to reattach her limbs. Bella let out a whimper from the doorway, and I rushed to her side, sweeping her into my arms. She was pale and trembling, and her eyes were locked on the motionless bodies on the ground, one of which still slowly oozing thick, fragrant blood. I turned her face into my shoulder to shield her from the macabre scene around us and I raised my eyes to Arrow's. "Mea culpa," he said with a careless smile. "You know I had to try." "Jasper, fetch Charlie," I said shortly. "We're leaving." Jasper darted inside, leaving me alone with Arrow and Chelsea, two people I had counted as friends only minutes ago. As I stared at them, I felt my anger toward Arrow softening, my affection toward him mounting, and I growled low in my throat. With Chelsea nearby, I couldn't trust my feelings. "I'm sorry your visit had to be so short," Arrow said pleasantly. "As am I," I said stiffly. "I do hope you'll come for a longer holiday when you bring Charlie to join us." I gave him a long, hard look. "It's surprising to me that you still expect Jasper to do you favors after manipulating him the way you have. Jasper is one of us. He belongs here. You and your coven are merely holding him back." I could still find very little of the warmth I had once held for Jasper, and I knew that Chelsea wasn't rebuilding the bond that she had damaged. Jasper and I would have to do that ourselves. It's his choice to be with us. I snapped. I don't have to toy with his emotions to convince him to stay. "I was merely making things easier for him," Arrow said airily. "Mark my words, Arrow. You're setting yourself up for a fall. When you build an unwilling army, you must expect mutiny." He smiled tightly. "You underestimate me. You always have. I have more than enough strength to handle my coven. Then I leave you to it," I said coolly. "But I warn you not to play games with me. I leave here today as your friend, but if you target my family again you'll make an enemy of me." His eyes narrowed. "It seems now, more than ever, we are in need of a bridge between our covens. It would be wise to have Charlie trained and sent to us as soon as possible." "We'll see." I turned and strode back into the castle, carrying Bella through the corridors toward the main lobby. Dmitri appeared at my elbow after a few moments, carrying 2 suitcases. "There's a car waiting for you. I'll accompany you back to Pisa, if you'll have me." Quote. Of course. Jasper and Charlie were already in the car when we reached the front doors. I slid in beside them, and Dmitri joined us once he had loaded the suitcases into the trunk. He directed the driver to take us back to the airport while I called ahead to the pilots and let them know we were on our way back. And then silence fell thick and heavy around us. Charlie looked unsure and expectant, waiting for an explanation, but I felt oddly weary. I didn't want to give it. Jasper slumped in one corner, blending in with the shadows in his dark clothes, his head bowed. "Bella," I murmured softly, "are you all right?" She shivered and huddled closer to my chest. "I'm fine," she said, her voice trembling. She shuddered. "That girl." Jasper's head came up, agony showing in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Bella. She was dying already. I just took away the pain." He looked back down. "And the fear," he added in a whisper. Bella sniffled. Jasper fell to his knees on the floor in front of us. "Bella, please don't be angry with me," he begged. "You're the only one." He stopped, shaking his head. "I feel so cut off from everyone right now. Everyone except for you and Alice." He grabbed her hand. "Please, Bella, you've got to forgive me." Bella didn't look at him, but she laced her fingers through his and squeezed his hand. "I'm not mad at you." I frowned, contemplating Jasper's words. It seemed Chelsea had done more than just separate the two of us. She had distanced him from the entire family, or at least, most of them. Why not Bella? I asked Dmitri. Why didn't Chelsea try to break that bond as well? He shifted uncomfortably. She did try, but she couldn't seem to get a handle on their relationship. Jasper glared up at him. "You knew this was happening." "Yes." He cast a furtive glance at me. "Honestly, Carlisle, I thought you'd expect it. I expected her to try to bond Jasper and Arrow. I didn't expect her to try to destroy my family." Dmitri met my gaze then. "Arrow's right, you know. You always have underestimated him. You should have figured out by now that there's no line he won't cross if it strengthens his hand." He gestured to Jasper. "He wants Jasper. And he wants Alice even more. You should have been prepared for this." I looked at him for a long time, and then finally I nodded. "You're right. I didn't give enough thought to his motives. You should also know better than to threaten him," Dmitri continued, his voice hard. "And if you promised him Charlie, you'd better deliver. You're on thin ice with him right now, and you don't want to see what happens if it gets much thinner." I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, glancing at Charlie. "That's not my decision to make." Dmitri turned his gaze on Charlie. "Think hard about the consequences of your actions. Your friends need an alliance with the Volturi now more than ever." Charlie glared at him. "Maybe you all could fill me in on exactly what happened just now." Jasper sighed and took his seat again. "Arrow used Chelsea's gift to weaken my relationship with the rest of the family. He was trying to make me want to join his guard." Charlie sniffed distastefully. "She can do that to anybody." Dmitri turned his eyes on Bella. "Almost. Would she do that to me?" Charlie asked. "When I come back." Dmitri shook his head. "No, the Volturi want you to have a strong relationship with the Cullens. They don't trust Carlisle and his family, and they want some sort of insurance that Carlisle won't try to take over. Besides," he crossed his legs, "she can't touch blood relationships. So she can't separate you and Bella, and she says you're not bonded all that closely with the rest of them." Charlie's only response was a low grunt. "Jasper," Bella said softly. He didn't respond, and I glanced over at him. He was hunched forward, his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands. "Jasper, are you okay?" she asked. He sighed and leaned back. "I'm fine," he said tiredly. Bella watched him for a moment, then laid her head back down on my shoulder. I was worried about him, but I decided to let him be. Over the years Jasper had gotten comfortable enough to discuss things with the family, but that hadn't always been the case. When he and Alice had first joined us, he'd been cool and distant and had spoken only when necessary. I very much hoped that Chelsea's interference hadn't set us back that far, but I didn't want to push him. I gave him space. Most of the drive passed in silence, and when we arrived at the airport the pilots were still readying the plane. One of them attended to our luggage for us and maneuvered the airstairs into place to allow us to board. I turned to Dmitri and took his hand. "It was good to see you again." You as well, Dmitri said grimly. Try not to let this taint your impression of us overmuch. We have too much history to throw away on Arrow's bad judgment. I raised an eyebrow. Do you really think it's wise for you to criticize him? He knows how I feel, Dmitri answered simply. I sighed wearily. It's true that I'm upset with him, but I imagine I'll get over it. He's an old and dear friend. And I'm not one to trivialize friendship. Good, Dmitri said solemnly. He turned to Bella and took her hand, bowing. It was a pleasure to meet you, Bella. Best wishes to you on your marriage. Thank you, Bella said with a smile. Squeezing his hand lightly. Charlie, he said, turning his attention on Bella's father, I very much hope to see you again soon. I think you'll do well here. Charlie nodded wordlessly. Dmitri clapped a hand on Jasper's back. I'm sorry about all this. I hope Chelsea hasn't done too much damage. Jasper followed Charlie's lead, nodding but saying nothing. Tell Arrow we'll be in touch about Charlie. I told Dmitri. I will. He held up a hand in farewell. Safe journey. I helped Bella to the couch in the center cabin, where she kicked off the shoes that so offended her. Charlie sat in the chair across from us, but Jasper took a seat in the front cabin, facing away from us. Silence reigned, heavy and uncertain. Charlie didn't seem bothered by it, simply losing himself in his thoughts. But Bella fidgeted. Her eyes frequently returned to Jasper, and I knew she was worrying about him. After we had been in the air for about an hour, she finally gave in to her anxieties and moved to the forward cabin to sit in the chair across from his. Can I ask you a question? She asked him. Jasper was hunched over again, leaning on his knees with his hands folded in front of him. He didn't look up at her, but he nodded. Why do you live like this? She asked. Hunting animals, I mean. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. It's depressing, he said, his voice low. When a person knows they're about to die, they feel a lot of things, none of them good. Fear, dread, remorse, regret. It's bad enough to feel it, but to know I caused it, it's hard. She nodded. Why else? He rubbed his hands together in agitation. That's it, Bella. I'm not like Carlisle. I'm not a pacifist, and I don't have any moral aversion to killing people. It's all self-serving. She kicked his foot lightly with her bare toes. You're a big fat liar, Jasper Whitlock. He looked up at her in surprise. Excuse me. I mean, I get it. You're always picking at me for my defense mechanisms. But you have one or two of your own. What are you talking about? You pretend you don't care that much because you're afraid you don't measure up to the rest of the family. Am I right? Jasper looked at her for a long time without answering. Finally he said slowly, what makes you think I'm lying? She smiled. That girl was dying. Bleeding right in front of you. You had to feel all the crap that you don't like to feel when someone is dying, whether you drank her blood or not. But you didn't do it. Jasper looked away from her. I wanted to. Of course you wanted to. It's blood. You're hardwired to crave blood. Everybody in the room was half crazy over it. Carlisle wasn't. See what I mean? Bella said triumphantly. You're comparing yourself to Carlisle, and you think you're coming up short. I am coming up short. Well, sure, because you're comparing your self-control to Carlisle's, she said. If you compared your mind reading to Edward's or your prescience to Alice's, you'd come up short there too. She tapped his foot affectionately with her toes. Quit setting yourself up for failure and do this right. If Emmett had been in that room today, would he have struggled? He nodded, conceding her point. Fair enough. Bella pushed out of her seat and moved to sit on the arm of Jasper's chair, draping an arm around his shoulders. Her back was to me now. But it was still easy enough to hear the conversation. Is there other stuff bugging you? His arm slipped around her waist. I've just been thinking that I've been taking some things for granted. Like what? He paused for a moment before he answered. I keep telling myself that this is a hard way to live. Being surrounded by humans all the time, never able to have what I really want. But I let myself forget how much harder it is being around other vampires, immersed in the hostility, the suspicion, the violence. He rubbed her back lightly. I forgot how valuable it is to have peaceful, loving emotions around me all the time. Bella leaned her head against his. Does that mean you won't be leaving us to go to the Volturi? Yeah, kid, he chuckled. That's what it means. They were silent for a few minutes before Jasper spoke again. We haven't had a session in a while. Why don't you talk to me about what you're thinking about all this? Your dad joining up and all. Charlie was dozing in his chair, offering them some privacy, but I listened in as Bella told Jasper about what she was feeling. She expressed relief that she wouldn't have to worry about her father's suicide thoughts anymore and concern that he would find the life too hard. She had some anxiety about him moving so far away, but at the same time she felt that some distance might be good for them. I smile. Ed as Jasper guided her through a minefield of conflicting emotions, addressing them expertly and pointing out positive aspects where she might have overlooked them. I realized then that I wouldn't they to start from the beginning with Jasper. I knew it might take some time to rebuild the trust and affection that Chelsea had stripped away, but during the process, Jasper would be able to open up to Bella. And that would give him some relief. He wouldn't just be staying with us for Alice's sake this time. Bella would make him want to be there. I whispered a prayer of thanks for her beautiful, unusual mind and whatever it was that kept others from toying with it. When it sounded like they were finished, I rose and moved to the chair across from Jasper. Bella shifted from Jasper's chair to mine, curling up in my lap. Thank you, Jasper, I murmured softly. He nodded and forced a smile. His hesitance should have hurt. I had memory enough of our old affection that I knew I should be bothered by this distance between us. I wasn't, though, and that spoke volumes about the power of Chelsea's gift. My son, I said, deliberately invoking the absent connection, despite what I may have said before I knew what Chelsea had done. I don't consider you any less my family than my other children. He sighed heavily. I know. I understand. We've been here before. We built a strong relationship once. We can do it again. He shook his head in aggravation. Decades of work, he said, of time invested, experiences collected between us, and what? It's all wiped out, just like that. I nodded soberly. It's not right. It's not right that she should be able to do that to a person, and it's not right that Arrow should be allowed to shuffle through every single thought a man has ever had. He ran a hand through his hair. You know, when we got on this plane, I had it in my head that we were going to meet a truly honorable coven. Now, he shook his head again. You'd think after a century and a half I would have learned not to put people on pedestals. Disillusionment is difficult to deal with. Arrow is flawed, but he's a good man. He's been my friend for a very long time. Yeah, by whose choice? Yours. He arched an eyebrow. Or Chelsea's. I gave him a long look. I wanted to say that it was my choice, that my friendship with Arrow was a result of long nights of discussion and debate, and that Chelsea couldn't possibly fabricate the affection that I felt for my old friend. But I had just been given a very powerful, very unsettling demonstration of exactly what Chelsea could do, and now I wasn't sure. I don't know, I said softly, and for the first time in my life, I truly feared the Volturi. Bella Swan's point of view. The plane landed in Port Angeles in the early hours of Sunday morning. The very early hours. It wasn't yet 3 o'clock in the morning, but since I had slept for several hours on the plane, I didn't know how much more sleep I would get. Despite the quick trip, I realized jet lag was going to be an issue. The airport was closed when we got there, manned minimally by personnel from the charter service, and since Carlisle had left his car in long-term parking, I hadn't expected to see anyone else there. But as the four of us headed out of the little private hangar at the back of the tarmac, 2 figures came out to meet us. It was dark enough to obscure their faces. But the size disparity and distinctive haircuts gave them away immediately. I was suddenly flooded with homesickness, oddly, since I was basically home now, and I took off running toward them. Edward moved forward to intercept me and grabbed me up in an enthusiastic hug. Missed me, did you? He teased as he spun me around and deposited me back on my feet. I gave him a playful shove. No, why would I miss you? I'm just happy to see Alice. Edward grinned at me as I turned to give Alice a hug as well. Any new ones? I asked them softly. I knew Carlisle and Jasper could hear me, but I figured they wouldn't know that I was asking about the wolves. Edward caught my drift, though, and nodded. One. He grabbed my hand and pulled me with him to meet the family. Alice and Jasper came together and stopped on the tarmac. Jasper pulled Alice to him and leaned down, pressing his forehead against hers. She brought her hands up to the sides of his head, and the 2 of them just stood there, eyes closed, saying nothing. They didn't kiss or caress one another, but there was such intimacy in their touch that I turned away quickly to give them their privacy. Edward embraced Carlisle tightly. Good to have you home, old man. Carlisle laughed. You know, in Volterra I'm practically a baby. Around here you're still a senior citizen. He grinned and gave him a playful shove. A crotchety old man at that. If your behavior in Volterra says anything about you. Carlisle shot him an annoyed look, but Edward didn't see it as he was already turning back toward the parking lot, dropping a casual arm around my shoulders. What brings you out? Carlisle asked, falling into step beside us while Charlie followed close behind. Edward glanced uneasily over his shoulder at Alice and Jasper, who were lagging at the rear. Moving at an unhurried pace. We just wanted to give you fair warning, he said, the tension in his movements belying his easy tone. The wolves are waiting for you at home. They want to talk about your plans for Charlie. Carlisle nodded thoughtfully. Yes, it would be best to discuss the circumstances with them. They should probably know about the Volturi anyway. Edward sighed anxiously. Running a hand through his hair. Yeah, actually, we told them about the Volturi already. Carlisle raised a disapproving eyebrow. Did you represent them fairly? I think I did, Edward sighed. Looking away. You didn't say a good word about them, did you? Carlisle asked in exasperation. I said they're friends of yours. Your opinion carries weight with Jacob. And with Sam. Edward shoved his hands in his pockets. With Sam too. All right, then, Carlisle said tiredly. Did you bring a car? We just ran. Carlisle pulled his keys out of his pocket and tossed them to Edward. You drive home, would you? Edward grinned. With pleasure. We reached the car and Carlisle drew me to the front seat, pulling me into his lap. Charlie slid into the back with Jasper and Alice while Edward climbed behind the wheel. Bella, what did you think of Marcus's Solomena collection? Edward asked as he steered the car out of the parking lot. I smiled self-consciously. I thought they were better than his public stuff. That got Edward started on art, and he chatted happily for the next half hour as he drove us home at a thoroughly unnerving speed. I tried not to look out the window, trusting him not to drive the car into a tree and trusting Carlisle to keep me alive if he did. Trust was easier to come by when Carlisle's arms were wrapped around me. Before long we were speeding down the long drive to the Cullens' house. Edward slowed as we approached the yard, though his stop was still a little harder than I would have liked it. I was glad to be done with the blinding speeds and sudden turns, and I stepped with some relief from the car to the gravel drive. Everyone loaded out of the car and I felt Carlisle stiffen beside me. He sniffed the air exp. Rimentali and turned a horrified look on his first son. Edward, what have you done? Jasper growled low in his throat as he stared at the house, pulling Alice close to him. A chill ran through me. What's wrong? I asked anxiously. I didn't get an answer. Carlisle was still staring at Edward. How many? He demanded. Edward shifted uncomfortably. 29. Jasper's growl shifted to a roar. This is what you've been doing. He yelled, rounding on Alice. Have you completely lost your mind? We had to, Alice said. We protect our friends, Jasper. Jasper grabbed her by the shoulders. We protect our family first, he hissed. Fury roiling in his eyes. They needed us. Her voice trembled under Jasper's wrath. They have to be able to protect themselves in case Arrow changes his mind. And what about us? Jasper yelled. What about you? Do you have any idea what Arrow will do to you when he finds out about this? Then he won't find out. You can't keep secrets from a mind reader. God damn it, Alice. What the hell were you thinking? You never set yourself against the Volturi. Never. I had a feeling Alice would have been crying if she had been able. I had to, she choked. Jasper, it was necessary, Edward broke in. In a flash, Jasper had released Alice and grabbed Edward by the throat. He lifted him off of his feet and slammed him into the ground with a loud crash, leaving a crater in the soft earth. You've got some nerve, playing games like this with my girl, he growled through his teeth. Stop. Alice grabbed Jasper's arm and pulled him away from Edward. It was my decision. This was the right thing to do. Jasper allowed himself to be pulled away, but he glared at Edward. I'll deal with you later. I have to tell Arrow, Carlisle murmured beside me. Jasper eased Alice and rounded on Carlisle with a snarl. Like hell you do. Jasper, you said it yourself, we can't keep secrets from him. The more we try, the worse it looks. I don't give a damn how it looks, he hissed. I've never challenged you, Carlisle. I've stood behind you and defended you even when I thought you were making mistakes. But my loyalty only lasts as long as Alice's safety isn't in question. And I'm not going to sit idly by while you sell her out to your old pals in Italy. I put a hand on Carlisle's arm. He's right, Carlisle. You can't tell him. Jasper started pacing in front of the house, running a hand desperately through his hair. Alice watched him for a moment and then gasped in horror. Jasper, no, you can't. He stopped and gave her a fierce look. You didn't give me a choice. It's only a matter of time before this gets back to him. I'm not going to wait around for him to send his guard to wipe out every wolf and vampire on the Olympic Peninsula. It's suicide, she yelled, grabbing his arm. You can't do this. He shook his head. Not alone. I need newborns. He looked at Charlie, then at me, then Carlisle. Absolutely not. Carlisle snapped. Charlie and Bella are not your foot soldiers. You're not attacking the Volturi, Jasper, so put the idea out of your head. Actually, Edward sighed hesitantly, he's got the beginnings of a solid strategy. Carlisle growled a warning at Edward. I'll hear no more talk of an attack on my friends. Jasper glared at him. The Volturi are not friends. You're either with us or you're with them. You don't get to straddle the fence anymore. The front door of the house swung open and Jacob stepped onto the porch, dressed in his standard cut-offs. Why don't you all come on inside and let Charlie and Bella get warm while you argue? He said. I gaped at him. Jacob already looked older than his true age, but he had still always been something of a goofy little brother to me. Now, though, there was a ring of authority behind his voice. And his whole demeanor radiated power. Carlisle sighed softly. He's right. It's cold out here. He took my elbow and gestured for the others to precede us before guiding me inside. Jacob stopped me at the door, grabbing me up into a tight, warm hug. I missed you. I missed you too, I said, releasing him and gripping Carlisle's hand again. Carlisle frowned and pulled me inside with him, letting Jacob close the door. You knew this was happening, he said softly. I bit my lip, praying he would understand. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you, but Arrow. I wanted to tell you. He pulled me close to him and followed the others into the living room. It was packed with bodies. Apparently all of the wolves were there, sitting or standing around the room, along with the rest of the Cullens. They were all quiet, listening to our conversation. Jacob stood in front of everyone, his arms crossed over his chest. So what's this you're planning, Jasper? Attacking the Volturi. Jasper mimicked his stance, arms folded over his chest. It's us or them. When they find out what you've been up to, they'll send a team to kill Alice, Edward, and anyone who tries to stand in their way. So let them, Jacob said. You think we can't take on a handful of vampires? No, Jasper snapped, I think you can't. You can't defend against the Volturi. They've got a kid who will avenue you completely numb before you even know he's there. Blind, deaf, totally defenseless. Then why would you plan to attack them? If you can't even handle a small group of them, what makes you thin? You can take on the whole coven at once. Surprise. I want the chance to strike first. No. It was Carlisle who spoke, joining the two of them at the front of the room. I will not have my family at war with the Volturi. Jasper, your rash decisions could get every one of us killed. Jasper faced Carlisle, drawing himself up to his full height. Don't make me fight you on this. They are not the enemy. Yes, they are. Chelsea has blinded you if you can't see that. She's blinded you, too. Carlisle yelled back. She's disconnected you from the family so much that you'll disregard their safety for the sake of your personal vendetta. Jasper let out a feral growl that raised the hair on the back of my neck. Don't make me fight you, he warned again. You and I both know how that ends. Carlisle looked at him for a long time, his face stony. Then he turned his eyes on the rest of the occupants in the room, scanning each face slowly. His gaze fell on me, and he reached out his hand. Bella, he said softly. I moved forward and took his hand, letting him draw me close to him. I need guidance, he told me. Jasper is correct that my judgment is impaired, as is his own. He brought up a hand to caress my face. You've met Arrow. You understand the circumstances. I need you to tell me if I should let Jasper go ahead with his plans. The weight of what he was asking me nearly made my knees buckle. I was supposed to choose whether his family went to war against the Volturi. How could I even begin to make a decision like that? But then, he was right. He clearly didn't see the monster and arrow that I saw. That Jasper saw, that even Dimitri saw. He couldn't be objective about this. I glanced at Edward and Alice, drawing in a deep breath. It wasn't just them that had to stay away from the Volturi now. The whole family knew. None of them could ever shake Arrow's hand again. So I started there. What are the chances that everyone in the family, Charlie included, can completely avoid contact with the Volturi in the future? Carlisle looked around the room again. Not good. And do you think? I stopped, shaking my head. I reworded my question and asked again. See. And you think of a time when Arrow has forgiven someone for raising what he would see as an army against him. Carlisle thought for a few moments, his expression sober, and finally shook his head. Then, I said hesitantly, I think you have to go with Jasper on this. It's dangerous, he said, his voice pleading. I swallowed back my own fear. I know, but I think he's right. We can't wait until Arrow decides to send someone after us. If Jasper is going to have a chance at success, he has to control the circumstances. Jasper moved forward and put a hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently. This is what I do. You have to trust me to set this up right, to maximize impact and minimize loss. This is what I do. Carlisle was silent again for a moment, looking at him for a long time. What action do you intend to take? I'm still working on it. He stepped away, running a hand through his hair again, and starting pacing back and forth along the front of the room. Everyone waited. Jacob found a seat on the floor next to the couch and Edward moved to stand next to Esme near the stairs. Charlie and Alice drifted away as well, and Carlisle drew me to the stairs and sat down, pulling me into his lap. We watched. For several long minutes, we held our silence while Jasper paced and thought through his strategy. Edward watched him intently, his expression occasionally showing a reaction to the thoughts in Jasper's mind. He would frown and shake his head, or raise an intrigued eyebrow, based on the things Jasper was considering. Edward was the first to speak. Carlisle, he said softly. Do you know how Renata's talent works? Jasper stopped and focused on Carlisle. He nodded slowly. She repels physical attacks, but she does it by manipulating the mind. An assailant finds himself confused, running in the wrong direction. Does she cause this confusion consciously? Carlisle shook his head. No. It happens whether she's aware of the assault or not. And if she's touching others, she can protect them as well. Quote. He hesitated. She can expand it beyond touch, but not more than about a 10-foot radius around her. And the larger the space she's trying to cover, the less effective her talent. A very determined person can break through if she's pushing her limits. Jasper nodded and started pacing again. Silence fell once more, interrupted only by faint rustling and getting from the wolves and Jasper's steady footsteps. Finally, he stopped once again, turning back to Carlisle. I need to know you're in this. 100%, no hesitation. I need you for info. Armashan and I can't have you holding out on me. Carlisle looked at me as though asking permission, and I nodded. He turned back to Jasper. My family above all else. I'm behind you. Bella, Jasper asked. The expectation in his voice surprised me, and the sudden snarl from beside me told me that Carlisle was not at all pleased. Jasper gritted his teeth. Carlisle, are you with me or not? He growled. You will not make a soldier out of my mate, Carlisle snapped. I need newborns. I slipped my hand into Carlisle's. You have to let me help. He turned to me, shaking his head. I don't want this for you. It's bad enough to draw you into this life, but to make it one of violence. I can't do that to you. I pulled his arm over my shoulders and leaned into him, getting as close as I could. My life has always been violent. I reminded him. You've protected me, you and all of your family. I can't tell you how much that means to me, and I could never even begin to repay you for it. I reached up and pressed a kiss gently to his lips. If there's anything I can do to help now, you have to let me do it. He shook his head, deep sadness showing in his eyes. I can't endanger you like that, my love. I bit my lip. I knew exactly what to say to get him to agree. It was an emotional sucker punch, saying it was essentially fighting dirty. Still, I only hesitated a moment before whispering, don't hold me back. I don't need another domineering man in my life. He flinched as though he had been struck and dropped his head into his hand. You don't have to do this, he choked. Please reconsider. We can do this without risking your safety. I felt horrible for trapping him into it, and I clung to him, leaning my forehead against his shoulder. You have to understand how much I love you. All of you. Edward and Alice were the first real friends I've made in years. And Jasper, Carlisle, do you know what it means to me to finally be able to talk to someone? I swallowed back tears that wanted to flood my eyes. I need you guys. I can't just sit back and do nothing if there's anything I can contribute. He wrapped both arms around me, holding me tightly. I'll do right by you, Carlisle, Jasper said softly. I'll bring her back to you. Carlisle's head snapped up, and he glared at Jasper. You're not taking her to Volterra without me. Whatever it is you're planning, figure me into it. Jasper gave him a steady look, drawing in a slow breath and letting it out. Maybe. I'll think on it. Meanwhile, you and I need to talk about details. He turned on Jacob, speaking with barely veiled hostility. I assume you and your grossly inflated pack won't have a problem if we turn one more person. Jacob bristled but kept his cool. Charlie, is this something you want? He asked. You're not feeling forced into it. I want this, Charlie assured him. Jacob nodded to Jasper. Okay, then. You won't get opposition from any of us. He stood up. So, let's talk strategy. Jasper snorted. You can't be serious. Why not? Jacob asked. Wasn't that the point of getting so many of us to phase? To fight the Volturi? No, Edward spoke up. It's only for your protection, in case they decided to come here. Quote, here or there, what does it matter? You've got a vampire problem and we just happen to be specialists in vampire extermination. Jasper gave him a hard look. Go home, boy. This is no place for children. Hold on, Rosalie said, stepping forward. Jacob's got a point. If you're planning on taking on a coven as large and as talented as the Volturi, you're going to need help. No, Jasper said coldly. I'm not fighting a war of attrition. We're not out killing them, we're out thinking them. The idea is to destroy the hub and let the rest of the wheel fall apart. Hell of a hard hub to get to, she said archly, crossing her arms over her chest. Jasper frowned, slowly scanning the crowd of bronze-skinned visitors. I'll consider it, he finally said. But I don't want a would-be newborn army on my hands. I want cool heads and quick thinkers. I thought you said you wanted newborns, Paul spoke up. I want two, he said shortly. I wouldn't mind a third. But a newborn army against the Volturi is useless, and I don't need the bullshit. How many wolves do you need? Jacob asked. Jasper started pacing again. I don't know. I need to talk logistics with Carlisle. In the morning, Carlisle said softly. Tonight I want to be with Bella. Jasper sighed in exasperation but didn't argue. Fine. Jacob, why don't you all meet us back here at sundown? I'll make dinner. Esme volunteered. Shall we plan to eat around 6 o'clock? Jacob bobbed his head. Sounds good to me. Plan to stay late, Jasper told him. Carlisle stood, drawing me to my feet as well. I'll take you home, he murmured. He beckoned for Charlie to follow and the three of us headed back outside to his car. The drive home was silent, and when we got to the house Carlisle didn't bother with pretenses. He took my hand and led me wordlessly up the stairs to my room. He didn't speak as I undressed and pulled on a bathrobe, and he didn't resist when I drew him with me into the bathroom and pulled him under the warm spray of the shower. Still, he said nothing. He carefully washed my hair and my body, but every touch, every gesture, was laced with melancholy. When we made it back to the bedroom, Carlisle stripped his clothes off and slid my robe off of my shoulders. He didn't bother with pajamas, simply guiding me to the bed and slipping between the sheets with me. I huddled against his cold body, letting the chill ease the ache in my muscles brought on by the stress of the weekend and the discomfort of trying to sleep on the plane. Is there anything I can say to change your mind? He asked softly, finally breaking his silence. No, I answered, just as quietly. You don't have to do this. We have strong fighters in the family, experienced fighters. But no newborns. Jasper says he needs newborns. Emmett has nearly as much strength as a newborn. I shook my head, snuggling closer to him. It doesn't matter, Carlisle. You've been there for me again and again. You've saved me from every ugly thing in my life. I finally have the chance to give something back. No, he said, his hand gripping my hip hard. What I did for you didn't come with a price tag. There is no debt to be paid. It's not about debt. I pried his hand from my hip and lacing my fingers through his. It's about being a part of the family. Contributing something. It's not necessary. Yes, it is. For me, it is. I kissed his fingers. Do you know what it's like, standing in the company of heroes and being completely useless? Do you know how it feels to be the person who always takes and never gives? It makes me sick inside. And maybe it means I still have trust issues or whatever, but one-sided relationships don't seem to me like ones that last. Carlisle extracted his hand from mine and cupped my cheek. You still doubt me, he whispered, his voice aching with sadness. What can I say that I haven't said? What can I do that I haven't done? How can I prove to you that I am yours forever? Let me be a part of things. Let me do something. You're too precious to me, Bella. I've waited too long for you. Don't. I pushed back a few inches, looking up at him. Don't try to lock me in a glass case. I'm not that girl, I wouldn't even know how to be. His eyes pleaded with me. I'm not trying to stifle you, darling, but how can you expect me to simply sit by while your life is in jeopardy? How can you expect me to? Isn't that what you're doing? Asking me to do nothing when you and the family need me. We don't need you for this, he insisted. I pressed a hand over his heart. I think you do. If you and Jasper can come up with some sort of scenario that doesn't require me as a newborn, a scenario that Jasper is happy with, then I'll go along with it. I stroked his chest gently. But if you can't, I need you to accept this. If I have to fight you the whole time, it will only make me weaker. He took my hand and pressed it to his lips, squeezing his eyes shut. Promise me, he whispered. I promise. But it has to be something Jasper is willing to sign off on. He's the expert here. We'll find something. You have to promise me too, Carlisle. He looked solemnly into my eyes. I will keep you safe. No. I shook my head. Promise me you'll support me if I have to fight the Volturi. He licked his lips and stared back at me, and I could see how much it cost him when he spoke. I promise. I started to snuggle close to him again, but he slipped out of bed and moved to the chair in the corner where he had left his folded clothes. Where are you going? I asked. Anxiety building inside of me. I was feeling needy tonight, vulnerable and a little bit pathetic, and I wanted him with me to soothe my nerves. I'm going to talk to Jasper, he said, shrugging into his shirt. Can? I hesitated, biting my lip. Can you wait until I fall asleep? Carlisle stilled and looked back at me, his fingers on the buttons of his shirt. He nodded solemnly and then undressed again, refolding his clothes and returning to the bed. He pulled me into his arms and cradled me against his chest. His silence unnerved me. One thing I had always been able to count on was Carlisle's reassuring presence, but there were no comforting words tonight. That made sense, though. Hadn't he asked me to wait? Hadn't he specifically requested that I remain man a while longer so that he could have time to enjoy the things he would lose once I changed? And I was ignoring him. He so rarely asked me for anything, and now that I was denying him. Are you mad at me? I asked him softly. No, darling, he whispered, pressing a kiss to my forehead. His words didn't reassure me. He was still so distant, his mind clearly on something else. I'm sorry, I mumbled. I know you wanted me to wait. His arms tightened around me, and I felt him shake his head. I don't want you to wait. In an ideal situation, we would take our time. But there is a real threat, and honestly, I'll feel better if you're able to defend yourself. He sighed softly. I just don't like the thought of you beginning your vampire life as a weapon in Jasper's arsenal. I smiled to myself. Just think of it as initiation. All the new pledges have to go through a little hazing, right? He gave me a weak smile. It's not something to worry about. We'll come up with a way to accomplish Jasper's goals without endangering you. He hesitated. But if it's all right with you, I'd still like you to consider changing sooner rather than later, for the sake of caution. I'll have to do something about school. He kissed my forehead again. Sleep now, my love. We'll worry about the details when you wake. Blank. Carlisle was gone when I drifted into consciousness the next morning, which was good, as I was feeling groggy and listless and probably wouldn't have been the best company. It was just before 9 o'clock, a little early, considering how late I had gotten to bed the night before, but I quickly killed the idea of trying to sleep anymore. I wanted to know what Carlisle and Jasper had decided. I sat up, rubbing the sleepiness from my eyes. and spotted a yellow chrysanthemum lying on the bedside table on top of a folded sheet of paper. I picked them both up, bringing the chrysanthemum to my nose and breathing in the fresh, woodsy scent while I unfolded the note. Bella, I'll be counting the minutes until I see you again. Yours forever, Carlisle. I smiled to myself and dropped the chrysanthemum in the vase on the table before. Hurriedly pulling on a pair of khaki slacks and a brown cashmere turtleneck that I was fairly sure hadn't been in my closet when I left for Italy. It was slightly unsettling, never knowing exactly what tea was going to be in my closet when I opened it in the morning, but I was significantly better dressed these days than I had been before. Particularly because Carlisle seemed to have a thing for the kinds of fabrics Alice filled my closet with. He rarely expressed his approval of my new clothing verbally beyond telling me if he thought I looked nice, but when I wore softer fabrics, his hands tended to find purchase somewhere on my body, stroking idly while we talked or read together. With the sweater I was wearing, I could pretty much guarantee that his hand would, at some point, slide under tea. He folded the collar and stroked my neck through the delicate material. I found myself smiling again. For someone who was supposedly immune to the call of blood, he sure did give a lot of attention to my throat. There was a pair of brown suede Christian Louboutin boots on the floor of the closet beneath where the sweater had hung, and it was clear to me that Alice intended for me to wear them together. This was the one place I resisted Alice's suggestions. The heels on those things were more likely than not to injure either myself or someone close to me. I passed them over for the safer, far less elegant Skechers that I usually wore to school. I knew she'd probably roll her eyes at me when she saw me, but I shrugged it off. I'd wear her shoes after I turned, when they wouldn't pose quite such a hazard to my health. After all, it looked like it wouldn't be too much longer before that happened. Laced into my klutz-friendly shoes, I headed downstairs to see what Charlie had in mind for the day. I found him at the kitchen table, staring intently into a mug of coffee. He didn't look up when I entered the room and only grunted darkly when I offered him a greeting. A chill crept up the back of my neck. Charlie was in a mood and I didn't know if there was anybody outside listening today. The usual concerns about Charlie's control had fallen by the wayside in the wake of much more pressing matters. I tried not to provoke him further. I moved to the counter and poured myself some coffee, biting my lip as though I needed some reminder to keep quiet. Maybe I could text Alice or Edward and ask them to come over. I felt in my pocket for my phone but realized I had left it upstairs. Stupid. I sipped at my coffee, feigning nonchalance, and then started to wander out of the kitchen back toward the stairs. Bella, Charlie said shortly. I cringed. Sit down, he said, nodding to the chair across the table from him. I sank into the chair and took a drink of my coffee as an excuse not to look at him. Is Carlisle still here? He asked flatly. I shook my head, and immediately wished I hadn't. Maybe I should have lied and told him Carlisle was waiting for me upstairs. Maybe then he would let me leave. Charlie tapped his fingers anxiously on the table. He leveled a gaze at me. You know it kills me to agree with him on anything, right? Especially after that stunt he pulled last night. I mean, showering with him. Really? Bella, you couldn't at least keep it in your bedroom. I looked up, stunned. This was definitely not what I was expecting. He sighed. But, baby, he is right about this. You shouldn't let Jasper drag you into his fight. My mouth dropped open a little. Aren't you going to help? I gasped. Of course I am, he said, dropping his eyes to his coffee. I just don't think you should. Just like that, every instinct for self-preservation evaporated and my temper flared. Why not? What makes you so much more capable than me? I'm not saying I'm more capable, he said placatingly. But I'm not real excited about my little girl trying to assassinate a vampire dictator. I rolled my eyes. Nice double standard, Dad. Call it what you want, but you should listen to me. To us. I pursed my lips. I told Carlisle if he could get Jasper to sign off on a plan that doesn't include me, I'll back out. I'm sure he's spent the last several hours with Jasper trying to come up with one. Charlie sighed sadly. You really think this is necessary? Attacking the Volturi? Yeah, I do. He slumped back in his chair, bringing his mug of coffee to his lips. It's disappointing, he said, swallowing a sip. Going there was something to look forward to. It gave me a purpose. I suddenly felt sick. What exactly had I done here? It was my decision, my advice to Carlisle. And it had taken away Charlie's entire future. I wrapped my arms around my stomach, trying to make it stop churning. "I'm sorry," I whispered. He shook his head, shrugging it off, and took a deep breath. "We'll do what we have to do. You said Carlisle and Jasper are working out a plan right now." "I'm sure they talked about it last night. Jasper can be kind of single-minded. I can't say. Him letting this go until he's got it worked out. I wouldn't mind hearing what he's thinking about." That surprised me. "Do you want to go over there?" He perked up a little. "You think they'd mind?" "I'm sure they wouldn't, though things might be a little tense over there today." He nodded, and I was sure he was thinking of last night like I was. I rose, gulping down a mouthful of hot coffee, and then threw the rest in the sink. "I'll grab my jacket and we can go." 10 minutes later, Charlie's cruiser was pulling up in front of the Cullen house. Esme opened the door for us as we strode up. The walk-in greeted us each with a kiss on the cheek. "How are you holding up?" she asked us sympathetically. Before I could answer, there was a loud bang from somewhere upstairs, and Jasper's voice rang loudly through the house. "God damn it, Carlisle. When are you going to see sense?" I didn't hear an answer, but after a moment Jasper was yelling again. "You think Arrow settles for second best? If Renata wasn't the most powerful shield there is, she wouldn't be at Arrow's side. I need the best too, so I can counteract her talent." There was another short silence, and then a moment later a door slammed and footsteps came our way. Esme squeezed my arm reassuringly, and then stepped back and ushered Charlie to the couch as Jasper and Carlisle stormed down the stairs. Carlisle came directly to me, taking me by the arms. "Bella, tell him no," he said, his voice tinged with desperation. "Please, don't do this." I looked at Jasper, who was rubbing a hand over his forehead as though he had a headache. "It's your choice," he told me. "But I need you. Without you, this gets a hell of a lot more dangerous." "He wants to send you against an experienced fighter," Carlisle said, his eyes flashing angrily. "You'll be stronger than her. And she'll be impaired," Jasper argued. "So will Bella," Carlisle snapped. "Not as much. And maybe not at all." Carlisle growled low in his chest, and I reached up a hand to stroke his hair, pulling him down until his forehead rested against mine. "You promised me," I whispered. "I can't," he said brokenly, swallowing hard. "I can't stomach it, Bella. Sending you into that situation alone. You'll be with me, won't you? I'll be as impaired as everyone else in the room. I won't be able to protect you." I was thoroughly confused, but I wasn't about to change my mind. "But I'll be less impaired." He nodded, agony reflecting in his eyes. "Then you need me," I told him. "And I need your support." His face crumpled and he dropped his head onto my shoulder in defeat. It tore me up to deny him like this, but the alternative was completely unacceptable. I couldn't leave him and his whole family unprotected when there was something I could do about it. "I'm sorry," I whispered, clinging to him. "I'm so sorry, Carlisle." "I need a few minutes," he whispered back. He extracted himself from my grip and strode out the back door of the house, darting into the trees that surrounded the property. I sighed heavily. "Is Alice here?" She appeared immediately at the top of the stairs. "I'm here. He'll forgive me for this, won't he?" I asked. "He's not mad at you. He's just trying to figure out how to pretend all this isn't killing him so he can be supportive for you." I winced. "I'm asking way too much of him, aren't I?" "That's not even possible," she said, coming down the stairs. "Hey, how do you feel about roses for the wedding instead of lilacs?" Sure," I said distractedly. "Good. And plan on putting aside some time a week from Friday. We totally need to have a girls' night." Oh, my heart rate automatically shot up, and I couldn't help remembering what Drive Rhodes had said about my reluctance to get close to women. Maybe she was right. "Sure, yeah, girls' night." I hesitated. What exactly do we do on a girls' night? I had the distinct feeling shopping would be involved, though since I didn't really have bruises to cover these days, that thought didn't seem quite as horrible as it once had. Alice just smiled mysteriously. "If I tell you, you'll try to get out of it." That was not the kind of answer I wanted to hear. I changed my mind, I blurted out. "I don't want." "Too late," she chirped. "You already agreed. And trust me, you'll thank me for it later." She bounced over to Jasper and slipped her hands up to one shoulder, stretching up on her toes for a kiss. Jasper wrapped an arm around her and pulled her against his side, his lips meeting hers eagerly. Alice practically climbed up his body, wrapping her legs around his waist and burying her hands in his hair as their kiss grew more passionate. I looked away, wondering if they were so unconcerned about privacy that they would just go at it right here in the living room, but eventually Jasper pulled back. "When are you going to be done?" Alice pouted. Jasper growled in frustration. "I don't know. I can't get him to focus. I can't believe I'm getting cock-blocked by Carlisle," she huffed. Charlie stifled a snicker. Jasper finally cracked a smile and kissed the tip of Alice's nose. "It can't last forever. If I ain't gettin' any, he ain't gettin' any." Alice giggled. "He's coming back to talk to Bella. We totally have time for a quickie." Jasper sobered and nudged Alice off of him, letting her slide to her feet. He straightened and turned toward the back door, waiting for Carlisle to reappear. After a moment he strode through the door. He took my hand wordlessly and headed for the stairs, but Jasper cleared his throat. "We still have work to do." Carlisle stopped, not turning to look at him. "Pardon me, Jasper," he said stiffly. "Perhaps I should have asked your permission to speak with Bella." Jasper lost it then, the temper he was aiming to hold back breaking free of his control. "Damn it, Carlisle," he yelled. "I'm sorry I challenged you, all right. I'm sorry I undermined your authority. But there is a real danger here, and I'm trying to protect this family." "This family?" Carlisle challenged, spinning to face him. "Or just Alice?" Jasper ground his teeth. "You know I'll always put Alice first, but what I'm doing here is for all of us. Except Bella," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "You don't seem all that concerned about endangering her safety." Jasper's eyes flashed with anger. "You think I'm not doing this for Bella?" He jabbed a finger in my direction, his eyes never leaving Carlisle's face. "Bella walked into Volterra knowing exactly what was going on here, and she lied right to Arrow's face. And what's more, every one of us knows it." He crossed his arms over his chest. "Our heads are all on the block, every single one, and if we don't pull this off, we're all dead, Bella included. We can do this without her." "No, we can't." Jasper threw up his hands in frustration. "We get one shot at this, a handful of seconds to take them down, and if you think sending in anyone but the best is an option, you might as well kill your girl now. Because I promise you, you'll do it a lot more quickly and a lot less painfully than Arrow will when he starts doling out punishments." Carlisle looked ill, though. I was sure that nothing short of werewolf blood could literally make him sick. He took a step back from Jasper and turned back toward the stairs, taking my hand again. "I need a moment with Bella. Let me know when you're ready to get back to work," Jasper said. Carlisle nodded and pulled me up the stairs with him. He drew me into his office and shut the door behind us, guiding me to a chair in front of his desk. He pushed aside a large paper with a sketch of what looked like a floor plan and sat on the edge of the desk in front of me. He looked at me for a long time, always seeming like he was on the verge of speaking. I kept silent and waited. After a moment he stood and moved behind the desk. He didn't sit but started pacing back and forth, his hands behind his back. "How can I make you understand?" he asked softly, desperately. "How can I show you what you mean to me?" I didn't know how to answer him, so I kept quiet and waited. Finally, he plucked a book from the shelf behind his desk, and brought it to me. Flipping it open and pushing it into my hands, I glanced down at the page and saw a poem I was familiar with. I looked curiously up at Carlisle, but he seemed to be waiting for me to read it. So I looked down at the page again and reviewed the words. "If you were coming in the fall, I'd brush the summer by, with half a smile, and half a spurn. As housewives do, a fly. If I could see you in a year, I'd wind the months in balls, and put them each in separate drawers, for fear the numbers fuse. If only centuries, delayed, I'd count them on my hand, subtracting, till my fingers dropped into Van Diemen's land. If certain, when this life was out, that yours and mine should be, I'd toss it yonder, like a rind, and take eternity. But, now, uncertain of the length of this, that is between, it goads me, like the goblin bee, that will not state its sting." I looked up again, confused, to find him staring at me intently. "I waited for so long," he whispered, "one agonizingly lonely day after another. Never knowing if I could find love, never daring to truly believe that there was anyone on this earth for me." He took the book from me and pulled me to my feet. 300 years, Bella. It's an interminable amount of time to wait when you don't even know if you'll ever get what you're waiting for. His arms slipped around me and he leaned close, his lips ghosting over mine. You are the answer to a prayer I've been repeating for centuries. To lose you, Bella, it would be too much to bear. He kissed me hard, pulling me sharply against him and pouring all of his pain and fear into me. I clung to him, one hand gripping at his hair as though my life depended on it. I wanted to give him this. I wanted to tell him I would do whatever he asked. But Jasper's words rang in my ears. And I knew I couldn't risk Carlisle to keep myself safe. For Carlisle first, and then for the rest of the family, I had to fight. Carlisle released my lips but didn't let me go. He held me against his chest, rocking me slightly. If I can't change your mind, he said, his voice thick, at least promise me you'll do what Jasper asks and no more. Promise me that when your task is completed you'll move away from the fight and let the rest of us take care of things. I stilled, turning his request over in my mind. I didn't want to promise that. I didn't want to give the very minimum to my family. But there was only so much I could refuse Carlisle and I found myself nodding. Okay, I said. I promise. I'll do what Jasper needs me to do, and then I'll stop. He pulled back quickly, his hands moving to the sides of my face, his eyes boring into me. You will. I nodded. He pulled me against him again, hugging me tightly, whispering fervent words I couldn't quite make out. He held me for a long time, pressing kisses to my hair, my forehead, my cheeks, my lips, letting his gratitude wash over me. We stayed there so long that my feet were actually starting to ache from standing still. I was debating whether to step out of his embrace when he finally heaved a reluctant sigh. I really should get back to work. There's still much I have to go over with Jasper. I nodded and stepped out of his arms. I'm going to go see if I can convince Alice to tell me what tortures she has planned for girls' night. He smiled weakly and gave me one more gentle kiss. I love you, Bella. More than anything in the world. My own love for him crashed over me, heavy and suffocating, making me tremble. I swallowed hard, struggling even to stay on my feet. I love you too, I whispered. There was a soft knock on the door, and then it opened and Jasper stepped in with Charlie close behind. Are you ready? He asked Carlisle, all trace of his earlier animosity gone. Carlisle nodded. I'll find you when I'm done, he told me. I squeezed his hand in farewell and headed out the door, leaving them to their strategy meeting. Bad religion. Carlisle Cullen's point of view. I lie. TLY stroked the soft cashmere of Bella's sweater, feeling the folds of the collar around my hand and taking comfort in the gentle fluttering of her pulse beneath the material. Our guests will be here soon, I murmured softly, my lips against Bella's ear. We should go down to greet them. No, she said lazily from where she was tucked between my legs, leaning back against my chest. They should come up to greet us. I forced a quiet laugh. Much as I like them, I'm not sure I want a group of boys that smell the way they do parading through my bedroom. She huffed, feigning irritation. Jasper can handle the meeting. He doesn't need us there. I kissed her behind her ear, breathing in her delicious scent. She was right, really. Jasper could explain everything to the wolves without us. But we hadn't exactly presented a united front the previous evening, and I didn't want the family to appear weak in front of the pack. Tonight, when Jasper and I stood together, it would be as much about reaffirming our strength and solidarity as instructing the others on strategy. But that didn't make the task any more pleasant. Come, Angel, I murmured, scooting her to the edge of the bed and standing up. It was very thoughtful of him to plan some time for us to be alone before our company arrives, but now we need to give him our support. Bella snorted. Thoughtful. You know what he and Alice used that time for, don't you? I smiled sadly. I knew exactly what he and Alice had used it for, what they were still using it for, but I could hear several familiar cars approaching, so they would have to wrap it up before long. Yes, well, they needed some time to reconnect as well. I took her hand and pulled her to her feet, guiding her out the bedroom door. We headed down the stairs to the living room, which had been entirely rearranged in our absence. The furniture had been pushed back against the walls, and the space in the center of the room was now filled with dining room chairs, large bean bags, and pillows in an attempt to make comfortable seating for the number of guests we would have today. At the front of the room was a table and a large bulletin board, and the stacks of draw Wings I had prepared waited on the corner of the table. The room was ready, and if the scents drifting in from the kitchen were any indication, Edward and Esme were nearly ready as well. The two of Th.M. had spent most of the day in the kitchen, making an astonishing amount of food. Hundreds of humans could easily be fed from the fruits of their labors, and they'd actually had to rent a handful of catering trucks for their portable warming and refrigeration functions. Bella drew in a deep breath, her eyes slipping closed. "Wow," she breathed. "That smells incredible. Are you hungry? We can get you something to eat now if you'd like. I can wait." Assuming Jacob and friends don't inhale everything in sight as soon as they step through the door. "No promises," I said with a laugh. We moved to the door and stepped out onto the porch as the caravan from La Push found places to park in front of the house. The crowd surged out of the cars, a mass of enthusiasm and confusion, and made their way toward us. Jacob greeted us first and stood next to us as we welcomed each guest, making introductions when they were necessary. The tribal elders had come along, which pleased me, and I hoped there was enough seating to accommodate them all. We greeted the last guest and made our way inside, where Edward and Esme were passing around trays piled high with hors d'oeuvres. The Quileutes, already in high spirits, brightened even more at the sight of food. So far, things were copacetic. I knew Jasper had some anxiety about being in close proximity to so many wolves, but the friendly atmosphere would go a long way towards setting his mind at ease. Jasper hadn't entered the room yet, so I felt no need to call the meeting to order and put an end to their chatter. I watched silently as Jacob pulled Bella into his lap and snagged a handful of appetizers from a passing tray. He poked one into her mouth and tossed back two of his own. Seth Clearwater joined the two of them, pulling Bella's Ed into his lap and tickling them until she was squirming and begging him to stop. This was a promising start. I could hear Jasper and Alice lingering upstairs and I beckoned Edward over. "What is he waiting for?" I asked in the barest of whispers, nodding toward their bedroom. "He's just listening, gauging the mood, trying to glean what information he can. Does he want to know something in particular? Perhaps we could guide a conversation in the right direction." Edward paused for a moment. "He doesn't seem to be listening for anything specific. He's just being Jasper, always on the lookout for an advantage." I nodded and he moved away, retrieving another tray of food to pass around. Jasper waited another few minutes before descending the stairs and moving quietly to the front of the room. He stood for a moment, hands clasped behind his back, scanning the crowd. "If you'll all take your seats," he said calmly. The reaction was immediate. The noise quieted instantly and the boys all made their way to the crowded seating area. Edward deposited the empty platters in the kitchen and returned, standing in the doorway next to Esme and giving Jasper his attention. But for the occasional rustle of movement, the room was silent. "Thank you," Jasper said with a tight smile. "Before we get started, I wonder if you might update us on the status of your pack." His eyes moved between Jacob and Sam. "Packs," Jacob said, leaning casually back on the couch. Bella was sitting beside him now instead of on his lap, but he still had an arm draped over her shoulders and he tugged her closer to him as he spoke. "There are 6 separate packs now, and as of this morning, 31 wolves." Bella's eyes widened. "You found 3 new alphas." He nodded. Jasper raised an eyebrow. "I assume you're one of them." "Yep. Me, Sam, Quill, Jesse, Lucas." He trailed off, grinning widely. "That's 5, Jasper said expectantly. "Yes, well, our 6th alpha doesn't like it when I speak for her." Leah snorted. "Damn right, I can do it myself." I raised my eyebrows in surprise. "Impressive," I murmured. "The first female wolf, as well as the first female alpha." She smiled smugly and Seth gave her a high five. "You'll do," Jasper said approvingly. His eyes fell on Quill. "I'll admit I wouldn't have expected it from you, hard as it was to get you to phase." Jacob laughed. "It's pretty hard to get Quill riled up, but once you do, he's fierce." Jasper gave a nod of acknowledgement. "Do you have any new candidates?" Edward asked Jacob. He shook his head. "No, I think we need to stop. The last one who phased was 12 years old. I just don't think I'm comfortable with putting this on anyone younger than that." Sam nodded his agreement. "Besides, all the reshuffling of the packs has been hard on us. We need time to settle in and get used to each other." 31 wolves, Jasper muttered. 6 packs. He stared into space for a moment, then focused on Jacob. Can you still all hear each other? He shook his head. We can only hear other wolves in our own packs, except for the alphas. We can talk to each other if we project. Jasper looked at him for a moment. Okay. So what are we up against? Paul asked Jasper. Tell us more about this coven. I stepped forward to do my duty and picked up the stack of papers on the table. They're a very powerful, very refined coven in Italy. They came to power more than 1,000 years ago by ousting 2 vampires who held the position before them. I took the first drawing from the stack and tacked it up on the bulletin board. This is Arrow. Though all 3 brothers officially hold equal authority, it is common knowledge that Arrow is the real leader. Keys has no talent to speak of, and Marcus's is fairly useless in battle. The Volturi will fall if Arrow falls. He's the mind reader, Jasper added. He's the reason we're bothering with this fight at all, which makes him the primary target. But he's not the only target. There is a core of bonded, talented vampires at the heart of the Volturi that we need to take out in addition to the Brotherhood. If we leave Volterra without having destroyed a single one of our targets, they will hunt us down and kill us. I nodded, posting drawings of the other 2 brothers. Marcus and Keys, the other 2 heads of the coven. If left alive, the guard may try to rally around them. Best not to let that happen. My gaze lingered on Marcus's picture for a moment, and for a fraction of a second I let myself feel regret that he was included in all of this. My only comfort was T. He acknowledged that his death would be a mercy. He had lived far too long without Didym. When you take out a vampire, Jasper said, picking up the speech, you also have to take out the mate. Otherwise, you leave a crazed partner bent on revenge. He nodded to me, and I posted the proper pictures. Sulpicia and Athenadora, Arrow's mate, and Keys's. What about Marcus's? Sam asked. Dead, I said softly. Marcus shows very little interest in anything since he lost her. He's still connected to the coven, though, Jasper warned. They're all he has left, and he'll fight to protect them. I nodded sadly and lifted the next drawing. This is Chelsea. Vampire covens rarely get as large as the Volturi. They travel individually or in pairs, occasionally 3s or 4s, but there's generally 2. Oh, much fighting to allow for more than that. I stuck the drawing up on the board. Chelsea takes care of that for the Volturi. She strengthens their bonds, keeps them from killing each other off. If we kill her, chances are those bonds will disappear and the coven will splinter. Chances are, Jacob asked. I nodded. I'm basing that assumption on another vampire I once knew who had a similar ability. As soon as I killed him, the connections he had created disappeared. You killed him. Jacob raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't peg you as much of a fighter, Carlisle. I met his gaze steadily. You would be wrong. It would be a mistake to underestimate Carlisle, Jasper told him. You'll find it's not unusual for men of peace to have purchased their lifestyle with significant violence. Duly noted. This is Afton, I said, posting his picture next to Chelsea's. He's Chelsea's mate, but also dangerous in his own right. I gazed around the room. Do not look him in the eye for more than a second or 2. He can plant ideas in your head. I've seen him turn coven members against one another by mere suggestion. Several of the Quileutes glanced around at one another, shifting uncomfortably in their seats. That's creepy, Leah muttered. I nodded. It can be unpleasant living around a man with his ability, particularly since he has a penchant for practical jokes. I stifled a nostalgia. I smile that tried to rise to the surface. The fact was, I liked Afton. But I had to wonder how much of that was Chelsea's doing. It was unnerving not being able to trust my own heart. I shook off my discomfort and held up the next 2 renderings. The twins, I said. Jane and Alec. These 2 are both unmated but will be fiercely loyal to one another. They are the most effective offensive weapons in the Volturi arsenal. Jane is famous for the debilitating pain she can cause. It's all mental, though, Jasper put in softly. She can't touch Bella. I turned to him, giving him a curious look. How do you know? She tried. When you and Bella were otherwise occupied, she thought it would be funny to mess with you a little. It didn't work. Relief flooded through me. It was the first good news I had heard all day. Alec too. Jasper continued. Tried and failed. What does Alec do? Paul asked. He's the one who makes you numb, Jasper said. He blocks all of your sensory input and leaves you defenseless until the guard gets around to killing you. Alec is far more dangerous than Jane, I said, for one particular reason. Jane can only target one person at a time, but Alec can flood large areas. It was his talent that allowed the Volturi to wipe out entire armies of newborns with virtually no risk to their own guard. The kid is poison, Jasper said vehemently. He'll be one of the first on the hit list. Because if he has a chance to fight, we all die. I held up the final drawing. And finally, we have Renata, Arrow's personal bodyguard. Jasper's head snapped up and he gave Charlie a sharp look. Do you have some problem with that? He growled. Charlie sighed heavily and shook his head. Jasper raised a challenging eyebrow. She seemed like a nice girl, Charlie said tiredly. I was looking forward to getting to know her. Bella cocked her head at him curiously. Did you talk to her? He looked down at his hands. Not really, he shrugged. But it doesn't matter anyway. Life with the Volturi is no longer an option. If she has to go, she has to go. Jasper regarded him carefully, but seemed satisfied. Renata will have to be the first one to die, he told the group. She's a physical shield, she prevents people from attacking herself or Arrow. Which means, before we can accomplish our objective, Renata has to be neutralized. He directed his gaze at Bella. That will be your job. We assume that, as with other mental abilities, you'll be exempt from Renata's influence. It's likely you're the only one who will be able to get past her defenses. Bella bit her lip anxiously. So, I'm supposed to kill Renata and Arrow? No, I said sharply. Just Renata, Bella. You get her away from Arrow and focus on her alone. I don't want you taking on too much. She nodded her understanding. So that's our hit list, Jacob said, but how do we pull it off? How do you intend to get us all inside this fortress of theirs so that we can pick off the core members? Jasper smiled tightly. Fortunately, the Volturi have already given us an in. They want us to come back because they want Charlie. Charlie looked up at him but said nothing. Charlie's your Trojan horse? Leah asked. Essentially. The first step is to smooth things over with Arrow. We didn't leave under the best circumstances, but Carlisle is a peacemaker. He's going to write a letter to Arrow, letting I.M. know he's disappointed with how things went and telling him that he expects to see more respect from his old friend in the future. I nodded slowly. We had discussed extensively the wording of the letter, and sadly, I had a feeling it was very close to the letter I might have written had we not been planning a strike. It would be, I knew, perfectly believable. It's important that Arrow believes I'm still invested in our relationship, I said, explaining the letter further. If I cut off communication from him, he'll be more suspicious. Besides, Jasper said, he's waiting to hear about Charlie. The letter will go on to say that, after much consideration, Charlie has decided to stick with his original decision to join the Volturi. However, our Quileute friends don't want another vampire running around here. So for the sake of honoring the treaty, we're taking him to Italy to change him. Now, they're expecting Charlie to remain human until after the wedding we had planned for June, I said. We're going to let them continue to think that. I'll tell them that we'll come to Italy shortly after the wedding, change Charlie, and spend a few days with him to try to get his thirst control before taking him to Volterra. I promised to train him, Jasper said, taking up the explanation, so I'll be going along. Carlisle will tell them that, since you guys won't let us train him here, Alice and I will spend a few months with him in Volterra. This accomplishes a couple of different purposes, I said, clasping my hands behind my back. First, it means we're expected. The five of us, myself, Jasper, Alice, Bella, and Charlie, will be welcomed into Arrow's company, which means we're the strike team. Second, it gathers the coven together. It is customary for the Volturi all to be present, if possible, to greet new coven members. We want to have as many of them in one room as possible. Why? Jacob asked. Why not divide and conquer? Jasper stepped forward. My talent only extends so far. If I'm going to be able to manipulate them all at once, I need them together. Manipulate them? One of the newer boys, Joshua, asked. What do you mean? What are you going to do? Jasper arched an eyebrow at Joshua. And then at Jacob, clearly displeased. Is he serious? Jacob just shrugged. He's new. Jasper turned his eyes on Joshua. Who's your alpha? He asked tersely. I am. Lucas raised his hand from where he sat on a beanbag chair next to one of the girls. Jasper turned on him, his eyes flashing. Do you want to explain to my why you let your boy walk in here Oh night without knowing exactly what I can do? Lucas shifted uncomfortably. Things have been a little bit crazy. I haven't really had much of a chance to talk to him yet. You're going to have to do better than that, Jasper snapped. Your pack is your responsibility. Their lives are entirely dependent on your leadership. It's your job to see to it that they survive. That's what it means to be an alpha. He moved forward a few steps so he was looking down on the young man. Letting him walk into a den of vampires without preparing him for what he was up against was piss-poor judgment on your part. Why? Lucas asked, bristling. Aren't you guys supposed to be safe? Jasper's temper flared. Are we vampires? Lucas shrugged. Yeah, and isn't it your job to guard against vampires? Yeah, but the treaty. The treaty is a damn piece of paper. Jasper yelled. How much is that going to help you when I lose my temper and rip your boy's throat out? Lucas glared at him, climbing slowly to his feet. I thought we were supposed to be on the same side. Let's dispel that notion right now, Jasper growled, raising his voice as he addressed the entire room. There's no such thing as good and bad. There is no right side and wrong side. There are alliances, but they fall apart at the drop of a hat. Last week, Carlisle was allied with the Volturi. He was a friend of theirs, therefore his entire coven considered ourselves friends of theirs. He turned his attention back to Lucas. Arrow, at least, is smart enough not to trust us entirely. He would never be so stupid as to send one of his coven into our home without knowing everything about us. Lucas shifted uncomfortably, staring at his feet. Look at me, Jasper snapped. He waited for the boy to raise his eyes before he continued. When we walk into Volterra, my attention will be primarily focused on two things, checking off the hit list and watching Alice's back. He ticked his list off on his fingers. I'll also be keeping an eye on Bella, on Carlisle, and on Charlie. Somewhere in the back of my mind, not quite in my focus, I'll be keeping tabs on what's happening outside of the room, tracking my family and whichever alpha wolves end up coming along with us. He pointed to Joshua. Your boy over there is so far down on my list of priorities that I probably won't spare a single thought for him. He folded his arms across his chest. So who's keeping him alive? I am, Lucas said through clenched teeth. You're going to have to do a better fucking job than you did tonight. Because if he doesn't come home, it's you who carries the blame. Lucas's eyes dropped to the floor again. Sit down, Jasper said coldly. Jacob. His eyes searched out his target in the crowd. Am I right in assuming that it's you who's responsible for this mess? He gestured to the gathered group. I'm the head alpha, Jacob confirmed, bracing himself for Jasper's lecture. You need to do better than this, too. He pointed to Lucas. That boy doesn't know the first thing about how to take care of his pack. You kids got so busy cranking out new wolves that you didn't bother to teach them anything. And Sam, he turned to glare at the older boy. You're not off the hook either. You have experience here where Jacob doesn't. You should be guiding him through this. Jasper scanned the room in disgust. You're also excited to run out and bag yourselves some vampires. But if you don't get it together, there's going to be a river of Quileute blood flowing down the halls of Volterra. Enough, I said sharply. No, he's right, Jacob said. We don't really know much about what we're doing here. Jasper, maybe after we're finished with this little meeting, you and I can talk. Jasper nodded curtly. All right, Jacob said. But back to your plan. You get your strike team in the door and have the better part of the coven there with you. What do you do next? I fled the room, Jasper said, his temper ebbing. There are CERTAIN emotions that are painful enough as to be almost completely debilitating, and it will take the Volturi a few seconds to realize that they're under attack and get up the nerve to fight back. But a few seconds is all we need. So, wait, Jacob said, the Volturi will be affected by these emotions, but you guys won't be. I won't be, he corrected. And Charlie and Bella will be affected to a lesser extent. Simply because they'll be newborns. Why does that matter? Leah asked. Jasper started to pace at the front of the room. Newborns are controlled by their instincts. Emotions play a part, but they're shouted down by the more primal part of their natures. I have some sway over newborns, but I can't affect them as much as I can affect older vampires. So having Alice and Carlisle there is just for show? Sam asked. No. Jasper shook his head. They'll be doing their part too. We have just under 4 months to get all of you used to fighting under emotional duress. If we can do it, the Volturi can do it, Leah said. Jasper nodded solemnly. They can. And like I said, after a few seconds, they will. But after a few seconds the job will be done. He stopped pacing and turned to face the group. As soon as I put them on their knees, we strike. Bella will take out Renata and the rest of us will start on the others. Edward. Edward raised his eyebrows. You're in charge of everyone but the strike team. As soon as the 5 of us head inside, you gather the rest of the family and whatever wolves we take with us, and you secure the exits. He unrolled the sketch I had made of the castle floor plan and pinned it to the bulletin board. No one leaves without my say-so. Edward nodded. Pay close attention to me, Jasper continued. As soon as I get things started inside, I want you to send me 4 wolves, 1 alpha and 3 from his pack. Or her pack, Leah said dryly. Jasper looked at her. Actually, Leah, I'd prefer to have you on the outside. In the throne room, I need someone cool and controlled. My preference would be Sam or Quill. You're capable, I have no doubt, but you're a quick thinker and I'd be willing to bet you're lethal in a fight. If you come WITHS, I need you under less controlled conditions, like rounding up anyone who tries to escape. She frowned. I might be wrong, Jasper told her. Maybe you've got a cooler head than Quill. Frankly, I doubt it. He started pacing again, dismissing that conversation. The wolves are supplemental. They'll help us take down anyone on the hit list that we haven't taken care of, and they'll scare the hit out of the rest of the coven once I let them up. He scanned the room. Shifters are an unknown entity, and the Volturi don't like being uninformed. You'll intimidate them, so the rest of us just sit outside. Paul snorted. Jasper shook his head. No. Once I remove my influence from the Volturi, I'll need you guys sniffing out anyone hiding in the castle and herding them into the throne room. Every one of them needs to see the core of their coven in ashes, and I need them close to me so I can gauge their reactions and so Edward can get a look at their intentions. Edward nodded. You want us to be sheepdogs? Leah asked with a snort. I want you to be vampire dogs, Jasper corrected. Think you can handle a few strays? She leaned forward, rising to his challenge. You want to see just how effectively I can handle them? Quote. Jasper smiled darkly. As a matter of fact, I do. Over the next few months, I'll be watching very closely to see how all of you handle yourselves in a fight. How many of you will be joining us? I asked. The question was directed to all of the Quileutes, but it was to Jacob that I looked for the answer. All of us, Jacob said. No, Sam said softly. Jacob, our first duty is to la push. We protect our people. So who stays behind? Jacob demanded. You're the chief. You and your pack have a responsibility to the tribe. Oh, hell no, Jacob protested. There's no way I'm missing out on this. Quill cleared his throat softly. Actually, he said quietly, Sam, I think it should be you. Why is that? Quill shrugged. Look at your pack. Every one of us that has imprinted is under your leadership. If someone doesn't come back, it would be best if they're not bonded to anyone. Sam tapped his fingers on his knee. That's solid reasoning, he said reluctantly. Jasper sighed. I don't like losing you, Sam. I won't argue with you, but if you're not coming with me, at the very least I need you teaching the other boys to control themselves the way you do. Sam gave him a lopsided grin. Anger management courses. Jasper nodded, the corners of his mouth quirking up. Now, he said, addressing the group, remember that this is a tentative plan. There are still some unknowns, particularly, how Bella's and Charlie's talents will develop once they change and how all of you handle yourselves under the influence of my emotional control. It's possible that the process will be adjusted based on what we learn over the next few months. What about the other coven members? Jacob spoke up, gesturing toward the board. I mean, that's not all of them, obviously. Are there other gifted vampires we should know about? Jasper smiled grimly. Now you're thinking like an alpha. Carlisle. I spent the next few minutes describing each of the other coven members and the gifts that Jasper and I had decided were relatively harmless. The Quileutes paid rapt attention, soaking in the information, and I was pleased to know they were taking this seriously. When I was finished, I deferred to Jasper once again. Any questions? Jasper asked. You're planning on giving us some training? Lucas asked quietly. Jasper nodded. You all need to decide how much time you can give to me. My preference is to work with you every day. Most of these kids are in school, Sam reminded him. Plus patrols and family responsibilities. Every day might be a bit much. Maybe just a couple of packs every day, then. That'll be 2 or 3 times a week for each of you. We can do that, Jacob said. This is important. We'll make time for it. Good. Anybody else have questions? No one else spoke up, so he stepped back. Esme and Edward have prepared dinner for you. Carlisle and I will be around to answer questions if you have any. Esme moved to the front of the room and took charge, inviting the Quileutes to get themselves some food. I watched them all head into the kitchen, somewhat more subdued than they had been when they'd arrived, but still with an undercurrent of excitement as they discussed what we had just told them. I didn't like it. The boys were too eager to kill and to put themselves in harm's way. I wondered how many of them would have to die to give the rest a proper respect for life. Jasper surprised me by stepping up behind me and putting a hand on my shoulder. I looked back at him, still acutely feeling the distance and resentment between us. You're doing a good thing, he murmured. I ground my teeth, biting back the anger that welled up inside. I'll sell out my friends, Jasper, but I'm not willing to believe that it's anywhere close to a good thing. Quote. He drew back his hand and stepped back. I'm sorry. I strode away from him and headed up the stairs. It was my intention to go to my office, to shut the door, and try to lock myself away from the crowd of people so eager for the destruction of my former coven. But the cross that hung on the wall at the end of the hallway caught my eye, and I moved to stand in front of it instead. I had spent many hours in front of this ornament, staring at the dark, silky wood, wrestling with God. But it was not to God that my thoughts turned now, but to my Father. My Father who saw evil wherever he looked, who found guilt in any who were brought to him under suspicion, regardless of evidence. My Father, who took me for a weak and faithless man because I was slow to take up the sword. You'd be proud of me now, Father, I thought darkly. I'm assisting with the slaughter of those who think differently than I, those I once called friends. I am finally worthy of being called your son. Carlisle. Stop that. Edward's voice drifted up to me, and I heard his step on the stairs. He moved up beside me, watching me as I gazed at the glossy symbol of my father's demented faith. I didn't answer him. I couldn't. What you're doing isn't about judgment or intolerance. It's about protecting your family. I clenched my teeth, my eyes never leaving the cross. Had you asked my father, he would have said the same thing. He was protecting his congregation from demons and witchcraft. This is self-defense. It is not self-defense, I said coldly, turning on him. I will participate in this travesty, Edward. But I have no interest in trying to justify it. It is betrayal and murder, sin in its blackest form. Then why are you going along with it? If you truly believe we're in the wrong, why would you help us? I turned my eyes back to the cross and uttered the truest, most blasphemous words I had ever spoken. Because I serve Bella before God. Edward didn't answer. I could feel the weight of his stare. But he had no words to respond to me. I brought my thumb and 2 fingers together, properly invoking the Trinity, and crossed myself. Oh God, I prayed, my voice heavy with bitterness. Who knows us to be set in the midst of so many and great dangers that by reason of the frailty of our nature we cannot always stand upright, grant us such strength and protection as may support us in all dangers and carry us through all temptations, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. I turned away from the cross and from Edward, and moved into my office, closing the door firmly behind me. Bella Swan's point of view. I felt like a phony, as one person after another came up to me and gazed at me with sorrowful eyes. They all said basically the same thing, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And a lot of them hugged me. I really wanted this to be over. The last 2 weeks had been a little bit crazy. Jasper was all for biting Charlie and me the night they held the strategy meeting with the Quileutes. But Carlisle insisted that we keep up appearances. The courts would be checking to make sure I was still attending school, and if the chief of police just up and disappeared, there was bound to be an investigation. Plans had to be made. Alice got in touch with a guy in Seattle who she referred to as a document specialist. He provided her with a fake driver's license with my name, address, and birth date, but that displayed her picture. She presented it to me proudly one afternoon as I sat in the den doing my homework. Great, I said, puzzled. Now you can, not get into bars. She giggled brightly. It's not to get into bars. It's so I can get you a high school completion certificate. I looked up at her, my eyes widening. What? I'm going to Port Ange. Les tomorrow afternoon to take a high school proficiency exam, she explained. When I pass it, I'll get a certificate in your name that you can pass on to that judge friend of Charlie's so you don't have to go to school anymore. Oh, I took a moment to process that, and then looked back at my homework. Does that mean I don't have to finish this? Yep. Tomorrow is your last day of school, and if you don't turn in homework, it's no big deal. You'll be a graduate by the end of the week. Excellent. I flipped my book closed and tossed it onto the coffee table. She giggled at my reaction. So after that I'm good to go. I can change. Well, almost, she said, dropping down onto the couch next to me. After that we have to kill off Charlie. I stared at her. What? I asked flatly. Relax, silly, she smiled. Carlisle and Charlie decided that it would be best if the people of Forks think Charlie died so there are no rumors about why he would resign as police chief or leave town so suddenly. So how do we go about doing that? Doesn't he have to be examined by a coroner to be declared dead? A coroner, she smiled, or a doctor? I laughed sheepishly. Carlisle is a really handy guy to have around, isn't he? Yep. Everybody already thinks your dad's health is failing, since Carlisle signed a doctor's order for a 2-month medical leave last October. So it probably won't come as that much of a surprise when we spread the news that he passed away. Oh, I said, considering the ramifications. Are we going to have, like, a fake funeral? You're catching on, Alice grinned. And may I recommend cremation? Caskets are such a pain. You'd have to make arrangements with a funeral home, and they're always so particular about wanting to prepare the body for you. Plus, then you're expected to have a formal service. And then a graveside service. Seriously, it's a lot of hassle. Buy an urn, fill it with ashes from the fireplace, and just hold a nice little memorial open house right here at home. I laughed a little at the absurdity of it all. Yeah, actually, that sounds more like Charlie's kind of thing anyway. Exactly, Alice said with a decisive nod. And once you've met with Charlie's lawyer about your inheritance, and then held the funeral, we'll just tell everyone you moved back to Arizona with your mom. Voila, you're free and clear. Niece, you guys are good at this. You two are easy, she said dismissively. There's no extended family, so no parents insisting on seeing the body or anything like that. I grinned. You could always change him and make him lie still in the coffin for the viewing. She gave me a skeptical look. Sure, Bella, you try convincing a newborn vampire to just lie there while all kinds of delicious-smelling humans file past and poke at him. I giggled. That thought is almost enough to make me want to try it. She snickered, clapping a hand over her mouth. Oh, God, can you imagine him losing control and jumping out of the casket? That would be a funeral Forks would never forget. The two of us dissolved into giggles picturing the scene. Funny as it was, however, we chose to go with the pretend cremation scenario. Which was how I ended up here on the love seat in the den, dressed in a black sweater and a pair of black slacks I had opted for over a skirt when I couldn't find my razor to shave my legs that morning. I was surrounded by similarly clad mourners who all felt it was their social duty to express their condolences. It was actually touching how many people had admired Charlie. The table that the U.R.N. rested on had become something of a shrine as people placed little tokens of their affection beside Charlie's alleged ashes. A uniformed officer approached me and I looked up at him, forcing my face into a mask of sorrow. These ones were the hardest. Besides Billy and Harry, who knew Charlie wasn't actually dead, the people on the police force were the ones he had been closest to. The large man's eyes were rimmed with red. And he swallowed thickly before speaking to me. I sure admired your father, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. He was a good guy, tough as nails, but he wouldn't hurt a fly if he could help it. I stared dumbly at him, struck utterly speechless by his words. A million thoughts assaulted me at once. I wondered if this man would still think well of my father if he knew how much I had been hurt. I wondered how many of these people would be here at all if I had ever told anyone what Charlie did to me. I wondered if maybe some things were better kept silent, and then I wondered how much I didn't know about the people I had thought of as friends. And then there was the much harder question, the one I didn't want to think about. Was my father, as this officer claimed, a good guy? He had clearly done things to make the man in front of me admire him, to make all the people around us mourn his passing and leave memorial tokens next to his urn. Clearly his actions had impacted people for good. They mattered. Did they stop mattering just because he had hurt me? I wrapped my arms around myself as tears welled up in my eyes. I certainly hadn't expected to cry at this farce of a funeral. But now I was having a hard time holding it back. The officer, whose name I didn't know, kissed me gently on the forehead before moving away. The kiss surprised me, since I couldn't remember ever having met the man. It was odd, I thought, how shared grief made people feel closer together. And then it was Mike advancing on me, moving through the crowd with a small plate of the food Alice had prepared for the funeral. He sat on the arm of the couch next to me and held the plate out to me. "I brought you something to eat," he said hesitantly. I looked up at him, giving him a wan smile. The food looked incredible, and I really wanted to try some of it, but I was playing the part of the devastated daughter here, so I figured stuffing my face was probably out. "Thanks," I said softly. And just set the plate in my lap. Stupid fake grief. I was hungry. Mike's arm slipped around my shoulders in an awkwardly sweet gesture. "How are you doing?" he asked. If I were in mourning, what would I say to that? "Fine," I said, nodding quickly. "I'm fine." "Yeah, that sounded pretty good." His fingers started fiddling idly with my hair. "Are you, well, I mean, I don't know how things stand." "What will you do now?" I'm going back to live with my mom." "Back to Arizona." I nodded. "What about you and Cullen? Are you breaking up?" "No," I said, my hand automatically moving to fiddle with the engagement ring on my hand. "How's that going to work?" he asked, sounding disappointed. "I mean, with him here, and you there." Edward appeared at my side, settling down onto the couch next to me. "We'll visit each other a lot," he said coolly, pushing Mike's arm away as he slid his own around me. "Oh, that's good." Mike stood, looking awkward again. I forced myself not to roll my eyes at Edward. "Thank you for the food, Mike. That was very thoughtful." He smiled at me, warmed by the compliment. "Sure, I'll see you later." I nodded, but then it struck me that I probably wouldn't see him later. That was likely the last conversation I would ever have with Mike Newton. The thought made me a little sad. Edward rubbed my back. "When is he going tea?" "Oh, get it through his head that you're taken." He grumbled. He was being nice. He brought me food, which my possessive fake boyfriend didn't bother to do, I might add. He smirked. "Maybe not, but you. Repossessive fake boyfriend is going to make sure you eat it." He plucked a mini quiche from the plate and poked it into my mouth before I could protest. He leaned in close as I chewed my food and shifted my plate to the end table. "Do you want to know what he's thinking?" he asked in a conspiratorial whisper. "No," I muttered, swallowing the quiche. Edward ignored me. "He's fantasizing about you, being so distraught over your father's death that you're driven to compulsive fellatio." I stifled a laugh and tucked my head against his chest to hide the smile that wouldn't be refused. "Stop it," I whispered. "I'm trying to grieve. Here. Did I mention you don't bother looking for privacy first?" He went on. "You just drop to your knees in front of him, in full view of all of these people. Particularly me." It was all I could do to keep my laughter silent as it bubbled out of me, and I buried my face in Edward's shoulder, hoping my laughing came off as particularly distraught sobbing. "Quit it," I hissed. "If you don't like what's in his head, stop looking." Edward nuzzled my neck lightly, going way beyond what was necessary to play his part. "But then I might have to look into Carlisle's head," he laughed softly in my ear. "And you have no idea the filthy stream of profanity that runs through his mind whenever he sees me touching you like this." "Then stop doing that," I hissed, shying away from him. I peeked over his shoulder at where Carlisle stood against the wall, his arm wrapped loosely around Esme's waist. His expression was solemn, revealing none of the animosity that Edward had accused him of. As I watched, his eyes darted around the room to make sure no one was watching us, then flashed me a playful smile and a wink before arranging his features into a somber mask again. I had to duck against Edward's chest again to hide my laughter. "Really, it's shocking the sort of things he's saying to me," Edward went on. "Especially because he's usually such a gentleman." His hand slid to my knee, rubbing suggestively. "Edward Cullen, knock it off," I whispered, trying to sound angry through my laughter. "Oh, No, Edward murmured, against my ear, his voice betraying his wide smile. Do you have any idea how many times I've had to watch Carlisle touching my wife in public? I've owed him this for a long time. I peeked up at Carlisle, who pulled Esme in front of him and wrapped his arms loosely around her waist, one hand running idly over her stomach. She raised a hand to her mouth, clearing her throat to hide a laugh. Edward gasped dramatically. Did you see that? He hadn't even looked back. But of course, he could have seen it through Carlisle or Esme, or anyone else who might have been looking their way. That was a threat, he said seriously. He's telling me that if I mess with his girl, he'll mess with mine. He hooked his hands under my knees and pulled me into his lap. Shall we see how far he's willing to go? No, I hissed. If I had to sit here and watch Carlisle feeling Esme up, I was going to absolutely lose it. Edward Cullen, I swear to God, if you play this game I'll get Jacob to bite your fingers off. I shot a surreptitious look at Carlisle, who was leaning low over Esme, hiding a smile behind her hair. I felt Edward's shoulders shake as he laughed, hiding his own smile by pressing his lips to the top of my head. Esme requests that you don't do that. She says she likes my fingers very much. A fresh gale of giggles overtook me, and I was having an increasingly hard time keeping silent. I had to get out of there before I ended up laughing out loud and making the whole town think I was either completely crazy or a very bad daughter. I shoved away from Edward and clapped my hands over my face to mask the giggles that wouldn't subside. I pushed through the crowd, peering through my fingers so I wouldn't fall, and ran up the stairs to my room. I shoved the door closed and threw myself onto my bed, smashing my face into my pillow and laughing convulsively. I heard the door open and close, and I was almost afraid of who had followed me up here. What if Mike had decided to come comfort me? How would I hide my laughter? Thankfully, it was Edward's soft chuckle that I heard as the door clicked closed and I pushed myself off of my pillow, trying to glare at him even though I couldn't seem to quit grinning. You're such a jerk. I'm supposed to be in mourning. But it looked so good for the camera when you ran out of the room sobbing. What camera? Emmett's filming this for Charlie, he said, flopping WN onto my bed and tucking his hands behind his head. I mean, how many people get to see their own funeral? He'd better not be all in everybody's face with it. That's not exactly convincing funeral behavior. He snickered. No. He set the camera up in the corner behind a bouquet of flowers. I shifted into a sitting position next to Edward, crossing my legs in front of me. So did you go to your funeral? I asked him. Nope. He gazed up at the ceiling. There was no funeral for me. Why not? He shrugged. There was nobody left to hold one. My parents were both dead, and all three of us were infected with a wildly contagious virus, so it's unlikely that there would have been much of one anyway. How sad. Did it bother you that there was no one to remember you? He smirked. I was a little distracted just then, actually. Oh, right. Rampant bloodlust. Yeah, plus I could suddenly read minds, he reminded me. It was a little unnerving. I guess it would be. I glanced at the door and sighed. I should stop being a bad hostess and get back down there. How can I make my eyes red so it looks like I've been crying? Edward laughed and stood, moving to the window and sliding it open. Something came sailing inside and he caught it and closed the window again. What's that? He smiled mischievously and held up a segment of an onion. Present from Rose. Perfect. Thanks Rosalie. She says to leave your makeup a little smudged. He sat next to me, holding the onion under my nose, and crushed it in his palm. The effect was nearly instantaneous. The strong smell hit me hard, stinging my eyes and clouding them with tears. After several seconds I could hardly keep my eyes open, and tears were dripping down my cheeks. I grabbed a tissue and dabbed at my face, leaving just a touch of mascara residue around the rims of my eyes. I pried my burning eyes open to examine the results in the mirror and nodded. Awesome. I turned to him and glared at him through my sniffles, trying to look severe. No more making me laugh. Edward had disposed of the onion out the window and was wiping his hand clean with a tissue. I'll be a perfect angel, he promised. He wrapped his arm around me and I headed downstairs with him again, affecting a subdued demeanor. We managed to get through the rest of the funeral without incident, and when Esme closed the door behind the last guest, I sagged back on the couch in relief. Thank God that's over. It's a lot of work, mourning the death of someone who's currently at your fiancé's house playing poker with Jasper. Carlisle laughed and Dee moved to sit next to me while the others started darting around the room, collecting garbage and straightening up. We've got some time before your girls' night. Shall we take advantage of it? Yeah, about this girls' night. Complain all you want, Rosalie said, you're not getting out of it. I whimpered petulantly. I'm afraid. Please don't hurt me. Alice pursed her lips as she carried a bouquet of flowers past us toward the kitchen. I promise not to hurt you very badly, she said carefully. My jaw dropped. Did you hear that, Carlisle? They're planning on hurting me. If you girls injure my Bella, I'll be very put out. I scowled at him. You're not going to save me from them. You're on your own this time. Fine, I grumbled, standing up. I guess we'd better make the saint of this time before the girls start torturing me. Half an hour, Alice said sternly as we headed for the stairs. I need lots of time tonight, Carlisle. You have my word. We moved up to my room and he guided me to the bed. Lying back on the pillows and pulling me into his arms. I lay on my side next to him, one leg thrown over his, and traced idle patterns on his chest. What are you doing tonight while I'm being waterboarded? I asked him. Jasper and I are going hunting. Neither one of us has had anything since the lynx in Volterra. I looked into his eyes, which had been growing steadily darker over the last couple of weeks. How are things between you guys? Tense. He sighed. With anyone else in the family, what Chelsea did wouldn't have been as bad. But Jasper was deeply mistrustful of all of us when he first came here. It took years for him to get comfortable with us, and now that's just gone. He covered my hand with his, squeezing lightly. It's very difficult for him. Not just him. He shook his head. No, not just him. It's frustrating being so distant from him. Logically, I know I should trust him, love him, but I can't feel it. He sighed heavily. I do feel it for Arrow, though. And even though I'm fully cognizant of the fact that my emotions have been manufactured, it doesn't make them any less potent. I chewed at my lip. Yet, you're in a position where you have to fight beside Jasper against Arrow. He nodded. I'm sorry, I said sadly. This really sucks. He pulled me closer to him, pressing my head down on his chest. I trust your judgment. You have a clearer vision of the situation than I do and I'm happy to follow your direction. It still sucks. He laughed softly. Yes, it does. I scooted on top of him, straddling his waist and leaning low over him. Brushing my lips against his. I could use a little stress release. How about you? We didn't talk much after that, preferring to communicate with our hands while our mouths were otherwise occupied. We didn't have a lot of time together, and neither one of us was really in the mood to rush, so we didn't bother trying to have sex. We just spent our 30 allotted minutes leisurely enjoying one another. All too soon, though, Alice was banging on the bedroom door. Get lost, Carlisle. It's our turn with Bella. I reluctantly extracted myself from his arms and made one last attempt to free myself from my obligation. They're going to cause me pain, I said, feigning distress. Aren't you supposed to protect me? From Alice? Carlisle asked, raising an eyebrow in amusement. I'm not sure that's even possible. I sighed in resignation as he slid off the bed and moved to open the door. Alice, Rosalie, and Esme all stood there, carrying canvas bags over their shoulders and smiling brightly. Esme kissed Carlisle's cheek as they filed in and then gave him a little push out the door. Have a nice time with Jasper tonight. I promise, we'll take good care of Bella. Return her to me in one piece. Carlisle ordered. The girls looked at each other guiltily. Sure, Rosalie said, not meeting his gaze. You bet. Carlisle. I gasped desperately, alarmed by her evasiveness. Just trust me, Alice said. You'll thank us, I promise. Carlisle gave me a wink and disappeared down the hall. Fine, I said, looking suspiciously at the bags they were carrying. What are you planning to do to me? Now, Bella, Rosalie said placatingly. Sometimes a girl has to make some sacrifices in the name of beauty. Beauty. Alice pulled out a container of wax and several cotton strips. Beauty. My eyes widened. You want me to wax my legs? Well, yes, Esme nodded. And possibly some other things. I suddenly felt lightheaded. Other things. You know, Alice said, like maybe your eyebrows. What's wrong with my eyebrows? I asked, jumping off the bed and rushing to the mirror. Nothing's wrong with them, Rosalie hedged. By human standards, they're perfectly fine. Human standards. Bella, you're planning on starting the change tomorrow, Esme said, and you have an opportunity that none of us had. You can do some tidying up beforehand. I backed toward the bed again. And by tidying up, you mean ripping your hair out by the roots, Rosalie said blithely. Right, I whispered, sitting back down. It's not that bad, Alice said. Like hell, it isn't. Rosalie laughed. What would you know, anyway? Even if you'd ever been waxed in your life you wouldn't remember it. It does hurt, Esme said, leveling with me. But not near as badly as it hurts removing hair after you've changed. Yeah, Rosalie agreed, think, yanking out a rope that's encased in concrete. I cringed. But it doesn't grow back, right? Once you're a vampire, no more hair growth. Right, Alice said, so we need to think about your hairstyle too. You have to decide how you want to wear it for, ever. She's already got a pretty classic cut, Rosalie said, moving behind me and running her fingers through my hair. I think we could just trim away some of the dead ends and keep it the way it is. What do you think, Bella? Or would you rather go shorter? Esme suggested. It's hard to tell what trends will come along, but occasionally women like to wear shorter cuts. Alice made a face. You can do so much more with long hair, though. I recommend you keep it the way it is. She moved behind me with Rosalie, lifting a lock of my hair and inspecting it. Minus the split ends, of course. Yeah, I'll keep it long, I mumbled. I hadn't even realized I had split ends. Great, so we'll trim your hair and even up your nails, Alice said, and then we'll tweeze your eyebrows, wax your legs, underarms. Yeah, hang on, I protested. I'm really not sure about the waxing thing. Can't I just shave? Oh, honey, Rosalie said, draping an arm over my shoulders, you'll never be able to get a close enough shave. Once you've changed, you'll be able to feel the stubble, and then you'll have to dig it out to get rid of it. I cringed and she smiled ruefully. I changed the night before my wedding, so I had shaved my underarm. And even my legs, which most women weren't really doing back then. She grabbed my hand and pulled me to the bed, sitting next to me. But I was getting married, Royce was going to see me naked. I really didn't want to have hair everywhere. It just sucked, because then it was that much harder to get rid of afterward. Alice's hand appeared in front of my face, holding 2 little brown pills. Take these, she said. I took them out of her palm and did as I was told, taking the bottle of water she offered to wash them down. Why am I taking Advil? It makes the waxing less painful. As does this. She dug a blue tube out of her bag and presented it to me. No scream cream, I asked, reading the label. You're welcome, she said, dropping down on the other side of me and linking her arm through mine. We still have to decide how much pubic hair we're getting rid of. Wait, what? A little shiver of horror ran through me as I realized just how far she was taking this. You don't have to remove any, Esme said. I didn't get rid of all that much, myself. Edward likes some hair, so I just trimmed it and tidied up my bikini line. Here, look. She gathered up the hem of the blah CK dress she had donned for Charlie's Psuedo memorial, and before I even realized what she was doing she was tugging her panties down and showing off her personal hair. I dropped my eyes, my cheeks flaming. And I scrambled to find something to say. How exactly did you compliment someone on the style of their body hair? Rosalie laughed at my reaction. You really need to get over this bashful thing you've got going on. Here, think of it this way. How many people have you seen naked? A lot, I confessed. And how many people have seen you naked? I shrugged, looking away. Her questions weren't helping dispel the furious blush in my cheeks. A lot. So if you weren't embarrassed then, why would you be now? They weren't women. A shame, really, Esme said with a smile. Women are so much prettier than men. Back to the matter at hand, Alice interrupted. Do you want to just trim, like Esme, or do you want to get rid of a little more? I chewed at my lip, trying to think long-term but feeling absolutely mortified by the conversation topic. I don't like hair, so I got rid of all of it, Alice said. Here, take a look. She jumped up and yanked up her own skirts, ushing down her underwear to show off her smooth skin. My face felt like it could literally burst into flames at any moment. I went Brazilian, Rosalie said helpfully, and then she, too, was tugging her clothes away. I glanced at her, then looked away again, but I found myself doing double take. She had left a little trail of short blonde hair leading downward, and that made me blush even more. Emmett loves the landing strip. She grinned. I dropped my head into my hands, leaning my elbows on my knees. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing, I muttered into my palms. Own it, girl, Rosalie said, dropping down on the bed next to me. You've got a good body and a seriously sexy man to show it off to. Just think of your hair as a little bit of body bling. Totally, Alice agreed. We're just doing some accessorizing. So what do you think? Esme pulled the chair over from my desk and sat in front of us. I reluctantly let my hands fall away from my face. I think, what if Carlisle doesn't like my new accessories? I admitted, biting my lip. Alice giggled. That is so not a problem. Just decide what you want to do, and I'll let you know what he thinks of it. Right, I muttered self-consciously. How much private stuff do you see, anyway? She shrugged. There's so much to see that I ignore a lot of it if I'm not looking for something in particular, but some things just jump right out at me. I considered asking her what kinds of things, but then I decided I didn't really want to know. Okay, I said, taking a breath. What will he like best? You have to decide what you're doing first. Oh, yeah, I bit my lip, but I can decide and then change my mind to see if he'd like something else. Totally. I took a deep breath and considered the glimpse I had gotten of Esme's trimmed hair. I could do that. That wouldn't be too embarrassing. He approves, Alice said happily. In fact, if you go with that, there will definitely be some, petting of the kitty. Alice. Oh my God. I buried my face in my hands again. She giggled. Okay, pick something else. I really did like the idea of no hair at all. Smooth skin was just better than hair. I decided, with some trepidation, to go completely bare like Alice. Her jaw dropped. Wow, she said. I mean, just wow. He really likes that. Seriously? I asked, biting my lip. Alice grinned. More licking than petting. Alice. I glared up at her from behind my fingers. What about Brazilian? She encouraged. Pick that one. Right. Like Rosalie. I wrapped my arms around myself, decided to go that route, and Alice grimaced. You know, she said, the landing strip isn't really Carlisle's speed. He doesn't like it. Not so much. You could do something else, Rosalie suggested. Like a little heart, or maybe his initials. I sort of liked the idea of getting his initials on me, sort of declaring that that particular part of me belonged to him alone. I picked that, and Alice frowned. He doesn't dislike it, she said slowly, but it's more of a distraction for him than anything. Esme put her hand on my knee. The most important thing, though, is that you're happy with what you choose. Totally, Rosalie agreed. Carlisle will love you no matter what. You can tease him with stuff like this if you want, but in the end, it's your body. You've got to be comfortable with it. I was thinking hard about going completely bare. Carlisle obviously liked it, and I thought that hair was sort of ugly anyway. Alice smiled brightly. So, all of it, then? I nodded. Yeah, but does it hurt a lot? It's temporary, Esme assured me. And we'll be fast, that makes it much easier to bear. Think long-term, Rosalie advised. A little bit of pain now gives you an eternity of freedom from nasty bikini hair. So that's a yes. Esme laughed. Yes, Bella, I'm afraid it's going to hurt. But we have the cream. Alice reminded me. That will help. I sighed. Fine. Do your worst. Alice squealed and clapped her hands. Okay, take off your clothes. Her abrupt order had me immediately reconsidering my decision. What? Just like that. You can leave your bra on, Rosalie conceded. But we need access. Bella. Esme withdrew a couple of sheets from her bag. I stood and dutifully started stripping, and she spread one of the sheets out over my bed, presumably to protect the blankets from the waxen hair. I found myself growing self-conscious as I undressed, as much from being exposed in front of 3 women as from the fact that I hadn't shaved recently. I had a fair amount of hair on my legs and underarms that needed removing. I haven't shaved in a while, I mumbled, tossing my clothes in the hamper. I know, I stole your razors, Alice said unapologetically. The wax needs at least a 1/4 inch of hair to grip, or it won't work. I snorted indignantly. Thanks a lot. You could have just asked me not to shave. I would have, but it would have made It much more difficult to get you to agree to this little girl's night. She winked at me and fished in her bag until she found a hair trimmer. Now lie back on the bed, and we'll get started. I sighed and did as I was told. The sooner I complied, the sooner this would be over. Alice quickly trimmed the hair that needed it and then spread the no-scream cream under my arms and all over my legs. Thankfully she let me do my own pubic area, but when she ordered me to turn over and started rubbing cream in the crevice of my backside, I nearly panicked. Seriously, Bella, do you want to have ass hair for the rest of eternity? Rosalie asked, cutting off my half-formed protests. When you put it that way. You guys are nothing if not thorough, I muttered darkly. Alice just laughed. No. We need to let that absorb for a few minutes, she said, letting me turn over again. So we'll get started on the other things. Rosalie and Esme seemed to take that as a cue to spring into action. Esme spread a folded sheet over me, and then moved to the foot of the bed and started trimming and filing my toenails while Alice started on my fingernails. Rosalie came up with a pair of tweezers and leaned over my face, plucking at the hairs around my eyebrows. So are you nervous? Esme asked as she worked on my toes. About the waxing? Very much so. Alice laughed. About tomorrow, silly. I chewed at my lip. I'm not sure nervous is the right word. More like terrified. The following day was the day, the reason for tonight's waxing. Tomorrow I would be starting the process of changing from human to vampire. There was no question in my mind that it was something I wanted, of course, but from what I had been told, I was about to embark on 3 days of the worst pain imaginable, followed by a year of intense unquenchable thirst. I faced it with a healthy level of trepidation. You can reconsider, you know, Rosalie said softly. You shouldn't feel obligated to give anything up. No, I want this. I don't want the pain. I'm not all that excited about the bloodlust, and I'm not looking forward to infiltrating Volterra. But I want forever and I want it with you guys in Carlisle. She smiled softly. As long as you're making the choice for you and not for someone else. I hesitated, not wanting to bring up our less than pleasant history, but I was curious enough to ask. How you were so against my relationship with Carlisle? She was quiet for a moment, plucking at hairs so fine I could barely feel the tug. It was nothing personal, she finally said. In fact, I knew if Carlisle was so taken with you. You had to be special. After all, he never wanted me that way. My jaw dropped. Did you want him? That way? Not exactly. It was just lonely, you know. After I changed, I obsessed over the men who killed me. I got my revenge on them, and then I didn't know what to do with myself. Edward and Esme were always going off alone, and that left Carlisle and me. He seemed happy enough to have me with him, but he wasn't interested in being anything other than a father to me. I felt very isolated. She brightened a little. But then I met Emmett. I frowned and started to ask a question. But Rosalie huffed impatiently. Stop that, I'm trying to work with your eyebrows here. Oh, sorry. I relaxed my expression, smoothing my features out. Emmett was human when you met him, wasn't he? Yep. So you guys. I mean, it was like with Carlisle and me, right? You knew right away that he was your mate. She shook her head. No, it wasn't the same. He was just very interesting to me. There was a pull there that I couldn't deny, but I think if he had died, I would have been okay. So what happened? She smiled to herself. I stayed by his side while he changed. And the pull just got stronger and stronger. And when he opened his eyes, she trailed off, smiling blissfully. They were all red, but so beautiful, and I lost my heart. Esme laughed softly as she rubbed a pumice stone over the calluses on my feet. The two of them couldn't spend 5 minutes apart. They were completely besotted. He's good for me, Rosalie said. He helped me let go of some of the anger I felt. It's still hard sometimes, but between Emmett and Jasper, I get along all right. Jasper. He started discreetly working with me after he got his psychiatric degree. By the time I figured out what he was doing, I was starting to feel better about some things. She smiled self-consciously. He's very good at what he does. I laughed, trying not to scrunch my eyebrows. He is. The change should be easier on you than it was on the rest of us, Alice said, if for no other reason than that you know it's coming. Esme nodded. I wasn't sure at first if I was dead. I was pleased to see Carlisle again, but none of it really felt real until I met Edward. Wait, again, I asked. You knew Carlisle. He had once treated me for a broken leg, she explained. I had liked him very much. And naturally I'd found him quite attractive. She leaned forward conspiratorially. I even fantasized about him on occasion while I was with my husband. My head snapped up. And if Rosalie had been any slower to pull back, I might have gotten jabbed in the eye with a pair of tweezers. You did not, I gasped, propping myself up on my elbows and staring at Esme. She gave me an apologetic look. That's probably a terrible thing to say to his mate, isn't it? I waved her concern away. Whatever, I want to hear about this. You were picturing Carlisle while you were with Edward. No, she laughed brightly. My other husband. In my human life, I was married to a man named Charles. She shuddered as she said his name. It was not a happy marriage, I'm afraid. And I used fantasy as a way to escape. I used to think of the handsome, sophisticated doctor I'd once known, partly because he was the only other man to ever have had his hands beneath my skirt. She giggled, her eyes bright. So, I was still staring at her. When you came around after the change and he was there, what did you think? She laughed. Truthfully, I thought he was my destiny. After having spent so long fantasizing about him, to have him there again felt like fate. A little twinge of jealousy pinched at me, but I ignored it as Esme went on. He was so caring and attentive. And I got the feeling he felt the same way toward me. But then, she trailed off, smiling much the way Rosalie had a moment ago. Then what? Edward, she murmured. He'd been away when Carlisle changed me. Carlisle had told me about his abilities so I would be prepared for him, but he hadn't said a word about his wonderful scent. I cocked an eyebrow, safely, since Rosalie wasn't picking at them just now. She was listening to Esme's story as raptly as I was. His scent. She laughed and nodded. When he came back I heard him approaching the house, and I started worrying about the things that were in my mind. I was trying not to think of all of the fantasies I had had of Carlisle, or of my hopes for the future with him, which of course, meant that those were the only things I could think of. And then Edward opened the door and I caught his scent. Alice giggled. Esme didn't even have to see him before she was in love with him. No, I didn't, she said with a laugh. But it was only a moment more before I did see him. He was so young and handsome, and I was immediately frustrated that he was still all the way across the room. It was much too far for my liking. I bet you two were just as bad as Emmett and I ever were, Rosalie teased. You would have been inseparable too, if you hadn't had to deal with Carlisle's jealousy. Jealousy? I asked, the little pinch inside growing into something much sharper. It's nothing to worry about, Bella, Alice assured me. Carlisle just hoped to have a relationship with Esme because he was lonely. It was never anything like what he has with you. Edward has always felt guilty for taking away his chance at happiness, Esme said. Which is partly why he worked so hard to bring the two of you together. He saw it as a sort of penance. Yeah, I guess I should thank him for that. I lay back down on the bed and Rosalie started going after my eyebrows again. What about you, Alice? I asked. You probably saw Jasper coming, didn't you? Yes, thank God. I was all alone for years, and the vision of Jasper finding me was the only thing that got me through it. She smiled. You know, that's why I believe in destiny. I iced my eyebrows but then immediately tried to smooth them again so Rosalie wouldn't get irritated. You believe in destiny? Alice nodded, smiling to herself as she filed away at my nails. You know how my visions change as decisions change. Yeah, well, that means visions of things a long way off are sort of undependable. But the vision of Jasper never went away. When my decisions changed, or when his did, the only things that changed in my vision were the time and place. No matter what, I always knew that we would meet. Something completely inescapable was pulling us together. That's so sweet, I said softly. Yeah, but he kept putting it off. She exclaimed in frustration. He'd be all set on his path to come meet me, and then he'd change his mind and head somewhere else, and I'd have to wait even longer. I laughed. Where did you finally run into him? At a diner in Philadelphia. The same blissful smile that Rosalie and Esme had worn appeared on her face now. I knew it was coming. He was in the city. But I didn't know where. I could see the date in my vision, on a newspaper lying on the counter. I found the diner and waited all day, praying he wouldn't change his mind again. And getting more and more impatient as the day went on. And then he was there. He just walked right in. She laughed at the memory. I was all set to start scolding him for making me wait so long. But as soon as I started, he ducked his head all cute and apologized like a good Southern gentleman. I just melted. You guys have such sweet stories, I said. Do you think everyone is destined for one person, Alice? Or do you think maybe you and Jasper were just lucky enough to be singled out by fate? I don't think it's just us. And I don't think it's just about romance either. For instance, I think Carlisle and Edward were destined to save each other. What do you mean? I asked, blinking as Rosalie blew away a stray hair. Give me your other hand, Alice said, finishing up the first. When I complied, she continued. Carlisle hasn't always been so content with his life. He was really sad and really lonely for a long time. He tried to find things that made him happy, but it was hard not having anyone to share them with. When he changed Edward, he saved Edward's life, but in doing so he also found a peace that he had never felt before. She stared intently at my hand as she worked. Then Carlisle saved Renesmee from dying and introduced her to Edward. And Edward pulled you out of the way of Tyler's van and introduced you to Carlisle. Rosalie snorted. Neither one of them can do anything for himself. So they have to do things for each other. Exactly, Alice said with a nod of her head. They were destined to be together. They certainly don't like to be long apart, Renesmee said. Yeah, but I'm not sure codependence is the same thing as destiny, Rosalie teased. Alice HMPHED. Rosalie, you have no sense of wonder. Rosalie winked at me before pulling back. I think you're good here, Bella. We won't have to wax your eyebrows. I shot her a grateful smile. Thanks. I'm going to turn on some music, she said, moving to her bag and pulling out an MP3 player and a docking station with speakers. What do you have? Alice asked curiously. She smiled widely. An eclectic mix of popular favorites spanning more than a century. Everything from Irving Berlin to Kanye West. I giggled. I love it. How long is your playlist? Around 40,000 songs, she shrugged. I had to cut it way down so it would fit. 40,000. She just laughed. We've lived through a lot of music. The good news is, only the very best songs made the cut. Alice smiled, and started moving to the beat of the big band music that came drifting out of the speakers while she evened up my nails. So, you don't remember any of your human life, right Alice? I asked. Nope, she said, completely unconcerned. Will it be like that for me? That's unlikely, Renesmee said. It's the nature of human memories to fade over time, but if you think of them often enough after the change you'll transfer them from human memories to vampire memories and they'll stick. Rosalie moved back to the bed and sat down next to me, stroking my hair affectionately. Can I give you some advice? I nodded. Remember the good times. There are so many bad things that have happened to you, but you don't have to dwell on them. Use your energy to commit the happier times to memory and let the ugly ones slip away. That's good advice, Renesmee murmured. Yep, Alice agreed lightly, so try not to think too much about what we're going to do right now. I whimpered pathetically. It's time. It's time. Renesmee grabbed the wax. I'm going to go heat this up, she said, and disappeared out the door. Alice pulled the sheet away while Rosalie started dusting my legs with talcum powder. What's that for? I asked her. To keep the wax from sticking to your skin. Ideally, we take the hair and leave the skin in place. Ideally. You really know how to inspire confidence in a girl. Relax, Alice said. It'll be over before you know it. Rosalie dusted her way up my body, and after a few minutes Renesmee returned with the wax. Where do you want it first? She asked, brandishing the wooden applicator. I cringed. Get the most painful part over with. Are you sure? You don't want to ease into it? Will it hurt less if I do? She shook her head apologetically. Then, no. Do the worst part first or I'll totally chicken out. Just relax, Alice coaxed again. I lay back and squeezed my eyes while cold hands pulled my knees apart and warm wax was spread over my skin. The upper layer was numb from the cream, thank goodness, and I could barely feel it when the waxing strips were pressed into place. I was just starting to think this might not be too bad when the first strip was yanked off. Holy Mother of God! I yelled, arching my back in pain. Rosalie splayed a hand over my stomach and pushed me back down on the bed. Try to stay still. I thought that cream was supposed to make it hurt less. Alice snickered. It does. Usually, it's worse than that. I bit back a whimper. Just get it off. Brace yourself, Rosalie said. I clenched my fists and nodded. There were several quick ripping sounds, followed by a lot of pain, and I cried out in agony. Well, Rosalie said, that part's done. Turn over, please. The one thing I could say for them is that they were quick. Within about 5 minutes they were finished waxing everything they were going to wax, and Alice was rubbing some kind of cooling gel on my raw skin. Rosalie grabbed her tweezers again, going after any stray hairs that the wax had missed, and then it was over and I was allowed to put my clothes back on. I wasn't about to put up with any chafing, so I just shrugged into a satin robe. I'm telling Carlisle on you, I muttered to the girls. They just laughed. He'll love it, Alice promised. Rosalie pulled the sheets off of the bed and spread them out on the floor before flopping down onto the mattress. So, where do you want your scar? What? I asked, sitting down next to her. Vampire venom is the only thing that leaves a scar, Esme explained. So when Carlisle bites you, you'll carry the mark forever. Carlisle's scar is really bad, Alice said. She had retrieved a chair and placed it in the center of the sheet. And she beckoned me over to sit in it. It's obvious his sire was going for the kill, not the change. I've never noticed it, I said. Where is it? Rosalie laughed. Human eyes miss everything. You'll see it well enough after you change, though. It's on his neck. Edward's is fairly obvious too, Esme said, waiting for me to get settled into the chair before throwing a plastic cape around me. Carlisle didn't really know how everything worked when he bit Edward, so it's worse than it really needed to be. She winked at me. Edward likes it when I lick it. I grinned, biting at my lip. I'd have to see if Carlisle liked his scar licked. Where's yours? I asked her. She smiled nostalgically. On the back of my knee. Seriously? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He bit you on the back of your knee. She laughed and nodded. It was a bit sentimental of him. He wanted to leave the scar in a less obvious place than my neck, so he bit the same leg that he had mended for me so many years ago. So, he could bite pretty much anywhere and it would work. Alice nodded. Yes, but the stronger the artery, the faster the change goes. Getting a bite on, say, your finger, as opposed to one on the neck, means you'll be in pain for several hours longer since the venom has to work harder to find a vein network. Where's yours? I asked her. On my neck, she said lightly, running a finger absently along a line I couldn't see. Most of the vampires you meet will have their scars on their necks. But mine is small and clean, so it seems like whoever changed me wasn't trying to kill me. What about you, Rosalie? I asked. She smiled. Carlisle tried to hide mine, too. She raised one arm and traced a half circle in the smooth hollow of the joint. He bit me right here in the axillary artery. I couldn't help the giggle that burst out of me. He bit you in the armpit. Rosalie laughed too. Yes, and I really appreciate it. It's nice to have it where no one can see it. I grinned. I'm going to have to remember to put on extra deodorant before he changes me. Alice started spritzing my hair with a spray bottle and combing it out. What are you going to wear? What am I going to wear? I repeated. Is this a formal event, this agonizing descent into the pains of hell for 3 days? She laughed. No, it's not formal. But just because you're miserable, that doesn't mean you can't look good. All right, I'll defer to you on this one, I told her. Oh great style guru, what does the fashion-savvy girl wear for her transformation from human to vampire? Something comfortable, she declared. But since you'll be with Carlisle, it should be, you know, pretty and stuff. So, pajamas. She shrugged. That's not a terrible idea. You've got those red satin ones, right? I hesitated. They're a little short. I wasn't sure I wanted to flash that much skin to the whole family. Rosalie laughed. One of these days you're going to get over the modesty bit, Bella. We've all seen everybody's goods, that's just what happens when you live together for so long. I raised my eyebrows. Really? So you've seen Carlisle naked? Absolutely. We were out hunting this one time. And he was taunting this bear, trying to get her good and riled up. He was what? I interrupted. It makes it more fun, Rosalie explained. Anyway, the bear tackled him, and totally shredded his clothes. I laughed. That's what he gets for playing with his food. Emmett is the worst for that, Alice said, snipping at the ends of my hair. He always likes to get them good and angry before he kills them. He likes the taste of the adrenaline, Rosalie added. I grinned wickedly. If they were going to drag me into a girls' night, we were going to do this right. All right, everybody. Let's say you had to pick one of the Cullen men other than your husband to spend a night with. Who would it be? Rosalie smirked. And by spend a night, you mean fuck like rabbits, right? Naturally. Carlisle. Esme said with a nod. That was obvious, Alice said, rolling her eyes. Esme narrowed her eyes playfully. I happen to like sophisticated men. Rosalie was thinking it over. Carlisle would definitely be fun, she said, but there's just something about Jasper. Alice grinned brightly. You think so? Oh, yeah, Rosalie said. All those scars, you'd think it'd be a turn off. But it's exactly the opposite. I know. Alice giggled. It's so hot. Does he have a lot of scars? I asked. Alice bit her lip as she brushed off the cape and took it off of me. You'll see after you change. I shrugged. Okay, so Rosalie, you pick Jasper. What about you, Alice? She dropped down on the bed next to Rosalie. I don't know, she said thoughtfully. Edward, maybe. I mean, he's beyond beautiful. But I think it would freak me out knowing that he knew what I was thinking. But Emmett would just be, like, all energy and fun. I think I'd go with Emmett. Esme grinned. She was sweeping up the hair from the sheet with a hand brush and dustpan. You know, there are advantages to having the man you're with know exactly what you're thinking. I thought that over for a minute. Sure, but, still. Having him all in your head is kind of creepy, isn't it? I love it. She finished clearing up the hair and gathered the sheets, tossing them in the hamper. No one will ever know me better than my Edward does. What about you? Rosalie asked me. It's a tough choice, but since Edward can't get in my head, yeah, I have to go with him. Rosalie rolled her eyes. You know, he's going to know you said that. As if his ego needed to get any bigger. Whatever, I laughed. He's really fun, even if he is insufferable most of the time. I smiled, sitting down on the floor and leaning back against the bed. Besides, he was really sweet when I first moved here, at least after that very weird first day, and he did work pretty hard at arranging things between Carlisle and me. I'm glad you feel that way, Esme said, settling next to me. He's hoping you won't mind pretending to be his girlfriend in the future. I'm good with it. I stretched tiredly. Well, Alice, we did the makeover and talked about boys. What's next? A pillow fight. She grabbed a pillow and smacked me in the side of the head with it. Check. But now I want you to tell me why what it is you have against those gorgeous Valentino boots that I set out for you to wear tonight. We spent the rest of the evening talking about similar things. I munched on leftover funeral food and soaked up advice that the girls offered me, and I was somewhat surprised to find myself having a good time. Other than the ruthless ripping out of my hair earlier, the evening had really been very pleasant. It was late when I finally gave up trying to hold my eyes open and called it a night. Alice stuffed the things they had brought back onto their bags, and Esme tucked me into bed and brushed a hand over my hair. This is the last time you'll ever go to sleep, she said. Do you realize that? I frowned. That meant only one more morning waking up to the brush of velvety soft flower petals on my cheek and Carlisle's honeyed voice in my ear. Do you miss it? I asked her. She laughed and shook her head. No, not at all. I managed to fill that time with much more interesting things. That turned my frown into a smile in a hurry. Yeah, I guess not sleeping has its advantages. She gave a soft, musical laugh. Good night, Bella, she said, leaning down to kiss my forehead. I hope your final dreams are pleasant ones. Rosalie and Alice offered their farewells as well, and the three of them turned off the light and left me to myself. I was just starting to drift off when my bedroom door opened again and I heard Carlisle's familiar step on the floor. I didn't open my eyes while he undressed, but I forced myself to stay awake until he settled behind me on the bed, drawing me into his arms. Did you and Jasper kill each other? I mumbled sleepily. I felt his quiet laugh. No, sweetheart. We both made it back alive. Good. I love you, Carlisle. I love you, too, he whispered. I smiled to myself and carried his words with me into my dreams. We will continue in next part.